backwoods where code runs wild and free. There's a bunch of Rust fanatics who just don't look like me. They praise their sacred language, say it's the best they'll be, but we all know damn well it ain't got nothing on C. Rust zealots preaching sermons got their heads stuck in the sand, acting like they're pioneers in some holy promised land. But when that code gets rusty and it's time to blow, you better call and see, 'cause that'll steal the show. Rust ain't got the guts, it don't got the verve, can't handle low-level ops, not the power you deserve. Those cultish worshippers, they don't know history. The king of programming, see, it sets their code spirits free. They talk about their borrowed checker like it's something real profound, but when the rubber meets the road, it's just a glitchy sound. C's been here since dawn's early light, tough as nails and lean. Rust can kiss my executable, it's just a digital brain. So gather round my coder friends, let me tell you true, don't let those Rust fanboys come and brainwash you. They'll preach all day and night, saying Rust the holy name, but if you know your roots, you'll dodge their damn near zealot game. So while they're busy worshiping their rusty god of code, we're out here in the trenches with C, we bear the load. You keep your overhyped safety, I'll take performance and speed. Rust zealots can just suck it, 'cause C's all we need.
Yeah, what's up, Pure? How you doing? Hang on, I'm not quite ready yet. I'm having a tech issue here. I'll play another one while you wait.
Yo, I'm the code queen, Silicon Supreme. Your front-end framework's just a broken dream. React Next.js, you think you're so slick, but your components are weak like a GitHub commit. Wouldn't give my number if prod was at stake. Your deployment pipeline's as fake as your take. You can't handle me one way or another. Your code is so disgusting, wouldn't even say hi to your brother. Your React site got funded by investors, bunch of suckers. Your future full of entire refactors. Your React site crashed on site. My vanilla code shines bright. No digits for you tonight. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. You glorified plumber, just a code 304. Haskell functional, more like dysfunctional. Your pure functions are pure assumptions. You use Rust like it's peak, but still leak that heap. Your pants scream junior dev, you're a script kiddie cheat. Tech streamers got your brain hallucinating, while your codes are shallow as your GitHub rating. You watch the primer gen thinking you're so cool, but your Vim config's your only tool. Your Docker containers are like your game, empty inside and nobody to blame. You flex those stars like they mean something, but your 4 count shows you ain't done nothing. Your Vim skills are like your bedroom game, lots of fingers moving but it's all the same. WQ is all you know how to do, while I'm here with macros, leaving you blue. Your muscle memory's stuck on HJKL. You code like you're dating life, going straight to hell. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. You glorified plumber, just a code 304. TypeScript declarations got your head spinning. Your dating life's like your test failing. Your state management is your relationship status. Complicated, broken, sexless. Memory leaks ain't your biggest trouble. Your ego's inflated and your skills rubble. I don't date no scrubs, you fool. Not even worth my memory pool. Telling me Rust has safe memory existence. I'd rather practice a life of abstinence. I know it feels like you're spreading your seed when you npm install everything you've seen. All you're doing is proving I'm right. Your code is a disease-ridden blight. I'd rather react to the itch from a real STD, not the fake crabs from your rusty code, little bitch. Unlike C, drop the mic, I'm out. Coding's my art. Your dev crush just tore you apart. Keep your npm start and your medium post while I'm out here turning your code into roast.
Like that one. That's some pretty solid disses. Rust folks are in shamble. Sup, Ghost? How you doing? Good to see you. So I'm doing stuff on my screen, but it's like not the screen's not updating. Oh, I know why. There we go. And now, yeah, now we're talking. Sweet. What's up, everyone? Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on the some C minor refactors, and then the point is to kind of pave the way for some of the game mechanics that we're going to be working on today, because we're at the point where we can start putting story and inventory items and stuff in the game. So I just got to do a few things to get ready for that. Basically clean up a little bit of the code, and then we'll be good to go. It shouldn't take that long, honestly. And then I'm gonna have the CEO of DataStar. I'm gonna have Delaney on later today, probably in like 20 minutes or so, and we're gonna talk about what DataStar is. And we're basically just gonna spend a few minutes talking about what DataStar is. We could probably get through it in 5 minutes, and then we'll spend about 55 minutes trash talking front end devs. And we probably won't even be enough time. We won't be able to say enough bad things about front end development in 55 minutes. But we'll do our best. We're going to give it our best shot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take down the marquee, that scrolling text, because the server's not running right now. I might pop it up again after the interview, but we don't need that for now. And I'll spend a little bit of time on some of the refactoring here. I'll kill a few minutes. I'll kind of go over what I'm going to do and why we're going to do it. And then so probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes, I'll hear from Delaney, and then we'll set up a Discord call. We'll get all that set up, and yeah, we'll get right into it. All right, so what I need, what I'm going to try or attempt to do today, because we have the mechanics working, all the big mechanics are all working. It's been a long time coming. we're at the point with the game where you can see I have updated the map, actually. I don't actually think I've shown this on stream yet, have I? I don't think I have. Yeah, let's load it. Yeah. So I've been playing around with map generations. I've been playing around with some new tile sets that Laughing Panda shot over. I am going to start building out actual, like, ports, overworld, things like that. We're at the point where we can start creating a game, not just like the thing that powers the game anymore. We've got everything we need to power the game. The issue that I had is, well, I don't know. Hang on, let me check before I say it. Let me check to see if Laugh is on. I don't think he's on. Good. If he's not on, then he can't make fun of me. Check this out. This single line, no, not this one, sorry. This single line of this single file, sorry, of C code. All this C code, it's about 7,600 lines. Which is fine. I'm trying to show that you don't need to have a million files and folders for a simple project. And 7,000 isn't really that bad. There's like there's simple front ends, simple websites that take tens upon tens of thousands of lines. So considering what we have here, it's fine. However, this is actually much smaller. I've come to realize I have, unfortunately, and I will, if it's not clipped, I'm just going to say it. And if it's not clipped, then it's not real. I'm going to take an L here because I overcomplicated my scene management system. Okay, now I'm going to take that all back and say that I intended to do that for academic purposes, and I was right all along. And I taught you everything that you need to know about how not to do a scene system. You're welcome. So unless you clipped my admittance earlier, there is no admittance. So a lot of the scene system is actually overcomplicated. I tried to break it up into switch cases, and I didn't actually really need to do that. I was trying to set all my scenes up in a very finite state of flows. So you could only do something if you're in a particular state. And I was trying to be I was being a control freak. Let's be honest. I was being controlling. I was overbearing. Okay. The code was telling me I was being a mean jerk. Like, hey, let me be free. And I'm like, no, you can't be free. I was like, well, you're a mean jerk. And I'm like, yeah, I probably am. And then I came to my senses one day after it threatened to leave me. I'm like, no, please don't leave me. I swear I'll change. I'll be a better man. And then I realized the error of my ways. So the scene state system is far too controlling. It does not need to be this way. And I was really hesitant to get into building out things like simple things like the dialogue system, or like choosing items to purchase. Like if you want to buy some armor or something for the game. I really, really didn't like the way I had it set up, and it was going to be very cumbersome. And my brain was, I was crying inside. So I went back and I looked at it, and I'm like, maybe let's just assume I got this wrong. Let's just start with that. I know it's difficult to assume that because I'm a Giga Chad, but let's just pretend for a minute I was wrong. And I came up with a much better system that still meets all of the same goals as we want for the code base of the game, the thing we're trying to prove here. So I went over here and I took over the general shop, which is what I have here, right? That might be, let me see. It's not too bad to see. So if I go over to the shop owner, let's go over here. So you can see that when I talk to him, the dialogue updates and then the shop items update, right? And this is the kind of stuff I wanted to do, and it was just becoming too crazy. So I thought, okay, what am I really trying to do here? Essentially, the shop has just some flags that are either on or off. You either did something or you didn't do something. That's it. That's your state. If you did the right things, then we set the flag to true, obviously. And then we check the flags to determine what we should be doing right now. And And so let me go to the dialogue here. Something like a dialogue scene becomes really easy because all I have to do is go, has this been initialized? If it hasn't been initialized, set up some default values, make sure that we're actually in the correct scene. And then depending on subsequent flags, whether they're turned on or off, just do early exits. And this is the entire dialogue scene. It's, let's see how many lines. I went for 44 lines. It was about 100 lines before, so less than half now. And this is all I do. And here's the reason why. Ultimately, the WebAssembly code here, the C code, does not care at all how you render the game or your text or your menu items, your shop items, all of that. WebAssembly doesn't care. It's treated like a server, which ties nicely into the interview we're going to have in a few minutes with the lady. There's a separation of concerns here. The server, in this case our local WebAssembly code running on the browser, does not have to worry about how you rendered this thing and what state you're in. Ultimately, the only thing that the C code cares about is, did you enter a shop? Yes or no? And do you want to buy something? Yes or no? It doesn't care about like what options do you have? Do you have like a buy and a sell button and then a confirm button and then a cancel button? It doesn't care about the buttons, doesn't care about any of that. All it cares is, I just want you to tell me, I'm going to tell you that you're in the shop scene. Here are all your inventory items. You can choose how you want to display them. You can choose what buttons you put, whatever it is. Here's what the NPC is going to say. And then you just tell me what you want to buy at the end. And if you exit, then I'll exit and go back to the normal game mechanics. That's all that the WebAssembly cares about. So at this point right here, nope, sorry. I got to go back to the general shop. I'm going to have to scroll through these things. Okay, so that makes the general shop a lot easier. Right here, all we care about is, do you want to buy something? And then we'll do some checks like make sure you have enough gold, make sure that there isn't anything special we have to consider, like maybe something already exists in your inventory and you shouldn't be able to buy this, things like that. And then it will just return true or false. And then that's it. So this, I kept the old shop management code starting from up here. All this. So let me, and it wasn't even done. Let me go back up. We'll see how many lines it is. So that's about 247 lines, and I reduced it down to about 41 lines. Because it doesn't care. It doesn't need to care about exactly everything being exactly in this state. The good thing is, if I decide that there are certain things that do need to function this way, for example, the battle mechanics will need to function this way. Battle mechanics do need to have some more stringent, like you cannot make an attack unless you meet these criteria. Like it just has to be this way. I can still utilize what we learned here for other aspects of the game where it makes sense. But for a shop system where all it cares about is, here's what you have and just tell me what you want to do at the end, which is exactly how we've been doing everything else in the game, frankly. I should have just stuck to my guns. This is way better. So that's what I'm going to be working on today. We're going to be simplifying a few things here. And the point of simplifying them is that we can move forward with creating these menu items, which we should be able to do today. We should be able to build several things out today, including maybe even just like a fake scene of like people talking to each other or something. So this is going to be a lot nicer. This also has an added benefit, by the way. The added benefit is I can take this single C file, I can embed it into my multiplayer server, or into, like, if I decide to go with Odin, which I'm going to do Odin for desktop for the desktop version of this and use SDL. Again, this code does not care about the rendering. All it cares about is inputs and outputs. I have also, I'll talk about this a bit later. I've also done a struct extractor. I literally, because I'm using more structs now, because we've determined in Godbolt that the actual like machine code assembly, essentially, not machine code exactly, but the assembly underneath is no different. It just automates the arithmetic operators that I use to do my array index offsets. I can just extract my structs that I'm creating and turn them into JavaScript functions. I have done memory testing on this to ensure that the memory overhead is either minimal or non-existent. I believe the only thing that JavaScript does for additional memory here is just to store a wrapper on the existing WebAssembly memory. So I think the memory here is extremely like minor, like you almost can't tell what it is. The benefit is that then I don't have to do weird memory access things here. It automates the memory access and doesn't duplicate any memory. It just uses exactly the same memory that WASM has. All the functions are there. All the low level speed performance on operating on multiple different types of data or whatever, it's all there. And then I can just use classes to do things like in my game, create a new class for the general shop, access its memory, and basically JavaScript eats up no more memory than it would anyways, because I kind of have to create a memory space for variables to store data anyways, so it's pretty negligible. I've also done some string stuff. I've removed strings from inside WebAssembly code. I did a string extractor. I figured it's an enum extractor that can literally taking enums and extracting them, putting them into game strings. I've done a whole bunch of stuff. We're gonna get into it. What's up, Laugh? No, I refuse. I reject your reality and I substitute my own. Okay, I don't want to. I don't want to admit. As long as I don't admit you're right, you're not right. That's how this works, right? That's how reality works. What's up, Tyler? You tried to do a custom domain? Okay. Yeah, I don't think custom domains on GitHub work, bro. Yeah, I don't think they actually work. What's up, Justin on YouTube? What's up, Ray on YouTube? Good to see you. Sorry, I missed your messages earlier. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be working on today. I'll talk about the struct extractor, the strings, the enum extractor. I'll talk about those, why I did it the way I did. We'll get into the technical details of why. And I hope that this ties in really well. So I'm kind of going to do a lead in to hang on, I'll just make sure that I tell Delaney that he's almost up. So this is kind of the lead in with what I'm going to be talking about with Delaney. The reason why I've made these decisions with the game to simplify things and keep them super straightforward and push the boundaries on what we can do with the game is because this is antithetical to the way that the way that things exist in the web today. And there's a mindset that has taken over the web that's infiltrating the back end as well. It's not just the web, it's also back end. It's also video games and video game engines, back end code, back end languages, things like this. So all of these decisions that I've started to talk about, that I will talk about after the interview with Delaney here, are to point out the downsides of the way things have become. So we'll get this going here. So I'm gonna take a minute and we're gonna get this call set up. There's Delaney in chat. The DataStar CEO is an ass. I can confirm this. He's a jerk. I asked him if he wanted to be interviewed, and he's like, on your pithy little stream. Well, like you have like what, 2 viewers, like probably yourself and your wife or something. And you want me to, and I'm like, dude, come on, man, be nice. And he's like, fine, I'll throw you a bone. It's just a lame attempt to put JSON strings. Dozens of us, dozens. Yeah. Okay, so hang on. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mute my end for a minute and then I'll get a call started. So Delaney, I'll give you a call in a second here. Okay, so I'm gonna mute myself and then we'll get this call set up. I'll figure out my OBS setup and everything. We'll figure it all out. Okay, so I've unmuted myself, so hopefully now everyone can hear me. Welcome in, everyone. I'm going to turn on the desktop audio, and then laugh if you're still here. Either Laughfully or Laughing Panda or one of the mods. I'm going to turn on desktop audio. Can we get a sound check from Delaney? So Delaney, do you mind saying something?
DataStar is the best thing that's ever happened to the web. Just kidding.
That's good. Okay, so can somebody confirm a sound check? Just Code Matter says it sounds good. Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay. Thanks, Alexi. Appreciate it. Okay. So If at any point can hear just the slightest delay, yeah, there might be a little bit of a delay because we're doing this like Discord screen thing. So yeah. So if he's too low at any point or I'm too high or whatever, just let me know. I'll keep an eye on chat, but I'm gonna try and focus on having a proper convo with this Giga Chad here. And we'll
Like
get
the
into
opposite of reality.
yeah. All right. So welcome in. I appreciate you taking the time to chat. Let me just add a little bit of context from my end, and then I'm going to ask you an opener question, and then we'll just dive in. So just a little bit of context. How I've come to know you is mostly through X and through kind of like second order people that we know together. So people who are typically around HTMX. And if for the regular viewers on my channels, because I'm like YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, TikTok, I'm everywhere. I'm sort of live streaming everywhere. So they know me as someone who is a very big proponent of HTMX. I've interviewed Carson before. I have used HTMX in a multi-million-dollar production environment. We replaced Vue with it, and it took out a couple of team members, and it came down to just me, and I managed that for like 3 years by myself because it was like less complicated, and so I love it. I love the way HTMX is like, hey, don't overcomplicate things, keep them simple. And so then of course DataStar shows up, you show up because you tie in HTMX with a few other things, which is part of the opener question I'll ask you in just a second. And so of course the people that I talk to are some of the people you talk to, and then I'm like, this seems cool, and then things went from there. So the short overview of what my stream is about. I'm building a game in vanilla C, compiled to WebAssembly, running on vanilla HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, maximizing the ever living hell out of every performance square inch I can get out of all of it, to see what things are performant or not performant. The main reason is because I think that we're in whatever the opposite of the golden age of tech is. And the web is basically the first offense to that. It's the place of least resistance to introduce the most stupid paradigms and abstractions you can think of. And then it just expands from there. And unfortunately, over the last few years, as a result of the web having basically no gates, it has no Trump wall. Everybody's allowed in. Yeah, all these people come in with their crazy ideas, and then those ideas spread into like even back-end programming languages these days. So instead of just coming on here and ranting about it all the time and saying this is stupid and whatever, I try and prove it. I'm a high school dropout. I'm self-taught. If I can do a game on the browser where I, generally just kind of try and prove that things are not as bad as people think it is, you don't need these abstractions, whatever, then so can everyone else. So this is now why I'm really interested in what you have to say and our connection. So the opener question, what the heck is DataStar?
You know what? I want to push back before we even get to the first question.
Sweet. All right. Juicy already.
Yeah, let's get juicy. So I'm for no one, like the interesting thing is my whole career has been kind of like I'm just a mid-level developer, but the thing is that I'm okay with that because I've had a lot of weird, interesting parts of my career. I've worked as a lead engineer, also as a 3D artist, and also I was in the circus of all things when I was younger. So like I've had kind of a career of like no programmer should be worse than me because this is like my third career kind of thing. Like so my thing is when you say that this is the anti-golden age, I have to disagree with you. And part of that is because I'm like a poor kid from Wyoming. And the thing is that when I was growing up, like it was very hard to get even a library book on BASIC, let alone like out in the middle of the sticks kind of thing to even learn about this stuff, let alone have access to things. The fact that you can get like every Stanford thing on YouTube, like, yes, there's a bunch of dog shit out there, but guess what? It's like a diamond covered in dog shit. Like there's some really great content out there and some great things. You just have to be able to weed through it and deal like with the social media. I don't know how that is coming up as a developer, but I'm telling you, as someone that had to go through that fight completely on my own, I wish I had the opportunities that are in the web today. So I will say that, like, yes, there's a lot of like same thing going on right now, but at the same time, all this information about all these really smart people is out there. So I guess the thing is that when I was there was no same thing because there was no think, right? So I will say that there's some beauty in that. The other thing I will say is that I do think that there is something about there was some gatekeeping in the original time because like everybody did in ASM or in C, and you had to really care enough. Like you couldn't go to a boot camp for that, right? Like C is very easy to learn, but it's really hard to master, and it's very easy to shoot yourself in the foot. So you learned really quickly how a computer actually works because C is just a higher level version of assembly most of the time. So like I agree with you, but for the same time, like I think this is a beautiful time. I'm excited to see what people can do with this opportunity that's out there. So I will allow you to rebut before I go into like what DataStar itself is.
Okay. All right. So you brought up, correct me if I'm wrong, you brought up 2 points. So one of the points you said was when you were learning, it was difficult to find like educational material or even academic material on like what should you even be doing. So you didn't exactly say these words, but there's an implication that I think you meant to include there, which is, but nowadays that is easier. I think you kind of said that towards the end.
100%.
You also said that back in the ASM days, you had to have people who could wrangle kind of like ASM or similar low level paradigms. And they had to really know their stuff and really like care about knowing their stuff in order to execute on that because it was more challenging. Again, there's like a bit of an implication that like those things are harder to wrangle and reason about because they are lower level.
Yeah, the only thing I'll push back on that is I will say that if you're learning like 6502 or something like that, there's a lot less to have to learn.
Right.
Like there's much fewer registers and there's much less going on than there is nowadays. Like trying to understand what Turbofan is doing in a Chrome browser is orders of magnitude harder than understanding 6502. So like some people talk about the good old days. Like, yes, it was really good, but also you had to pull off every trick in the book to get anything on screen. So,
Right.
Anyone that's done any kind of Nintendo or like a cart development or 65, like any of that kind of stuff, will not just think it's this magical, wonderful all land. Like, it takes no effort to get transparent PNG in a browser.
Right.
I love these days.
Right. Okay. So let's. Would it be fair to say that I could more or less containerize what you're saying into it has never been a better time to be able to learn, understand, comprehend how to work with a computer than it is today? Is that fair?
I will say that's fair. For example, you can grab every single MIT lecture and you can basically audit every single class and have the same access that someone that's spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. I didn't have that growing up. Like that was not an option. And like the fact that I can get that kind of education, and I've watched all that stuff. When my first was born, I spent that time when I was holding him watching every single lecture on MIT. I was like, hey, I missed out on some of this stuff. There's got to be nuggets in here that I didn't get out of it. So I want to know. So there's beauty in that. And I just don't like, it's okay to complain about the current world we're in and like the road to idiocracy, but there's also some beauty in there, and I want to make sure that we cover that. That's all.
Okay. So then my my pushback then to that would be actually I agree with you. And I actually think that you're making my point for me. With the ability to access so much more knowledge than you and I had growing up, why is it that we seem to produce much worse in terms of like you could pick just about any topic in the industry than was produced back in those days? And you kind of alluded to it. You actually couldn't work in those paradigms unless you A, really cared about it, and B, really studied it. And as a result of that, there's almost a logical necessity that those two things, your passion for it and your ability to learn it when the learnings didn't really exist, so you were taking it upon yourself, almost logically necessarily means that you're going to produce something that is fundamentally based on solid ground, as opposed to what we have today, which is that's what I think is the anti-golden age, where that level of creativity and like pushing your boundaries and really seeing what you can do with very, very little is lost. And I think we see the proof of that in what's being pushed out into the market.
I think so. And the thing is, part of that is the commoditization of the knowledge. Like people can literally join a boot camp and start building something and get something out there and build a SaaS. And you see the dev Twitter things of people like YOLO. I don't care about this anymore. I don't care about like craftsmanship. I just get a SaaS out there, and I don't care if I'm leaking data. Literally, that was a talk I had the other day. And the thing is that my background has been in like highly tracked auditing systems for like gaming, like not like video game, well, also video games, but like slot and poker machines. That's where like I kind of got my start in engineering, and I worked on top secret military stuff. Everything where auditability and trackability and knowing the cost of things in real world life, like dire situations, that's changed the way I think about things. So like my mentality is very different than the like YOLO, Y Combinator, make a SaaS, like just get something out there. So I think that some of that's the rise of the VCs, rise of the boot camp. But I still think there's beauty in the individual developer that can just knock something out that just decimates those kind of people. So I do think that have been on this road of like, I know a lot of people are worried about AI in developer world. I'm not worried at all. If you can replace me, great, I'll retire early. But the thing is that the kinds of things that people do get jobs in, like there's a chance that the kind of jobs that I see for a lot of front end developers, for example, that can be done by AI. Like that just can be done. Like so, there's a thing of people that really care. I think it's gonna go back to a little bit more of a filtered thing where like people that really care are gonna be building these systems. And I don't see the boot campy type style of like I just want to get a job in tech is going to last that much longer. I don't think it'll be there as much in 10 years.
Right. Okay. Fair. Okay. So I mean this is why I had you on, because I think ultimately we agree on a lot.
Yeah, way and just because it's bad content, you're a fucking idiot. You're dumb. Like, of course, like this is the best time ever in all ways, no matter what. Is that how you're supposed to do the social stuff?
Well,
I'm not very good at it.
So. Yeah, I mean that I'm not kidding. That's usually what I get back. Yeah, I'm not joking. So
I'm very bad at this stuff. In fact, I'm very bad for the marketing of making DataStar like interesting and important to people, because I don't do the thumbnail thing. I'm not like, I don't want to be the JS guy. I don't like JS at all. Yeah. I'm even more anti-Carson when it comes to that stuff. So yeah, it's
yes.
I'm not very good at that social stuff. So
no,
please enlighten me.
No. I don't want to. I think actually the social stuff is the problem. That I'm not even kidding.
I believe you. I agree, and I don't understand how to do it. That's why, like,
good.
You see me go on Twitter. I go on a couple things, but I don't care about opinions that much. And in fact, there's been a couple of kerfuffles happening on Twitter lately, which you might be able to explain a little bit better than even I can.
Sure.
Of people saying a bunch of stuff that are, I guess, influencer kind of people.
Yes.
And like, I will back it up with time and money and actually show the stuff, because I do this stuff for, like, this is what I do is I built DataStar because I needed these tools, and all of a sudden they get real quiet.
Yep.
So I'm not very good at, I'm good at guess starting some stuff, but also I'll finish it. But like, people don't want to get engaged in that way. So I don't know how to engage with someone who's not willing to put something on the line to have an opinion. I don't have an opinion without backing it up.
Right.
So.
Okay. We can talk about that. Oh boy. Can we talk about that? So, okay. So let's go back to, let's explain, like, you can tell us a bit about your history. What the heck is DataStar? Why you built it? Because I think this is actually very good tie-in to exactly what we just talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. So DataStar came out of me. Again, I worked on like top secret military applications. And one of the things that's been a big change in that space is being able to sandbox things out. There's basically nothing but like the browser has now become its own operating system. So there's an amazing use case for basically building applications that are deployed in a browser, because it's something that you can get that approved and not have to go through all the crazy processes to get stuff knocked out. So there's been a big push there. I worked in a lot of accounting stuff before that. Worked on video games, worked at EA for a little bit. Like, I've done quite a bit of stuff. Like, I'm not some crazy, as you said, GigaChad developer. I'm just like a guy that has actively been building tools and been in the space for 20, 30 years, depending on when, kind of when you like start talking about it. So my career in doing web stuff has been around longer than CSS. right? So I've been around the place a bit, and the thing is, for me, I was never a big JS or a front end guy, but I love the fact that you actually had this ability to deploy content anywhere at any time and make changes, and like this backend driven thing. I went deep down the rabbit hole of SPA development. In fact, when you're talking about building out things and getting rid of view, one of the things that a lot of the projects I can't talk about, but this one has a patent, so I can actually talk about this, is that I did a system where you could do, you would basically track every single radar station in the continental United States, which is about 400. And it would track every single radar blip of the sweep in real time and go to a browser within 800 milliseconds and be able to see that live track within 800 milliseconds of like 1.2 million points. But not beyond that, you have to be able to scrub to any point in time in the last hour for anywhere in the continental United States within 4 milliseconds.
No way.
So this is the kind of stuff that I was doing in the browser on the web. I found issues. I actually like talked to NVIDIA. I found issues in their actual 1080 drivers and stuff. I was doing some pretty low level stuff. And the thing is, people don't realize that if you're doing stuff in the browser, you are doing the same kind of thing you do in 6502. Like you're getting into the weeds of understanding turbofan and understanding how the byte buffers and the array buffers and how all the transfer rates work. So I've done some pretty hardcore stuff, I think, in the web, even though I don't consider myself a web developer. And part of it is I did all this stuff, and then I got down the road of like, this is a nightmare to do. It is really hard. And so I went down the track of, I got into doing Go a while ago. I like loved it. It's like C, but scripting. It's like a scripting C that compiles and doesn't have a VM and stuff. So I got deep into Go, and I said, okay, I want to be able to do this stuff in a more hypermedia-ish way. I felt like there's some interesting ideas there. Hang on. I tried doing
hang on. Let me just pause you right there, because sure. I think I have enough followers and viewers who I bring up hypermedia, the word hypermedia, when it comes to web development. But I have some awesome GigaChad low level like C++ developers who don't like understand, not because they're stupid, they just don't know they just don't live in that space. So just while you're explaining this, just take a second and explain hypermedia.
Sure. So hypermedia is the idea, people that have been around for a while, HyperCard was kind of the first one that really came up back on the old Mac. And the idea is that you're sending down content that gets rendered onto the page. So you're basically sending down commands and saying, hey, here's what I want the overall layout to be in content. But part of the content is also links to what I can do next. So the whole idea there is that you get a layout of content, and then the only thing you can do with that content is view it or click on something to go to the next thing. And because that can be completely dynamic, you can do all kinds of things. Like the first Myst game was actually written in HyperCard. Like there's this beautiful idea of having dynamic content.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. All right. So that's hypermedia. Okay. So that's where you're working in, like you said, you were doing that radar system, etc. And then you got into Go, and then from there.
Yeah. Then I started using HTMX, right? So the first thing you do, like I actually I ported live view to Go, because I was like, okay, I want to really understand this. Like I'd done a ton of WebSocket stuff, like deep level WebSocket stuff. And I was like, okay, this is basically what it live view is basically doing, is saying, I'm gonna have an open connection, and then I'm gonna render the backend, and then I'm gonna take a diff and send that down, and then send things back up through a WebSocket, and basically have this thing. The problem is that we got into this whole CRDT situation of keeping things in sync and doing vector clocks. And as soon as you want to share with another person, everything gets out of sync. It became an issue. So I was like, okay, that's not going to work.
Right.
And then that brought me to HTMX a few years ago. Right. And I was like, wow, HTMX is so much simpler than what I was trying to pull off. It's so good at certain things, but it completely fails in other ways. Like, so I got into the weeds of HTMX really quickly too. Like I started hitting issues right away.
Right. Okay. So can you, I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, just off the top of your head. Is there an issue that you think HTMX tackled really well, and then maybe an issue that it didn't tackle really well?
Yeah. So it basically it's been really smart about the idea of sending fragments down. Mm-hmm. Like that is the smartest thing, is that to me, it decoupled the whole thing with people talking about REST and not REST. REST is about representational state transfer. So basically a resource in a URL is a place, and it has a semantic for your application. So if you go to article 123, that is an article, and that's great. But there's times where you want to update parts of that page, and so having a fragment to get sent down is independent from the idea of the REST itself. That it does amazingly well. It really changed my mind on like sitting down big chunks of fragments as opposed to keeping state in the front end and doing VDOM and diffing it and all that stuff. Like there's no reason to do that because the server knows what it needs to do and sitting down the right thing, and having it be back-end driven is the thing that Carson got 100% right. It's 100% right. There's no getting around it. That is the right way to build applications.
Right. Okay. And now something it failed at.
So the issues that I ran into right away is, I mean, I feel like I'm a decent developer, and I got into the weeds of the internals pretty quickly. Like at that time it was like 3,800 lines. I think it's like 5,700 now. But I got into the weeds and saying, hey, I don't understand everything of why you're doing this and what's going on here. And it wasn't because it's a big file. It's because there's competing concerns going on with how things work. And part of that, so for example, hxget is a click and a get at the same time. Those are two completely different things. So if I want to not click, if I want to do something on when I come online or when I go offline or after, now all of a sudden I'm having a million tags, right? So the thing is, when it talks about simple level surface things, HTMX is great. When you get into anything complicated or you start to have to live with something for a long time, you hit roadblocks right away. And the answer that HTMX came up with is just adding more and more tags. So you have HX target, HX select, and HX this, and the HX out of bound. So all of a sudden, your HTML, your hypermedia, is more about how you do a thing than what is happening on the page.
Right.
And that, to me, is a complete failure.
Right.
Because now you basically you've linked your back end to your front end there.
Right. I've not heard this before, but I now that you've told me this, I tend to agree, because I'm thinking back to things I had to do in HTMX in order to get some of the more dynamic aspects of a page to be dynamic. You start off exactly like you said. You start off with, well, let's keep it simple. We're going to send a fragment of HTML. Your backend has a state, and you swap it out. Hey, that's great. But then when you start adding like different ways to get to that same spot, now you've added so many HTML attributes in order to get that same endpoint, that essentially you're kind of writing like a sub language almost. Like you're starting to have to understand like a framework. You've kind of gone away from what HTMX was meant to be, which is like sticking very lightly to what you get in the browser, to now you have to learn HTMX, and there is a distinction there. So yeah, I think you're right. Okay.
Well, and so that was part of the problem, is that I saw right away that like, hey, this is all, there's a million tags here. There's over 40 or 45 last I checked, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot. And then you're like, okay, but if I have any kind of front end state, now I need to add Alpine, which is another 15 tags minimum, plus the extensions, plus all these things. And on top of that, I have to do polling. Now, all of a sudden, like one of the things, like Alex, I like a lot. Alex is from the, he's Pop Punk Pelosi in the HTMX space.
Okay.
But we've done talks and stuff, and like I like the guy a lot. But I've seen his 100-year service talk at Utah.js.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen this.
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you look at his thing, and all of a sudden you look at what he did in his endpoints. Guess what? That looks a lot like an RPC right there.
Yep.
That just looks like email RPC. That is not a good thing in my opinion. Like what he built, he basically rebuilt parts of the things that were wrong with SPA, and he did it in HTMX, and he says that's a value, and I'm like, you're just wrong. I don't know what, like, I will show you you're wrong, but again, it's wrong if you care about the same things I care about.
Right.
So it depends on what you care about. But I'm very big into performance. I'm very big into real-time systems. I work at Synadia now, which is the people behind Nats. If you don't know what Nats is, we do millions of messages a second on like budget hardware, and we do global superclusters. We're in like vehicles and all kinds of stuff that I can't talk about because we get paid to not talk about the systems we're in.
Yeah.
Like it's that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, so I think you alluded to this. So like, well, I don't think you alluded to it. I think you actually just straight out said it. So to the people who are listening, who like don't really live in the front end world, I think there is a gap. There is a gap that has been bridged by what you were saying. So if you're someone on the C side, for example, like I think Travis Travis is listening. So Travis is in chat. He's an amazing programmer. He's building his own 3D engine in Vulkan with C, just vanilla C, and it's just, you go watch his stream and it's like mind blowing. But the types of problems he'll care about are exactly the types of problems you described in that radar tech on the browser. It's exactly the same thing. How much can I squeeze every few milliseconds? What are the performance impacts of this? How am I going to send this data down? Like Travis has to worry about like how he handles his resources for his shaders and his textures, and he's working on physics now, and it's like, yeah, there's a communication layer that's involved there. It's just a different world of communication on the browser that you had to deal with. How do I go back? How do I handle like a consistent state going back 10 minutes, an hour, whatever, going back to that very quickly? How do I store that? Yada, yada, yada. These are things that I think if I asked any front end developer though, how would you tackle these problems that Delaney described? I think most, and I'm talking like more than 90%, would be like, I have no idea. The page load itself takes several seconds sometimes, let alone keeping me under 800 milliseconds for this complicated set of steps. And I think that mindset has been unfortunately lost because we've kind of just abstracted the problems away. Hardware has become better, and you can sort of sweep those things under the rug. And that's why I said at the beginning that I think front end is the place where like nobody's really holding anybody to the fire for exactly the kinds of problems you described. So I'm going to make an assumption here that because this is the way you think, DataStar was born out of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's just a difference in opinion on what is possible in the browser. There's things where like I talked about doing like, hey, I'm working on using HTMX for like some top secret stuff. And people kind of laughed about it in the HTMX community back then. They're like, haha, he's trying to do some stuff like lol, like, because they're there for the memes.
Right.
Or they're like, no, really, I think hypermedia is an amazing thing. And you guys are kind of like doing it a disservice right now.
Yeah.
And so this is the stuff where I just completely disagree with Carson to some degree, because he'll say like, hey, when is HTMX? And I think the problem is most people say HTMX and hypermedia are the same thing. He'll say, when do you not use HTMX? It's like, well, if you're building a spreadsheet or if you're doing Google Maps or doing stuff like that. And he's absolutely right. You cannot do that in HTMX. But I'm telling you right now, I do that kind of stuff in DataStar every day, and it works perfectly fine. In fact, I'm submitted a talk to Big Sky, and if I get accepted, guess what? I'm gonna be doing a spreadsheet and a Google Maps on stage, like while we're talking, because like that's not hard compared to the stuff that I'm used to doing, because like these can be kind of solved problems in the back end. So the thing is, you also, if you ask Carson, and again, I love Carson, I love what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
We just have different opinions and where we come from in different situations. And what I mean by that is like he'll tell you he doesn't build many things with HTMX.
Right.
Like he like built HTMX to be like, hey, this is a cool tool, other people should use it, but he doesn't like actively use it as part of his job. I'm one of the guys who does the proof of concepts for our customers, and I'll build up examples of how to use NATs and how to build up these systems. And guess what? I'm using DataStar every day to do those things because it's the fastest, most efficient way to build these things. So I can handle tens of thousands of things. In fact, a little while ago, Primogen ended up rating one of our talks, and I was doing we just had a community moment to say, hey, come look at what we're working on right now. And I had this drone game that I was working on, and every single person in the game would be basically making about 200,000 data points per minute when they played the game. And so 1,400 people started playing the game on my laptop at home, like on my garbage, like my little Lenovo laptop, and it worked fine. It worked fine. The only thing that was actually slowing down at all is logs. And I can send you a link to that and show you that, like, these are the kinds of things that it just handles. And that's including a full 3D engine with AR, like tilting mechanisms to be able to use your phone as a IoT device, and sending hundreds of thousands of messages, sending to everybody, doing real-time scrubbing of the events. All this stuff is happening. And it's the first paint, and it's 13K of like DataStar to run it. And then you use web components and other things to make the 3D engine. But the thing is, so I'm actively using this to solve some of the hardest problems. In fact, it's almost made it hard to explain to people, because they'll go, well, yeah, you can use it for games. That's great. Like you can do these crazy things, but yeah, can I use it for my CRUD app? And my thing is like, guys, like a CRUD app is just sending less data less often. Like it's an easier problem. Like just because I don't have a CRUD example. So what I do is I go make a CRUD example, and they're like, yeah, but you didn't show us how to like do notifications. It's like,
Right.
then do notifications. Like you're still engineers.
Right.
Like figure it out. Like I don't know.
Right.
Like my point is that if it can handle these kinds of levels where I'm thinking about hundreds of thousands of events, something at really low levels, and yet it can still pull it off, then you don't have to worry about that for your standard application, is what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
if you're building this kind of stuff, you're still gonna have to worry about it. It's still an issue, but you're always gonna have that issue. It doesn't magically go away by using DataStar.
Yeah. Okay. Man, I have a lot. But let's try and I'm going to try and keep it on a like a kind of more of a, we'll lead up to things. So, okay, so you've got DataStar. Tell us maybe at a high level. You can go deeper if you'd like to, if you feel up to it. What it uses, maybe a little bit as to how it uses it.
Sure. So one of the places I completely just disagreed with Carson on, and again, there's nothing wrong with HTMX. I want people to realize that my only issue with HTMX is that people use it as a framework and they don't actually understand what it's doing for them. So like nothing against Carson, nothing against HTMX. It's more, I have an issue with the community as a whole because they're just using it for the wrong things. But one of the things I thought that was very wrong is that I wanted things to happen in TypeScript because I wanted to actually understand statically analysis. Because I feel I'm a dumb engineer. I like static analysis to help me with like silly things, right? Like the problem is there's a ton of assumptions in HTMX. So I actually ported all of HTMX. You can find actually DelaneyJ/not HTMX2 because I was trying to make HTMX2 back then, like years ago, and I made TypeScript and I found over 800 issues, like on the first day. Like we're making a bunch of assumptions here, and over time they've fixed a lot of those assumptions. Like, so it's not like it was just a magic bullet, but part of it was like understanding. And so I wanted to move it to TypeScript and I want to make every single thing pluggable. And the reason why is because if one of us is wrong about something, I don't want to put all my eggs into Carson's basket, right? I want to be able to like swap something out and put it in my own thing. So when I first made DataStar, it literally was a pluggable version of what HTMX was doing. I wrote all the plugins for HTMX. I looked at them and I said, wait a second, I can do this in a better way. Hold on. I don't even know if I actually committed all the plugins because I basically started over with a brand new, like first principles. Okay, what are we trying to do here? And I ended up making DataStar. And the irony is I said, well, we have to have all the things that Alpine can do. We have to have everything that HTMX can do. We should be using SSE. We should do all this stuff. And the irony is I came out of it and my library was actually smaller than either one of my framework with all of these features was actually smaller. And part of that is around TypeScript because I can actually make a bunch of invariant checks at the beginning and then never have to do it again. And I'm guaranteed of certain situations, whereas with JavaScript, basically you have to check these invariants all the time because you can have runtime errors everywhere. Whereas I can actually solve it at the type level.
Right. Okay. Okay, that's good. All right, so that gives us kind of like an overview of what you're doing and how you're doing it with DataStar. Okay, so the I'm gonna pick a few vectors. I'll pick a vector and we'll go into it. So one of the things you brought up as you were talking about this is that for example, you said along the lines of unfortunately people take something like HTMX and they learn the framework as opposed to say how the framework actually works or what its intended purpose is. And so what they see is a tool, and then they try and make that tool work for all their problems, not understanding what problems that tool is supposed to solve. So I'm going to make an argument here that not only do I agree with you, but I think that is I'm going to bring this back to like the social thing at the beginning here. This is the vector I'm starting with, like the first vector we're going into. It's the social thing. We have a I'm just trying to make sure okay. So we have some kind of a social contagion. Let's say there's a social capture that has happened in the tech industry. That has captured people's minds. It's a social mind capture, and essentially it comes down to how people feel versus what is natural reality. And regardless, I'm talking tech here, right? I'm not equipped to talk about like wider societal problems. That's not my space. It's not what I do. But I can talk about tech. There is a natural order to technology, because ultimately something that you write in code is going to be executed on a machine. That machine is going to execute something in particular ways. When you do not know what that natural order is, and you're so far removed from it, then you don't understand the impact that your code that you're generating is having on how the machine is supposed to eat and execute your code. That is a huge jump. And the reason why I think that's happened is because people have become so accustomed to things like frameworks. You can just dump this under a broad category of abstractions. People have become so used to abstractions, and there's propaganda, definitional propaganda, where you're told by like popular tech influencers and streamers, you're told by colleagues, you're told by leadership, you're told by, even at the business level, executive decisions being made about like the kinds of teams and people they bring on and their knowledge and how you have to participate in that company to earn that paycheck. There are a lot of factors that go into essentially saying, look, programming is hard. Do you really want to do what those guys did back in the good old days where they had to like figure out what the assembly code did? You really want to do that? That's going to take forever. Our business is going to run. We're never going to have a product, etc. And besides, there's an implication that they're not explicitly saying, but it's implied. You're too stupid to understand what's going on under the hood. Use X abstraction. React being, in my opinion, the worst offender because it's the biggest, most prominent one that's sold as a silver bullet solution to all your problems. But it could be any framework. And then that mental mindset becomes ingrained into most programmers who go, oh, I see. This is what typically I get back, like a vast majority of the time in like this, when I engage socially with these arguments. It's like, well, hang on, Spiro. Why would I go and reinvent a wheel that has already been invented for me? That's what the abstraction is. I don't need to waste my brain cycles on that. All I have to do is provide business value and ship it fast. Someone much smarter than me already solved this problem. All I have to do is kind of plumb things together and put the glue around the pipe fittings, and I'm good to go. Well, you want me to go back and do these things by hand? And so and that's the way they look at it. And so then they something like HTMX comes out, and it's the beginning of a movement to like, hey, maybe we should start leaning towards the things that are like the natural order of things. And people go, no, HTMX must solve all of my problems. And they can't seem to escape that mode right now. That's the primary reason why I'm doing this stream. Okay, so what do you think of that?
So here's my big, like, I tried talking about this at Utah JS. I've never done a dev talk. It's funny because I actually spent years in the circus. And so you'd think I'd be very comfortable on stage. There's way too many ums if we send a link to the Utah JS. It's funny. If I'm on stage, I'm used to having like guns or whips or like being able to throw something.
I mean,
at somebody.
I'll try and get some if you want. I'll just start firing away on stream here.
The thing is that like, I'm not one of those guys that's comfortable on the camera just talking about tech. Like, this has been a very weird, surreal thing for me.
Yeah.
So, but the thing that I've seen, and so I went to Big Sky. No, I didn't talk at it.
Yeah.
But I did go to it. And my problem with what's going on right now, especially in the HTMX community, you'll never see me say a bad thing about Carson or like the core devs, but I definitely have some issues with the community there. And part of that is that they are pulling this. I've been around for long enough to see that they're doing the exact same thing that happened with the spa world, in that they are treating it as if they have the answer. And the problem is their thing is not complete. Carson will not say HTMX is a complete solution. It's just not. He never meant it to be. It's not supposed to be, but they'll treat it as such. And what I mean by that is they'll, like, if you went to the Big Sky conference or you've watched it, you saw one of the things where they one of the guys was building a Flappy Bird in HTMX, and it was polling, and it was getting like 5 frames a second, right? And like, it was like, YOLO, look how funny this thing is. Like, it's pretty meme heavy, and it's like, okay, great. But the problem is that you're putting SPA against HTMX, which by definition has to be an MPA. It just has to be.
Yes.
Even if you do HTMX boost, you're doing a pseudo SPA, you are still doing MPA.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that both of you are dead wrong. It is not a battle of SPA versus MPA. It's you're on a hypermedia client, you should be doing hypermedia. That's it. And both of you are wrong. And what I mean by that is that there's times when you have to have internal state or streams or these kinds of things happening on a page that do not comport with MPAs. And you have stuff that's people are building client-side routers and validation and all this stuff that should not be there either. So both of you are just straight up wrong about both of these situations. It's about hypermedia stupid. The thing is that Carson and the HTMX community in general is more right than the SPA community.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, the same sins are happening. I had things where someone did a snake game on Reddit. This is a while back. And they're like, hey, I made this snake game and it's 5 frames per second. Isn't this great? And I took its exact same code and I moved it over to DataStar and it was 50,000. In fact, I found issues with the micro Q task thing in Chrome because it just couldn't keep up, right? Like Chrome was the issue. And the thing is, you should never send that. You should debounce. You should do all these things. So I got it to 500. 500 is the maximum you can send FPS in a browser. It's just the maximum. But the point is, I brought that up and I showed it and they're like, yeah, why would I need that? It's like, okay, then we're talking about different apples and oranges because long-term cost, the amount you can scale up, how many people you can support. Like they're thinking about their one little micro thing as opposed to like, okay, I'm thinking about businesses and solutions and like deployments and like how much you can do on a machine if you understand what's going on. And they just don't care about that. So my fear is that people are talking about HTMX versus React when I think both of you are just straight up wrong.
Right. Okay.
That's it.
So so I would generally I would agree. I think there you kind of said this too though that there is a difference between the two, and they might be running on the same kind of paradigms and principles, and so maybe there's even overlap in the problems that they're solving, but there is definitely also an overlap in some of the negatives. And I think the negatives are the things that are the most prominent. They have taken over everything. And this is kind of why I feel a bit disheartened by the state of HTMX, not because of HTMX itself, but because of the way it was received. Exactly to your point, it was received as every other framework has been received in the last 5 to 10 years, particularly on the front end. That is a problem because that kind of a mindset is the incorrect thinking. Your thinking is what I believe to be the more natural. This is the way that things naturally are in this world. Why are you trying to define that, to defy that natural state by doing X, Y, or Z, or taking something that isn't intended to do what you want it to do and trying to make it do that? And then to add more to what you kind of said towards the end there, where they think about like their portion, like their little portion of what they're doing. One of the things we've been doing on my stream is I'm kind of like you. I don't just want to say stuff. I want to back it up. And so I am building this game and trying to squeeze out every bit of performance. We did some crazy stuff, like you can play the single player game and have people play the multiplayer at the same time with like a C-based WebSocket server. You can craft your own like the HTTP handshake and all that, and just upgrade to web. We're doing all that, right. But it's not just that. As far as I know, I'm the only person who's doing this anywhere in the tech sphere at all. I am tracking down, I'm spending months tracking down and filtering actual scientific and academic studies about any related topic. So an example of one we did was recently was TypeScript. And it went over thousands of open source GitHub repositories and compared them to thousands of open source vanilla JavaScript repositories, TypeScript to vanilla JavaScript, to determine whether TypeScript actually saved you anything. And the determination was that TypeScript will generally have about the same amount of bugs, number of bugs, quantity of bugs, as a vanilla JavaScript project. That number does get worse for TypeScript the more you use the word any in TypeScript. And yes. The other factor that it found as like it's related, but it's a secondary factor, which is the amount of time that it takes to fix a TypeScript bug once you have found the bug is on average 2 days longer in TypeScript than it is in JavaScript. So this is something that I don't think people think about. They think about the short term. What is my short-term gain here? And my short-term gain is something like, well, TypeScript gives me, like, I feel good. It's a vibe thing. I feel good because me and myself and my team and I can immediately apply types, and then you start feeling safe about your code. And note the words that I'm using. You start feeling safe about your code because TypeScript sells type safety. It's an emotional argument. And when you pressure someone to say, well, give me an objective argument why TypeScript would be better. Do you have any data to support it? Can you show me some long running data about like how things turned out in your project or whatever? They'll go, no, but my feelings though. And the things that I can offer right now though. Everything you're bringing up is, I think, alien to a lot of people, and it's a sad state of affairs to be in.
Well, so here's the thing: is that I think people will not, like, Carson's very ambivalent to JavaScript. He's like, yeah, it's a good scripting language, it's fine. And I'm like, no, it's kind of garbage, and like it's not very good. And the problem is TypeScript, and Anders specifically, the guy behind it, is really smart in trying to make it like a adopt-in kind of thing. I will say that if you just add TypeScript to something, you're going to have a bad time, and it's not helping you that much. In fact, when I said, they're like, hey, we're just going to add JS docs to HTMX, I'm like, that's not going to get you anything. And the reason why is because they're not actually embracing the language. They're just using it for the general, they're basically using it for documentation, as opposed to really understanding how partials work, how the underlying generics work, all this stuff. So if you just hand wave and say, I'm going to change things over to types and magically it's going to make my JavaScript better, JavaScript is not typed. So if you don't embrace the actual mentality of the language you're in, one of the things I think I'm pretty good at is picking, like, if I'm in Go, I think in Go, and in TypeScript, I think in TypeScript. Right. And if I'm in, Erlang, I think in Erlang, and really embrace the language. If you just do the thing is, because it allows you to kind of slowly embrace, you can make a bunch of bad mistakes of just being in JavaScript.
Right.
So they're not doing the same TypeScript I'm doing. I can tell you right now, because my code is smaller and faster, because I can check for all these invariants, because I can make sure things aren't happening. And the proof is in the pudding. Like the Java, if you just take the HTMX parts of DataStar and you build a bundler. By the way, there's a bundler built in. I don't do any node modules. I don't do any of that stuff. There's actually a Go binary builder built into the website. Mm-hmm. It's around 8.5K. For the equivalent of, including the entire core engine and everything that HTMX does, those plugins together is around 8.5K. So the proof is in the pudding. Mine's smaller, and it does the things that you were asking. So look at my code. The problem is TypeScript is a very wide range. It's something that you can select into. So doing broad scale choices in tech, I've seen so much bad TypeScript, but also people will put all their logic in TypeScript where we're trying to do the bare minimum, right? Right. If I have to do JavaScript, goddamn right, I'm going to be using TypeScript to do that right. If I'm building a web component, it's going to be in lit, it's going to be typed, it's going to be defined, and it's going to have all the right things in place so that I don't have to make those assumptions at runtime. My thing is the more things I can do in compile time and static checks, you're going to see me do that every single time. If you're doing a bunch of any's and unknowns and casting and doing that kind of stuff to make you feel good, then you're not using TypeScript, in my opinion. You're just using JS docs with more steps.
Right. Okay, so why do you use TypeScript?
Because I can basically check for invariants, and I can make it. So for example, in the DataStar, all of that's written in TypeScript, and the engine's written, and the thing is, it's 400 lines long, but the core concepts are, here's the contract that every single plugin is going to adhere to. I tried to make this work in HTMX. I tried to make it work in Alpine. I tried to make it so that HTMX, basically Alpine Ajax, I talked with Ian years ago about what he was doing in Alpine Ajax, and can we add more support for the things that HTMX does. I tried every route except for starting a JS framework. It's the last thing I fucking want to do, right?
Yeah.
By far. It's the worst thing for me. So yeah. I tried to go down all these routes, and what I'll say is, if you can define your actual contract then all of a sudden there's a lot of things that get a lot easier, especially around function definitions, around what you expect to come back. You don't have to check everything. You don't have to do all these runtime checks to see, is this really this state? Did someone send me something back wrong? They cannot compile if they don't do these steps. That saves you so many checks, and your code is actually faster because you're basically doing the equivalent of like in like a C language, you're doing like a function pointer. Once you set up that function pointer, the cost of going down the steps is the same. Like you're not dealing with vtables and all this stuff. Like there's a certain upfront cost of those vtables and doing abstractions. I'm basically getting rid of all those abstractions. The abstractions are in the logical side from a programmer standpoint, not at the runtime side. The runtime side, it is fast. It's not doing any of these checks. It's basically like doing O3 in C, right? Like you're just saying, I'm going to go balls to the wall. I'm not going to do any of these checks. Same with Zig, right? When you do fast compiles and it doesn't check for slices and stuff. Same ideas. Like I'm using TypeScript to do all these checks for me, basically the equivalent of comp time. And then at runtime, I'm doing none of these checks.
Right. Okay.
That's it. It's just faster. It's just straight up faster if you embrace it. And that's where people, I think, are just wrong. And I think Carson's wrong. But again, we come from very different backgrounds. I'm very much like, I have to be responsible for this code. I have to make it something that lasts a long time.
Yeah.
And I will take responsibility for every single line of code that I'm on a project.
Yeah.
So if I have to be that person, you're damn right. I'm going to use something that I have a agreed upon static idea of what types are safe and what's not safe.
Right. Okay.
That's just a fact.
Fair. Okay, so I'm gonna push back on you with the I take so when I work with code, I tend to reason about like why I would make a trade-off about using a paradigm or whatever versus not. But on stream, on purpose, I ask questions that take a very hard stance on purpose. It's not necessarily because I believe it is like the ultimate stance that everybody should be taking, but it's to ask the question in order to get to why. So when you say it is faster, what exactly is faster?
Yeah, perfect question. The faster is that you're making static analysis instead of runtime analysis.
Okay.
There's a ton of places in HTMX. I haven't looked in the code in a while, but you can look. There's a million times where they have to check if something's undefined, if something's actually an element, if something's just because they don't know because they're getting handed a bunch of stuff.
Right.
I can make that guarantee. Like because mine's plugin based, plugins don't make sense unless you have actual defined things that you know that you're going to get this certain thing out and that you're sending them this certain thing in. Like you're making a contract, and like using types for contracts is about the best way you can do that. And so it's faster because I can make less assumptions. I don't have to do as many runtime checks. So it's faster. There's just less runtime checks that have to happen.
Okay.
Like, could you make it so that you're not doing those checks? Yes, but you're going to have a bunch of runtime issues where you don't like, you're having to do those things on your own, and things like JS doc and all that, they work. The problem is they work on the method level. They're really good at the method level, right? Like JS doc and TypeScript are basically the same thing at the method level, but you have a bunch of internal stuff inside of your in your code where you are doing extra steps of like creating maps, doing these kinds of things, make sure you have the right type in and out, and doing a bunch of checks where if you're writing that code, you cannot look at that line out of 1,000 lines and say, am I sure that only strings are valid in this space, or could it be a number, or could it be an undefined, or could it be so, like, you don't know. So a lot of times in JS, you end up putting those lines in so that you have some assumptions made. I don't have to do that. I basically have the equivalent of O3 all the time.
Okay.
That's just easier. I'm lazy. So
Sure.
let the computer be good at static analysis.
Sure. Okay. So I'm putting on, again, I'm putting on my like a hard stance hat here. So what's faster here is your ability to, if I'm going to try and be as precise as I can, you write ultimately less lines of code, vanilla JS code, because in vanilla JS, to get the same, guarantees of inputs and outputs, you would have to write it. You would necessarily have to write in if variable equals null, if variable equals undefined or not undefined, or is nan or string or whatever. You're doing that less because what you're allowing TypeScript to do is to make that check for you. And the compilation step of TypeScript is essentially static analyzing on your behalf. Now, this also adds another benefit, what you're saying in terms of performance, where that means that not only do you get to write less lines of code, it also means that you have a cognitive performance boost. where your performance is your ability to trust what you're putting down, and therefore you can kind of skip over these, well, what if a bad thing happens here or whatever. And so cognitively there's a performance boost. Okay.
100%. You're dead on the money. And the thing is, this is where one of those things where I think the HX community is doing a disservice, because they basically have gone the, like, I said, hey, we should go TypeScript, and I showed we have all these issues. We need to like deal with them and say, hey, like we're making a bunch of assumptions here that we aren't sure about, that aren't, and those issues came up over the years. Like all the issues it's bad because I was like, hey, I want to help, but also at the same time, it feels bad because I kept saying, guys, this would have been fixed if we would have had TypeScript. Guys, this would have fixed. And like, they just have no interest in going that route. It's like, okay, I'm not really, like, my opinions are not wanted here, and that's fine. Like, one of our main contributors, Ben Croker, has been huge in the docs and all that. He was one of the main contributors of HTMX back in the day. So like, there's a desire to make these things better and easier. And my thing is, if TypeScript wasn't so much better, how is my code so much smaller than HTMX's? That's, again, I think you can get really into vanity metrics when it comes to like code size and code golfing and all that stuff. But look at the DataStar engine. The engine is less than 400 lines, including comments. Like, the engine itself is that small. The signal part is maybe another like 300 lines, but the actual engine itself is 400 lines long. Every single plugin for every single thing, the longest one is maybe 200 lines. So we're talking about so much less code, so much less cognitive stuff, and I do so much more than any of these libraries, let alone as a full framework. So explain to me how I'm getting those numbers, and I don't even consider myself a JavaScript guy. I'm not a JavaScript or TypeScript guy. I just use the tool because it's the only tool I have to do that stuff. And the problem is, things like WASM sound great on the surface, but when you get into the web, like, it's very hard to debug. It's very hard to get things, and it cannot be faster than JavaScript, especially when dealing with the DOM. It cannot be. It's just by the way it's been built. You can't be faster. I can write code that is more efficient for talking to WebGL in TypeScript than I can in WASM.
Okay.
Because there's a direct, like, I don't have to go through that extra layer of it. Like, yeah. So it's gonna be faster.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't like the state of affairs. It's just, that's what it is right now.
Right. So I would agree. That's why I've resorted to not having any glue code with WASM. WASM on the browser for my game remains simply as a number crunching game state manager, because it can do those internal operations faster than JavaScript can do those internal operations. And then all it does is it remains as a memory block in the browser. My JavaScript just reaches into that memory block, tells it to occasionally run a function, because any function execution from JavaScript into WebAssembly has a cost. So I try and keep low function calls. And anytime I do a function call, I try and make it so that it's a function call that operates on multiple types of data. So if I want to introduce SIMD or whatever in WebAssembly, I can do that. It'll run in the browser. And then there's nothing coming out. I don't deal with a DOM in WebAssembly. I don't do any WebGL. I don't even have WebGL, WebGPU, Canvas. It's all CPU operations with div elements. But I keep all that on the JavaScript side. So I completely agree with you there.
Well, and the thing is that WASM, the day, like, people ask, why isn't DataStar written in WASM? And I'll tell you, the day that you actually have direct access to the GC, and you have direct access to the DOM, and that SIMD, and like, you get off web workers and actually have real threads, I guarantee that day, like, it's going to be written in, it's going to be changed over to WASM because it's a better choice. But right now, it's not the better choice. And even when it comes to things like math operations, the underlying thing of WASM, it's still the same runtime. So I can tell you, if you do, like, if you know what's going on in the TypeScript stuff, I can write uint float array and do all the math there, and it's going to be the same speed as your C stuff. Unfortunately, I don't like that fact. It doesn't make me happy, but you can do the same things that WASM is doing. It's like the same things that are accessible. The one thing WASM has over the browser is that it can start parsing that stream immediately, so it doesn't have to do all the parsing steps, like the turbofan steps and the JIT stuff. It can just go directly to it. So the startup time for that kind of stuff is way better. But again, you're talking about milliseconds to microseconds, depending on the situation. So like, there's caveat emptor here, but I'm saying in general, especially if you're dealing with the DOM, you cannot get faster than TypeScript right now today, unfortunately.
Right. So if I was to implement SIMD with my WebAssembly code, which I could do, that's why I'm using like flat arrays and stuff everywhere, then I would get,
that's great.
Yeah. Okay. And so that, and
the thing is that, but the thing is, as soon as they make the SIMD stuff, I think there's some stuff that's staged. I don't know if it's
not quite fully out there. Yeah.
Right. So the thing is, as soon as they put it in fully complete, I guarantee that stuff's going to be available to the TypeScript side, and like it's going to be back to the same thing. Now, I think the memory layout and if you're doing manual garbage collection and all that stuff, that's great. But as soon as you get into green threads and like real interesting things that you could do to make this more efficient, then it's going to be a wash until they get an actual GC available to the WASM side. Because if you could hook it into the WASM side, I guarantee I'd be rewriting it in Go and doing that stuff. Because there's some things around Go routines and how you build up plugins and all that stuff that would be, if you could interact with the DOM in a like a reader writer mutex style, where you could actually have access to like a certain part of the tree and do row level locking kind of things with it. There's things that you could do amazingly well in WASM.
Right.
But we're just not there, unfortunately.
Yes. Okay. So it's.
Oh, I do want to answer. There's some people that are on the chat.
Sure.
One person was saying, "Oh no, what if HTMX and DataStar are also frameworks that include their own abstractions?" I want to cover this because that's the whole point of why I wanted DataStar to be written in the way it is because I think Carson was wrong for all the right reasons. He was what he's wrong about is not. HTMX library is great. The fact is that like the way people are using it or abusing it is just wrong. So DataStar is written so every single thing is a plugin. And I mean everything. You go look at it, the core is 400 lines, everything else is a plugin. That means that you can use DataStar and 100% disagree with me. Like there's kind of different levels. There's like my opinions on how to use DataStar. Then there's the framework, which is very hypermedia focused. And then there's the library, which is like, you could rebuild React, you could rebuild HTMX, you could rebuild all that completely in DataStar, and I'll be like, good luck, like have fun with your plugins, but I don't want to do it. But I basically didn't want to recreate what happens in Alpine, where they all have extensions where you can add stuff to it, but you can't take anything away from Alpine, and you can't take anything away from HTMX. There's a certain thing you have to buy into, and with DataStar that just does not exist. That's it. I just want to make sure that was covered because like, yeah, the thing is there are abstractions to DataStar, the framework, but DataStar, the library, is basically just there's a thing built into the browser. This is a spec compliant thing that every element can have a data-star element or attributes. And all that is it means that you have a map of string to string that you can put anything you want in there and it'll be technically valid HTML. That's it. That's literally all it is. And all DataStar is doing is saying, we're going to extract that key, we're going to extract that value and turn those things into like reactive expressions. And we're going to turn this thing into a bunch of modifiers and hooks and things and hook it into automatically loads plugins and all these things. But it's only 400 lines. It's not like this crazy, big, complicated thing. You can read the whole thing and keep it in your head and you're done. Like there's not that much going on. And that's what I want to make sure people are aware of is that the plugins that are in place right now are stuff that I'm doing to handle millions of messages a minute and 100 million messages an hour, that kind of problem. So if it works for that, it probably works for your problem. But even if I'm completely wrong, if Delaney is just straight up, what's the opposite of Giga Chad? I don't know what it is. Like the
loser Chad? I don't know.
Because there's midwit and there's the other guy. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
The worst case is I'm a midwit, right? Like I'm in the middle. Like, that's the worst. So if I'm a midwit, then make a version that's better than mine. But I didn't want to recreate this over and over again. In fact, for April Fools, I was going to rewrite everything, all the HTMX tags in DataStar because you can 100% do it. Like you can 100% recreate Alpine in DataStar. You can 100% recreate HTMX in DataStar. You can create React of all things. You can do a VDOM with Preact and all that stuff in DataStar, but you can't go the other way. That's what I want to make sure people are aware of.
Feel free to answer anybody else's questions at any point if you want.
That was the one I want to make sure that they're like, oh no, there's more extractions. And the whole point I had is that I don't want to be a JS guy. I want to, over a long enough time period, be Tom Sawyer and like see what cool stuff people are building with this stuff and use your plugins, not the ones I've written. Because I feel like someone's got to do this better than me. Like there's the Ryan Carnitos, who's the guy behind Solid, who are crazy smart. There's the Rich Harrises of the world. Like between those two, they've forgotten more about JS than I've ever learned, right? Like I learned about signals and SJS back in the day from Ryan's talks and Ryan said, like, all these things are really good ideas. But the thing that I've seen from a guy that doesn't consider myself in this world, like I'm kind of a mid-level game dev guy, is that they're all really smart at solving the wrong problem. And they are so incredibly good at thinking about these benchmarks and this low level stuff when it's like, okay, it doesn't matter. Like right now we're technically using Preact Core for our signals, but I can change it out with Alien or anything else the next day. And because it's declarative, it doesn't matter. And because you have so few signals on the page anyway, it doesn't matter. Like we're talking like microseconds in here for full VDOM things. The thing that's really to go to this thing of like people not understanding the underlying tech, the part that's really hard about the web, and this is really hard for people to grasp that care about performance. There's nothing faster than sending down a big string of text. And what's a big string of text? What's HTML? It's just a big string of text. So because the browsers are built as an engine of just parsing through that stuff at crazy rates, they can handle hundreds of millions of DOM nodes a second, just taking that big string and turning it into something. So instead of trying to be really smart about all these crazy things about how to handle VDOMs and reactivity within their internals of their JS, send down big chunks of fragments is the best idea Carson had. It's really smart, but for the times where you do need that front end interactivity, you still need things like signals and all that. So that's the part where I feel like Carson went off the boat. It was like, yeah, I don't care about this stuff. I remember when I showed him DataStar, he didn't even know what a web component was. And that's not a knock on him. He just doesn't need that.
Right.
But as soon as you get into needing reactivity and internal state and all these kinds of things, you have to care about this stuff. Like you can't just say, I like making MPAs. Like that's not good enough. So it's not about MPA or SPA. It's about hypermedia.
Right. You use the thing for what it's intended to be used. You'll make it quite far.
Well, and you go to that point 1 second, like, 'cause in fact, I want you to talk a little bit about some of the drama that I've had the last few days. Is one of the things someone said is that like, I really don't like it when senior engineers think that like, I really don't trust a senior engineer that thinks that a solution is good for all situations. And like this DataStar guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And my point is the problem is the problem. And Mike Acton is really famous for saying that in the game development space. The problem is the problem. And the problem that we're dealing with when we're making websites is that we have a hypermedia client. It's called the browser. So what is the best way to hand it stuff is to give it hypermedia. And so he made it a fight between SPAs and MPAs and all this stuff. And he was completely fighting a straw man in that, like, he thinks that, like, I think that this is the best choice. It's the best choice if you're dealing with an actual hypermedia client. Handing it hypermedia and thinking in the terms of hypermedia, whether it's streaming and all these things, is where your head has to be. And if you don't do that, you're adding a whole new layer of wrongness to your mental model. So he has the wrong mental model, and most people have the wrong mental model, including most HTMX users.
Right. Okay. There's a lot to unpack there.
Sure.
Well,
I'll shut up for a bit.
It's okay. It's all good. You feel free to interrupt and yeah. Okay, so to kind of close off the WASM thing, I'll grant you everything you're saying because I don't think there's very much I would argue with that. One of the benefits that I have with WASM is that I get to write my game state code in C. It's just numbers in and out, and then I can compile that C code and know that my game executable remains the same. If I choose to write a desktop renderer, I just use the exact same C code. There's no change. If I write it in JavaScript or TypeScript or whatever for the browser, my game state code necessarily has to be converted into something that I could then run on a browser if I want to avoid something like using Electron, which I want to avoid, right? So ultimately, all things being equal, that I get the benefit of my C code is exactly the same from platform to platform. I just have to deal with compiling it, but I know that once compiled, it is exactly the same state. So that's one thing that's ultimately like the lowest level thing I can think of, which is cross portability is really good for that particular reason. Okay, let's put that aside for a minute. And we were talking about signals and the difference between hypermedia and signals, and we were also talking about TypeScript. I'm going to bring it back to TypeScript for a second because I think it's a lead into what you were touching on. So you were saying that TypeScript gives you a static analysis of your code, which helps you to have some guarantee on what something should be and whether it is that thing or not. That is something that happens when you compile your TypeScript code. It does the static analysis check, and then you have the compiled TypeScript code, which is ultimately JavaScript, right?
Yep.
So then you run that JavaScript on the browser. Now, what happens when you have something that's like function receive message from third party service, and there's a external HTTP call you have no control over, and it sends you something that statically compiled correctly because TypeScript was like, well, you told me what I should expect in this function, but now you're doing a just-in-time runner check on what that is, and it's not that thing. What happens then?
Yeah, things fail because the whole point of, to me, TypeScript is putting a Band-Aid on the situation that we only have JavaScript in the front end. Like
Right.
that's just the nature of the problem. Is that Carson has a great quote, is that the best thing about JavaScript is that it's there, right? So the thing is that DataStar, for example, all the code is completely contained within the plugins that are there, right? Like, so anything that's coming from that is coming from like, I'm not playing the spa game of having a bunch of state in my front end. Like that's just not happening. So the thing is that I'm getting code from a backend service that you can use DataStar without any kind of SDK or anything in the backend, but we come with, I think, 7 or 8 now, where you can use it in these different languages, and you're guaranteed that if you use this thing, it follows this protocol, you're going to get sent down the right thing. So like if you're using the protocols, we do the right thing. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of TypeScript, but when it comes to building tools and building plugins and building the minimal viable thing on the browser, it's the best option there is. If you're using it to decode fetches and do try to say, I'm always going to get guaranteed this thing's going to be this way in a general SPA, you're going to fail. There's no fucking way you can ever do it, because then you're going to have a million checks and then you're back to JavaScript. Like there's no way to work around it. Now there are tools like Zod and all that make it a little bit better, but you're still playing the game of like, you have to fight with things that are out of your control. The whole point with DataStar and being a full stack developer is that none of this is out of your control. None of it. There's nothing that's out of your control in DataStar. And anything that, if you're talking to some backend service that you don't control, guess what you're doing it in? You're doing it in your backend service where you can actually do sanity and validation checks and all these things. So like part of the thing is I work on Nats, and we actually have a way to do Nats in the browser, like Nats WebSockets is what it's called. And that's, none of us, like even the people inside of like Snadia and Nats say that's a bad idea unless you absolutely have control over it. Like you should not be exposing your Nats to things. So if you can keep it internally and use something like DataStar to actually drive the visuals of that, that's great. Same thing with the WASM thing that you're talking about. I've thought about doing basically the equivalent of Hyperview in Fine, which is a Go project that's basically does the browser, the desktop, and mobile, and it basically is the equivalent of React Native but in the Go world, and building basically the equivalent of Hyperview but for DataStar. And that's a great idea. And but then you're not doing hypermedia, right? Like you are making a different choice. You're using the browser as basically as a sandboxed environment, and that's good too. My whole thing is, if you're doing hypermedia, you should do hypermedia, and if you're doing basically a native app, you should do a native app. Like they are different things, and people keep conflicting these two ideas together when they're just wrong. Like I love native apps. Like I love making games, but they are different applications depending on the different trade-offs that you have. And I think that's one thing that we were talking about before. People have lost the ability to understand that, like, look, if I'm doing hypermedia, I'm going to embrace hypermedia. If I'm doing a native thing, then I need to build the equivalent of Hyperview, but build it not in React Native because that was a dumb idea.
Correct.
Not because they're dumb, but because they're like, that's not going to be performant.
Yes.
Like it's just to me, it's a bad implementation of a great idea.
Yes.
That's it.
I agree. Okay. So, I swear, I promise I'm going somewhere with this because I think it ties in.
Oh, sure.
So,
yeah. So you can talk for as long as you want.
So, okay. So you've got TypeScript. You've compiled the JavaScript. You have I'm gonna push back on you in like a hard mode stance here. Delaney has admitted, by his own concession, he has admitted that TypeScript cannot save you from all problems. TypeScript does not actually save you from improper typing, especially when you're talking about things that are outside of TypeScript. Haha. Listen, why then would I add an extra build and compilation step when I could just have my programmers understand that this is the world they're going to live in with or without TypeScript, and instead of building there, like you said, there's a trade-off. There's extra steps that I'm going to get to the exact same place. Instead of that, why not attack it from Programmers should read the documentation. Maybe it is JS doc. They should understand that if they give me the wrong data, I am not going to deal with it. And we should be asking more from programmers instead of trying to create solutions and automating away problems by adding additional potential problems, such as extra links in the chain to get to exactly the same place you were before.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. And this is a big fight I had in the HTMX community because there's actually a channel. I don't know if it still exists because I haven't checked in a while, but there's a TypeScript Mind Prison Thunderdome somewhere in the HTMX community. And that started because of me years, like a long time ago.
Nice.
And you can see me fighting the fight of saying, and the problem is that people weren't very good interlocutors. And what I mean by that is that they were not listening to the actual reasoning behind it, because it wasn't like, I want to feel like this is the right type. It's like, no, we can actually define this and get this to be the right type. Right. The thing that I have issue with is that people talk about using TypeScript in the backend, which I think is like, we have a whole community that uses it, and I tell them like, hey, that's a bad idea. Like, you shouldn't be doing this. And the thing that I see is that for things that are so fundamental, like the declarative stuff and what DataStar is doing underneath the hood, that is all written in TypeScript, and it gets compiled because I have to get something on the page. But I'm doing the minimal amount of JavaScript that is physically possible to get the actual tooling you need to build a website. So the problem is not TypeScript, it's that they're not actually understanding the ramifications of the runtime they're running. And like, to make JavaScript actually be logical, like you have to know what you're working on. Like, if you know that your world is JavaScript, you need to accept that fact, and that is part of the problem, right? Like, that is just a native part of the problem. If you're like, I'm just going to say as foo, when it's like, okay, I didn't check that foo, I didn't have control of foo, I need to like analyze that foo exists. Like, that is the problem. So the problem is the problem, and you'll hear me say that all the time, is that TypeScript doesn't magically save you. And anyone who thinks that is not actually being an engineer. So you can't just say like, oh, I'll use TypeScript and magically all my problems in JavaScript go away. If your runtime is JavaScript, which is what the browser is, that's your problem. Now, I will say that if you're doing this in the back end and you're purely TypeScript, you can get away from some of these issues. You can deal with some of these situations. But again, whenever you're dealing with the network, you still have to unmarshal and validate and all that stuff. That doesn't go away with Go. It's not like Go magically makes the network unmarshaling correct. Like, if I deal with CBOR or even protobuf, I still have to validate and go through all the steps to make sure that like, is an error happening or not? Like, that's just part of being an engineer. So I think like, it's easy to shit on TypeScript, and it's even easier to shit on JavaScript. But that's not the actual problem I think you're highlighting. Like, if there's a mentality around TypeScript that it magically makes things better, that's dumb. But if you're saying I'm going to fully embrace it and use it for what it's good at, then you're an engineer. That's just part of being an engineer in my mind.
Right. Okay. So I think you're right. So I'm taking off my hard stance pushback mode. So this is what I actually believe, which is, and so this is going to lead now into what you were kind of alluding to before, which is kind of like some of the battles that you've had online about the framework fixes everything kind of thing, right? I would be okay with more of these paradigms, more of these tools, abstractions, libraries, frameworks, languages. I would be okay with them existing and being used even as much as they are used today, with a difference of programmers can at least more than 50% of them can talk about why they exist in the first place, at least to some degree, like you and I are talking about it. That's not what I see. And that's where the actual problem is. So it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. You have programmers who, in my opinion, are currently not even being encouraged to understand things at the level you're talking about. And part of the reason why they're not being encouraged is because they're told, this thing solves your problems. Why would you even care to wonder what's going on here? It's solved. Everybody's using it. Multi-million-dollar companies are making money off things. Look at all the products you're using. You're probably using it on your phone or on your desktop right now. What's your problem, man? Just use the thing. So there's no encouragement to learn why the thing even exists in the first place, let alone how it even works. And so what it does is it's a feedback cycle. It's a negative feedback cycle where it's like, well, I've added extra steps to get to what is admittedly the same place that I started. Ultimately, that's ultimately what we're saying here. Why do I have these extra steps? Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't need to know. Okay, but now I've added more steps because I've built more problems. Because now what's happening is that we're seeing that there are problems created by abstractions that are solved by, shocker, further abstractions, and it's we're in a negative feedback cycle. So if that's kind of the point of why I take the hard stance, because I don't see people. I don't necessarily agree with the hard stance. I'm not saying we should all go back to assembly and we should throw everything away. I'm doing it for the purpose of the conversation, which is, do you even understand what the heck you're doing or why and what the cost is? And if you don't, then maybe that's really the problem, right? And so then you have people. So I'm going to try and tie it into what you were wanting me to get into before. Then you have people who come in and say, yes, but exactly like I said, problem solves abstraction solves so many things. Why would you need anything else? Why go reinvent the wheel? What the heck? You're just creating your own abstraction, right? Like what the heck are you doing? Or they internalize the argument. It's an internalized feeling argument, which is something along the lines of, wait, let's pick React because it's an easy one to pick on. Unfortunately for React, it's easy to pick on. You've created like at least 3 or 4 layers of indirect abstraction to do something that the browser already does for you, and at least these days it does it extremely fast. In some cases, even faster than your React code does it. And somebody in React,
it can,
it can absolutely. And people are shocked when I say that because it's like they don't even know that they can do that. They're shocked when they see what I can do with just the vanilla stuff I'm doing on the game, right? To your point, if you can build a game that can function on the browser, doing many different things, many reactive things on the client extremely fast at 30, 60, 120 FPS, then your little dinky moving pixels around when you click a button should be no problem. But people come to me, and this is an actual argument I've heard. Yeah, but when I was working on a team of 100 developers, there's no way we could have made it without this thing. And this is the fundamental problem. I would be okay. Like maybe React would still exist in my world, just in a different way, but people just don't even understand the why, or let alone the how.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. And one of the things I did a talk in I think October around at Utah JS Conf, basically showing off DataStar and saying, hey, so I built a application. It's a local thing, so it's not supposed to be happening on the browser, but basically it's like a local app. So instead of doing a native app, it's a local app that then uses the web browser as its UI, right? And the way I built that is I basically built a 3D engine that uses web components under the hood, and then you basically do higher order components for like setting up a scene. And you guys can go look at that talk. But the interesting thing is I am updating tens of thousands of elements on the page.
Yep.
Via just DOM updates, right? Like the thing is, I just was like, look, one of the things that you do in game dev a lot of times is you're like, I'm going to be dumb right now on purpose just to see what the layers are of like what assumptions I can make so that I can then get smart here in a little bit, right? That's just something that you normally do. But the irony is that I tried this dumb thing of like, I'm going to like every single frame, I'm going to send down like 10,000 elements. I'm going to send down every single node that's in this UI. I'm going to change the camera via DOM. Which, right, like, so just pure web component way. And the crazy thing is, if you look at my flame graphs in that talk, they're like tiny, like what the browsers are able to do, being smart about things, and the things that I'm doing in idiomorph, and using the browser for what it's good at. I couldn't even make it, like, even if I went faster, it's already like sub millisecond levels where it's hard to time in the browser. Like, it's just a non-issue. So the irony is, I was like, look, I'm not saying everyone needs to build everything this way, but hypermedia is so good at doing logically on your mind. It's such a easier way to think about it than having to think. Like, I still do things in ECS and all that. In fact, we can talk about some of the game engine stuff that I've done lately.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I've ruffled some feathers in that space too.
Please, that's right.
But the thing is that you realize how fast things can be and how good your hardware is. Like imagine like when people talk about, for example, SIMD and stuff, and like if you really understand AVX and you understand what you can do on a per thread basis, and if you just do a little bit of research on that, you're like, wow, I can do some really smart stuff here.
Right.
Well, guess what? Like understanding the 6502, understanding the register set, understanding ARM, all these things are really valuable. You know why? It's because you have to understand what the problem is, what the actual registers are doing. Guess what the browser is? It's a set of understandings of what is capable and what is how things get processed, and like actually doing metrics based testing to see how much this instruction costs, what's the downside. And what I've found from doing real world stuff is that hypermedia is never the problem. Like if you actually are doing hypermedia correctly,
Yeah.
that's just a non-issue on the modern browsers, including in mobile and 3G and all that stuff. So my thing is, look, you can have all the benefits of having a thing that's simple, like setting up basically down some like text elements of basically XML of this declarative style, and it just magically works is amazing. SQL works the same way, guys. This is not magic. Like SQL, you don't understand what's happening in the actual parse engine and how it's evaluating and how it's looking at the tables and keeping track of the indexes. Like you just say create index and it goes, okay, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
If you're going to embrace declarativeness, if you're going to embrace hypermedia, then do it correctly. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I think DataStar is the closest answer. I don't know if it's the right answer, but it's the closest one I found.
Right. So this is a good thing that I see it as a positive of HTMX and your framework, because if you're going to create a library or a framework or a language or whatever, or an abstraction of any kind, I would rather see it such that it encouraged programmers to ask the question of like, what the heck am I actually doing here? Why am I using this way? If you can at least coax the programmer who's using it to ask that question, it's the gateway, the gateway narcotic to, hey, there's good things happening underneath, and you have been told that something is something, and it's not. It actually isn't. Like exactly to your point, the DOM is slow. This is one of the things I bring up when I am building my game and I turn off hardware acceleration in my Chrome Canary build and I run everything on the CPU, and it's purely DOM elements with background images with a one atlas. And people are like, what the heck? How do you make this fast? Guess what? It actually is fast, and it has been fast since almost 2010. And I wish I had the link, but I have a link where someone in 2012 wrote a blog article, and they had it's like an iframe with some code, and all it did was create a bunch of div elements that had they were like sprites, and they were just z indexed, absolute position layered over each other, and some vanilla JavaScript that just like animated them, made them like bounce around the screen. And what you would do is you'd jack up the number of elements on that page, and you watch your frame rate counter, and your goal was to try and keep it to 30 frames or less. I could run like 10,000, almost exactly what you were saying, about 10,000 elements just going like, animating on screen before I started seeing like 32, 34. That was in 2012.
And even then you're not even doing the smart stuff of like checking for quad trees or doing like patching or anything like that. It's just being dumb.
It's just
still
dumb.
fast enough.
Yeah. So this is like the thing that I don't think programmers are encouraged to look at. They're not even encouraged to understand it, chicken and egg thing. And this is why I like the abstractions, the recent abstractions of HTMX and DataStar and Laravel a little bit, although I think Laravel has lost its way a bit. Where they encourage you to understand what the heck you're doing. Or at the very least, they encourage you to ask some questions that can lead to. Whereas something like React here's like the inverse, right? You pick up something like React and you do something, and React doesn't ever say like, here's how the vanilla JavaScript under the hood of like, here's how it actually operates. It's like, no, you're learning what happens in the abstraction. That's what you're learning. You're asking why the abstraction does an abstraction thing. And that's where the negative feedback cycle is. So why don't you talk a bit about what the kind of like the battle or battles you've had engaged with in more of like the social sphere, and because I think it ties into this.
Yeah. So the thing is that I'm very much I've dealt with some pretty hardcore using the web in a hard way to a degree where I'm like, I will take basically any comers in the space, not because I'm good, but because most of the time people are dealing with CRUD apps and like they aren't really like dealing with the lower levels that I deal with. And it's like someone that was doing the kinds of stuff that I've done in the browser, we would not be having these arguments, right?
Right.
So I've talked about like, to a sidestep here just for a second,
Yep.
is that Carson is like an amazing person, right? Like he's just a great guy,
Yeah.
and he's talked about like being nicer. Everyone needs to be nicer to each other, right?
Yes.
He's right. The only issue is that I kind of see him as like the Eero from Last Avatar, like really smart, really wise. The problem is I haven't gotten there yet, and the problem is that we care about different things. Like he is a teacher, and he can think of things in a more academic level. I think mine is like I want to get stuff done. I'm going to be responsible for this. This code's going to live for a long time. Like our life experiences are different, so I will be much more fiery in that. Like I will say, like, look, we should have a bake-off. We should have these conversations. Like it shouldn't just be about opinions. And I found that a lot of times when people talk about stuff, they're like, just like the CRUD thing, they'll be like, hey, yeah, it works great for games and for what you're showing, but it can't work for a CRUD app. Like it just couldn't work. And I go, okay, I'll go make a real-time version of this, and or I'll make a CRUD app version of this, and it'll actually be less code.
Right.
Like I can guarantee you, any HTMX app you make over that's more than a month old, it will be less code in DataStar. And I'm very confident in that, and I'll take anybody up on that bet because I saw the path that you go through. But there's other times where you have something like a little while ago, maybe a month ago, maybe it's been more than a month, 2 months. Theo did a video. I'm not one that watches like the Primogen or Theo and stuff like that. It's just not my wheelhouse
Yeah.
of the stuff that I watch on YouTube. But
Yeah.
he did a thing that someone linked me to that was like, hey, I think DataStar would be really interesting in this. And it was a 5 apps or 1 app in 5 frameworks.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so he did a thing where he did T3, his thing, and then React, and he did other things. And then he did this Go version. And I watched it, and someone's like, hey, I think DataStar would be really good in this space. And I'm like, okay. So I watched the video, and I saw it, and I was like, that is the worst version of Go I could possibly see. Like, basically their thing is like, yeah, we don't care. Like, we're not going to even try. Like YOLO, go. And I'm like, okay. My thing was not so much like, hey, I want to inject DataStar into here. It's more that like you did go dirty
Right.
because you don't understand it. That's okay. So long story short, I made a version that is now these last I checked. And to be clear, I'm not trying to like start things because again, I'm not a social media guy, but
Yep.
I reached out to Theo over months to say, hey, like you said you'd look at it. Because I said I'm not going to do it unless he looks at it. He said he's going to look at it. He DM'd me later saying, hey, how do I run it? It's in Docker. Like that's how you run it.
Right.
But it was the least amount of code of any example. It was the fastest, and it used like 10 times less memory last I checked.
Yeah.
So it was actually smaller than the T3 example.
Yeah.
And it did prefetching built in. It had like DataStar streaming stuff built in. Like it was faster in every way. First paint, like how much memory, in every capable way. It's not to say it's the best app, and I probably have bugs in it because I basically said, okay, here's my starting point.
Right.
Let's have a conversation.
Right.
And then he basically just did not engage with it.
Yep.
So my issue right now is I can prove someone wrong, and because the way socials work, if we got into a fight about it, I'm some nobody. I have like no Twitter or YouTube or whatever. I don't have any of this stuff.
Yeah.
So they're gonna look bad if they bully me, but if I show them up, they're gonna look worse.
Right.
So I don't know, like I will take people up on the fight, but again, no one's gonna want to fight me on a social media platform because they're gonna look bad no matter what. Even if they're right, they're gonna look bad.
Right.
And it's nothing but value to me, I guess. But again, I don't want to be the JS framework guy. I don't care about any of this stuff. The only thing I want to do is pay it forward in a way that I wish I had when I was coming up, that like, hey, there's a better way. Like I used React back in 0.4 days, right? Like it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it was a render VDOM library back then.
Right.
And I was like, oh, this is actually a pretty smart way to deal with some of the issues that were, because I understand exactly how spas came about. And the reason why is because the backends were all thread based at the time. So if you have a per thread per connection, it does not scale. It cannot scale.
Yeah.
We've fixed all that since then. Like you can have 10,000 people on a core. I understand how spas came about. I have no idea why we still are using them. It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Yeah.
So the problem that I'm having is that I'm having fights where people are talking about vibes and about 100-person teams, and but as soon as I engage with them with actual
Yep.
workable examples, they change the thing. Like I had someone say not too long ago, is like, oh, this thing doesn't scale. And I'm like, well, I'm doing millions of messages a minute and I can do like a billion an hour. Like, what are you talking about scale? And he's like, well, I mean, 100-man team. And I'm like, I've never been on a project where you actually need 100 people on
Yep.
any project, on any UI ever. So maybe I'm just dumb and work on small things, but I mean, I've done stuff for US Cyber Command. I've done stuff for NORAD. I've done some pretty decent things. And I don't think you need a 100-man team for almost anything
Yep.
in the web. Show me something that's the case. Like people forget that Google, like Gmail, was written by like 2 guys, and like it's taken more people over time. But like these currently think it takes more people than it actually does to solve these things. If you actually look in game development, most games are written by 4 to 8
Yep.
guys that are actually writing the game most of the time. The rest is content developers and other things like that. But the actual core engines, there's only a few people that actually write game engine-y type things. People forget what you can do as an engineer. Like you are 100x of an artist. And that's one reason why I went from being a 3D artist to being an engineer, because I felt like I could have more impact writing tools for other artists and doing other things, because I felt like it was a better use of my time because I could actually be an amplifier to other artists. That's how I got into coding in the first place.
That's really cool. Well, we're going to talk about games because there are a lot of gamers there, including, like I said, Travis, he's building his own video game engine.
Yeah, that's great.
So we'll get into that. But if you're okay with it, I will go and drop some real talk about the social aspect of what you're experiencing, and I'll try and give you my perspective on it, and maybe it'll help. But it's going to be there are going to be some people who don't like what I have to say, and you know what? Frankly, I don't care. So first of all, you brought up Carson saying like we have to be nice, like not have to be nice, but like, we should be nice to
Right.
About these topics. Now, generally, I would actually agree that we should be nice about these topics. However, I disagree. I don't think we should be nice. I think the time for being nice is long gone. The reason why I say that is because if you just look at what's happening in the market, for example, the effects of people not understanding what they're doing when they run an NPM install an entire project causes downwind effects that people don't think about nor care about, such as this is one of my favorite scientific things to bring up. What do you think the cost of, so I want to be clear about it. When I talk about the cost of cybersecurity, I'm not talking about the cost of paying people who do cybersecurity things. I'm talking about when there is an exploit that is exploited. What is the real world cost effect that comes from those exploits? What do you think that number is on a generally like yearly basis for the past maybe 5 years?
In the billions to trillions, like it's so high. I my brain doesn't even know.
So
I
it's,
can't even think of that number.
yeah. So in 2023, it was approximately $7 trillion US, which makes it the third largest economy, only next to US and China. That's it.
That
And those are the
sense.
cost effects. And like I said, I'm taking a page out of your book, or you're taking a page out of mine, or we are on the same wavelength, however you want to say it. The proof is in the pudding, right? And so I went over a 4-hour stream. Part of it was talking about reading the actual academia on these exploits and how these numbers come about. And it's things like a cybersecurity issue will cause 911 centers for one state in the US to go down for a few hours. You have no idea the cost of life to someone who cannot call 911. You have no idea the cost of life when the entire US eastern seaboard cannot get access to gasoline because there was some kind of like a crypto issue where something got taken and gasoline could not be shipped via truck because of that software issue. You have no idea what it costs when like ambulances can't get out because the power goes down in I think it was 3 states. It was a very short period of time, but it was like more than an hour or something like that. How do you actually put a cost of life or a consequence cost on that? It's actually not calculatable. You can't quantify it. So the estimated costs 2023 was 7 trillion. These are things that people don't think about. So when it comes to the social aspect of it, what people see is kind of like their little world and what they're working in. And so that's why it's hard for them to fathom anything beyond that. They can't fathom when you bring up Well, I can create something that does thousands of operations per millisecond, per second, whatever it is. They cannot step just a little bit further to go, given my little slice of the world, what would that look like if I imported it? And so part of that problem is they don't understand the downwind consequences, either negative or positive, of what they're doing. They wouldn't even begin to know how to prove it or how to deal with those consequences if they were actually faced with it. Now, that's for a number of reasons, some of it like external to tech, but influencers, tech influencers and tech streamers are doing a massive disservice to a vast array of programmers. This is why I think people like you and me don't get the viewership numbers that these guys do. Same with like someone like Travis, for example. I bring up Travis all the time, but there's a few other people like Laugh. Like I have lots of really smart people who I would like give up anything to go work with them at any given moment of any given day because they're so intelligent. But their viewership numbers when they go online or when they post something is nowhere near. It's like a drop in the bucket compared to what the influencers, the streamers get. This is the social difference. The social difference is that people like Primogen or Theo or even someone like Pirate Software who's kind of aligned with your history, has like cybersecurity background and he builds video games and stuff. He gets like tens of thousands of viewers too. They're in it for the entertainment. That's how they get their viewership numbers. So you'll have programmers, especially budding programmers who want to learn, and they go for the entertainment value first. And so you'll have some of them who they all have their own way of doing like the entertainment portion, their own personalities, their own, whatever gimmicks they have to do their entertainment. But what they failed to do, in my personal opinion, is offer the real world effects of the things that they promote to the people who watch them. So you have someone like Theo who did exactly what he did with Go, but he did it to Laravel. I watched it too, and he did Laravel dirty. And he does this all the time. I'm not afraid to call Theo out because I just don't think he gets a lot of things wrong or a lot of things right. I think he gets a lot of things wrong. I have like zero problem telling him that. I even went on I did a 3-hour stream covering one of his 1.5-hour streams where I literally pulled up Notepad and vanilla raw dog JavaScript to show that Theo was wrong about a bunch of stuff he said about frameworks. But that's not their point. So the issue here is that you're not fighting them on the same level that they're fighting. It's a different battleground. Your battleground is, listen, guys, we've gone off of the reservation a bit, so to speak. We've gone off the beaten path. I can prove it to you, but their battleground is, I need to get my viewer counts up, the sponsorship deals. I have to make money doing this. And unfortunately, there are not a lot of people who are willing to sit down and hear the conversation that you and I are having. Not a lot of people who are willing to sit down and watch me write the things that I'm writing, even if it is a video game. And so because of that battleground difference, it's a smaller portion of people who jump on because there's little to no entertainment value there. It's all up here in your head. And that's where the disconnect is.
I mean, there's the one thing that I can say is it's funny because I saw Casey Moriarty on a Primogen thing because when I saw him in Big Sky, I was like, I ended up following him on Twitter because we started having a conversation. But Casey is crazy smart, right?
Yep.
Like he actually knows ASM, he knows his stuff. And I knew him from back he worked on Granny, which is a dual quaternion thing for animation, which is actually
Cool.
I used back in the day. Like I think of him as like a animation system guy from the Rad Game Tools things and from his talks on immediate mode, which took 3 hours for me to download a 60 megabyte file of his talk to like a whiteboard, right? Like he looks much younger back then, and so was I.
Yeah.
I guess the thing is, it depends on your alignment of what you do. Like I have never been a very good, like I never went the management track because I like building things. I just realized that I don't like dealing with people as much as I like building actual solutions.
Yeah.
I like helping people, but I don't like managing people because I feel like I'm just not built for that. Because I expect them to have the same ideas of what we should be doing as I do, right? So I'm just not a good manager. And as you can tell, I have quite a bit of gray hair. Like I've been doing this for a long time, and I know that there's nothing you can do to hurt me. Like my house is paid off. I've been doing this for a long time. Like I'm not here to get social things and all that.
Right.
The only thing I was trying to do with DataStar is pay it forward and try to put some normalcy to like Carson's stuff was a good step in the right direction, but I don't think he went far enough. Like if you're going to do hypermedia, you need to go farther than what he did. And the problem is everyone started latching on to and shitting on the thing of like, it can't do this. And Carson's like, yeah, it can't do it. Duh. But he didn't say, okay, but then you should use DataStar. Like, this is a good step. You should go this
Right.
different route. He basically said, like, then don't use it. Like, good luck. Have fun. Whereas I'm much more combative and like, look, I see Carson as the like really sage, really smart uncle or grandpa that's like always going to be accepting, always going to be loving. And I see my role, if there's any role that I can have for anybody, is as like the big brother, just like knocks you on the head and says, listen, chucklehead, like you actually need to get your life together.
Right.
Like, this is not okay. You're fucking up your family. You're doing it. Like,
Right.
I feel like I'm more abusive, but aggressive, but at the same time, another kind of loving. Like, I think you
Yes.
need both sides of the coin. Like, someone that always accepts you is also enabling you to make bad choices.
Yep.
So like I agree with Carson, but I don't know if that goes far enough for me
Right.
personally.
Yes. And so that's kind of why I knew you were going to say that. So this goes back to what I started off saying, all the stuff about the influencers who I think are just enabling this kind of mindset. They encourage programmers to continue this kind of mindset. And then back to, well, Carson saying like, it's a library of peace. So there's a distinction here. It's not about like making programmers feel stupid. As a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. I think a lot of programmers are smarter than they're given credit for. They're just
100%.
neutered.
100%.
They're neutered by the ecosystem to not exercise their capabilities. That's
no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Because the thing is that like I have to always say that I'm a circus guy that was like a 3D artist that got into engineering. Like, if this is your passion, you can do so much more than I can do.
Yes.
Like, guaranteed that if you care more, you will do more than me, but at least be at this level is the way I look at it. It's like, look, like, I think you can be better than this. I know you can. You're better than me. I can't wait to use other people's stuff. It's not a ego thing at all. It's more like, I can't wait till someone completely trounces my plugins and makes a smarter version of everything.
Yep.
I can't wait to that to happen. That's exciting.
That is 100%. So the non-nice part, which again kind of enters into the social space a little bit, is that I think the days of being nice to everyone about these topics, not being mean to people, but not being nice about these topics, is over. And the reason why is because I have gone over way too many studies that have proven that there are very negative consequences to me, to my family, and to other people's families around me, because software runs so much of the world, the code that we run. We have to take it more seriously because we under-respect the amount of power we have over people's real lives, including things like in countries that you wouldn't even think of, like in Africa, where someone's ability to access a basic website unlocks all kinds of potentials for them that you don't even think about, because like who the heck cares? You should care. This has like a global impact. And so when streamers go on and they focus on mostly the entertainment value, which I understand why you would want to do that, but they do it almost like it's grossly leaving aside the actual impact of like what programmers should actually be doing with the things they're using. Or we treat the thing nicely. We're actually not showing, like you said, any love. It's like having a kid. Like I have a daughter. If she went and tried to stick her hand, on the stove, this is a common trope example, or she wanted to stick the fork on the electrical socket, what am I going to do? I'm going to say, "Oh no, sweet," in a nice gentle voice. "No, sweetheart, no. I think you're going to hurt
slap
yourself."
their fucking hand.
Yeah, no, you jump in there and like you be the bad guy, right? Because being the bad guy is actually being the good guy. That is love. The parent who doesn't care is the parent who goes, "Yeah, sure, do whatever the hell you want." That's not love.
Is that there's love and hate, and it's not love and hate, it's love and indifference,
right,
more than anything else. And like, you don't want to be hateful. I'm not trying to be hateful, but I do think that people are playing the wrong game if they care. And that's, again, I think you need both sides though. You need people like me that are like, I'll prove this to you. I will put money on the line. I will co-sign your house, but guess what? You're going to follow these like set situations, but I'm willing to put my neck on the line for you. You need that, but you also need the accepting, loving side that will always accept you no matter what. Like, it's not that I'm right. I'm not right. It would be, DataStar would be much more better In fact, I get people to come into the chat all the time, and they'll try to do something with it, and I'll say, "Stop trying to recreate spas. You're doing the wrong thing." And people will get mad at me because they're like, "This place isn't welcoming." And it's like, I'm not welcoming you to make bad decisions. Like,
Yes.
that is my nature. If you don't like it, then that's fine. There'll be someone here that'll accept you, but you could mute me and say, "I'm not going to listen to Lane anymore." Cool. Like, don't listen to me. But like, I have this gray hair for a reason. I've kind of done this for a while. I actually like helping people, but if you're trying to help me enable you, I'm not the right kind of guy for that. I'm just not going to help you make bad choices.
Yes.
But I'll explain to you why. But you're not going to get this loving acceptingness from me because I'm like, you're being fucking stupid right now.
Yeah.
Like, please stop.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
So that's not always taken well. And I think DataStar would be much more popular if I took the Carson route. I don't think DataStar will ever be as popular just for the vibes and the memes. We are not vibes and meme based. We are metrics based. And a lot of people don't like that and they don't care. So the thing is, I don't get anything. Like, it's costing me like time and money to actually work on this stuff. I'm here to pay it forward. I don't have swag. I don't have a Twitter presence.
Yes.
Like, I'll like disagree with people. So like, it's nothing but downside other than the thing that I've already gotten out of the DataStar Discord, because we were on, ironically, it was on the DataStar, was on the HTMX Discord forever, right? Like until like a few months ago. We already have over 400 people there. And I think it's the thing of, it's almost like the handmade hero of the web, in that I think it's people that are embracing, that really want to understand the platform and understand it. That's where I see the value. It's not so much in DataStar, is in that like, you're starting to see people that really care about this stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't care if that's the biggest community on the web. I do not care. But I do care that the people that want that kind of embracement have a place to actually learn and actually grow. And I'm still growing and stuff too. I had some really interesting conversations around stuff that I'm interested in, around like hash rate map trees and poly trees, and how Datomic is doing things under the hood from the Clojure guy. Like, I've had some really great conversations that has very little to do with DataStar, because the irony is that DataStar makes it so that you do so little coding in your front end, you have time to talk about these things.
Right.
Like, I have people that are doing crazy large scale projects that are months and years ahead of projects, because everyone's fighting and they're like, okay, well, I'm already done.
Yeah.
Like, so you have time to discuss some real deeper level issues. So the community of the Discord is amazing. I highly recommend anybody that's in this space to join, even if you're not using DataStar. We don't give a shit, but we have an interesting our off topic is about everything in technology most of the time. And you can ask questions. Like, I'm part of the Nats team. You can ask a bunch of things about highly distributed global superclusters and leaf nodes, and like handling hundreds of millions of messages a second, and how you do that. And I'll just answer you, and like, we'll have a good time. Like, it's a different kind of community vibe that we have going on.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I don't think if I could offer some advice, I don't think you should change that. I don't think you should worry about whether or not like someone like Theo engages with you or whatever.
I can't at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
and
I tried my best. I just don't want to. Well, and it's also like, I met Prime at Big Sky. He knows every time Carson talks about, even for the last like year and a half, Carson has said DataStar at the end of his thing almost every time. Like, even when he was on with Prime like a year ago, he's like, hey, anything else you're interested in? He's like, yeah, you should check out DataStar. I talked to him about DataStar. He has no interest in it.
No,
nope. He just does not vibe with his stuff. And I don't know why that is. It's really
I know why that is.
Oh, I don't.
It's exactly what I said. There's zero entertainment value in there. He's not going to garner any new viewers by doing it because it's not popular. And the only time that he actually jumped on the HTMX bandwagon, or Rust, or Zig, or any of these languages, is because he is an entertainer. That's his job. And so
it's a valid. No, you're absolutely right. It's a valid point, because when we talked, I was saying, like, given what you're trying to do, because you're trying to do this multiplayer thing, I'm like, you really should look at Zig. And this is like a year ago or whatever. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to really do that and stuff. I'm like, well, but the comp time stuff, like, I was actually trying to go about it from a like technical standpoint of what you're trying to do and how comp time works, and what the slices and the global allocate. Like, there's no global allocator like there is in Odin built in, right? Like there's value to what you're doing. And he just kind of dismissed me. And I was like, okay, cool, I guess.
Yeah.
We're like we're not having a conversation. Like, you don't really care. It's like, okay, like, that's fine. It's just, it's not entertaining enough.
It's not entertaining.
Now it's entertaining.
Yep, exactly. Now it's entertaining. You're going to get into the social sphere, and then you'll see. I 100% guarantee you, before the year's end, Prime will drop your name because your popularity will grow. I 100% guarantee you. I mean, that's kind of like,
you want to make a bet on that? Because
Sh-
he has known about it for a long time, and he does not have any interest in covering it. So I will disagree. I'll take a bet on that. Let's do a $1 in person.
Sure.
Like, let's one beer. How about one beer?
Okay, one beer sounds good. Yeah.
I don't drink very often, so when I drink, it's like I do less Rasputin or something.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's gonna be a decent beer.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No, I think now that you're becoming more well known, if your current trajectory continues, this year you will reach a point where enough people are talking about you that Prime will also talk about you. It will happen because
Maybe I don't know, man. Like the thing is that the person on the chat said, "Hey, who are we? Hey, it's Nate from work. Hey, Nate. So he's saying, who are we roasting? We're not roasting anybody. We're just saying that some of us are just we're unaligned in what we care about.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's fine. Like I don't have, as Joe Rogan would put it, like the fuck you money, like old school Joe Rogan. But I'm in a good place. Like you can't hurt my feelings because I have actual metrics to back me up. And if I'm wrong, great. DataStar originally started with me saying, I think I'm right, but I want to be proven wrong.
Right.
That's how DataStar got started. And that's where I think most engineers should be. It's like, look, I don't know what the right answer is, but I know what the wrong answer is. So at least this gets me one step closer to the right answer. Let's start there and have a real conversation. What I found, which is the part that I guess I'm too naive and I'm too much in my little hobbit hole. I thought that would actually start a conversation in the HTMX community of like, look, like we can be smaller, we can be faster, we can do X. But the thing is, that's now its own community.
Yeah.
The good thing about DataStar, there is no community because there's not much to talk about other than like, hey, how do I do this crazy thing? And most of the time you spend is unlearning. What I say a lot is that on because HTMX is an MPA, just by definition. Like, even if you have HX Boost and stuff, it's still an MPA.
Yes.
And then you have like a React, which is going to be an SPA. On the number line between those two things, DataStar is an imaginary number up here.
Yeah.
It is neither of those things. It's not even on the same plane. It's a different way of thinking, but it's more about hypermedia than this fight that's going on here. So I think that trying to engage people in that conversation is hard because I don't fit into the box of either one. People will say, hey, you can't use like you probably can talk more to it, but this Jay Larky guy came on and we talked to him. And the problem is he kept saying like, why aren't you like, yeah, you could do this stuff like an SPA can. And I'm like, but I can do it today. Like, he's like, well, like, why aren't you doing progressive enhancement? I can, I just don't think that that's what you should be spending your time on because the scripting is part of the web. So I feel like I'm having a conversation where people don't want to engage because I'm up here on this number line where like they're down here wanting to have a fight where I'm just saying like, guys, you can have best of both worlds by building just hypermedia focused on a hypermedia browser, for fuck's sake. Like that's what a browser is, hypermedia based. Let's just do that.
Yes.
And stop the fighting down here, which is just abstractions. Like what they're fighting about is abstractions instead of fighting about like, should we actually be doing hypermedia? Should we actually know what REST means?
Yes.
That's the fight I think we should have.
I literally have on my notes, because sometimes I take notes while I talk so I don't forget anything, to bring up the fact that I think it comes down to people are abstraction brained. And when you talk to them about natural brained, that's how I frame it. The two are not in the same space, and so you're kind of talking past each other. So when you bring up your metrics and like here's something I actually did, it works with the way that this thing was intended to do, people can't escape out of the abstraction brain and go, wait, how does this fit into abstractions? No, it doesn't. Like just stop thinking that way. The abstractions have gone too far and they've taken over your brain. Let that go for a moment and think about what it would be like with at least less abstractions, bare minimum. Stick closer, don't abstract to the thing that you're naturally working in, and how could that look like? And then you're talking to each other. But that's not the conversation that's being had right now. And I think it's dual. So you've got the programmers who think this way, which is like a reasonably large amount of programmers who think this way, so they can't have that conversation with you right now. And then you've got the streamers who are kind of like in their own space as well, where they're mostly entertainment stuff, right? And the problem is, the problem is when you try and show them something that is different from what they're accustomed to working in, it's difficult for them to process that. And I think trying to deal with the popular tech streamers will probably not get you very far right now. I remember one time, Prime was Prime was saying something like, he talked to someone who does technical team hiring at Amazon, and Amazon likes to do this thing where they hire someone and then they try and get them fired within the period of time that it would, just before they're about to vest their stock options, so they don't have to vest their stock options. And then in the same, almost the same breath, he then said, but if you want a good resume, go work for Amazon or something like that. But I think it's terrible advice, but I understand why he would say something like that, because he's in a different space, right? He's saying something for a different reason. It's his job, right? He's trying to do his job. Programmers are also trying to do their job, and this is how they know how to do their job. This is what they get paid for. This is what their tech leadership tells them to do. So the engagement level is completely different. I think you nailed it. And that's why I'm saying I think the best advice for you is to stick to, don't try to become like them. I think you're ahead of the curve. And I think it's only a matter of time, maybe even less than a few years, maybe less than 3 years, before people start realizing that the things that we've been doing in the last 5 to 10 years are fundamentally flawed. And then the conversation will start going back to, holy crap, this is so, why did we even think that this was a good idea? What are our options? And then in rides people like you, hopefully, who are like, hey, we can actually now have this conversation. That's what I think is the more realistic outlook.
Well, I'll give you a perfect example of this, because remember, every single thing in DataStar, other than like how to parse DataStar attributes, which is built into the browser, other than that, and the fact that there's signals, everything else is a plugin, right?
Yeah.
Everything. So one of the things that I had an apostrophe, as if you've ever seen Hook, I had an epiphany about is that there's this weird disconnect, because the way HTMX is built, yes, it technically can do it via an external extension and all that, but it's not built in. It's a completely bastard child. And the way DataStar works is both HTMX is polling based. You put down stuff into your tags. You say, hey, this is how often I want to do a target, and then pull down a new fragment, right? It is polling based by its very nature. Yes, you can use SSE and these other things, but it's completely a different process. And also, it doesn't do out of bounds swaps or anything like that. So you say, here's my target. I'm going to take this thing, put it into here. And it simplifies your mental model, but there's a ton of issues. Same thing on the SPA side. You send off a request and you get a big pile of JSON, and you say, okay, I need to fit this into my current state, right? So you're parsing a bunch of stuff. You may not need all of it, but you're talking to the back end and all that. So both of these people, I found when I actually looked, because I basically started, because I'm just a dumb game guy that doesn't do web stuff. I looked at it and like, wow, we're spending a lot of data and we're wrong, or we're polling every 4 seconds, which we stopped doing with long polling and stuff back a long time ago, right? Like both of these ideas are wrong, but something that's built into the browser that I just never really thought about was SSE. And what SSE is it's just like saying, instead of sending down an HTML fragment, which is just text HTML, or just sending down application/JSON, it's just a different format that's called text/event stream. It's just a different type of response, and it has a bunch some rules. If you have new lines for these things that say, here's the event, here's the retry, here's your data, double new line. That's it. You now know the entire SSE spec. And the thing that's nice about it is that just like when you're uploading a large file, you can chunk upload it, right? That's how it works in a form. This basically allows you to do the same thing of doing chunk downloading. The nice part is most browsers already do this. If you're sending down a big chunk of HTML, it's actually doing a flusher of the buffer for you automatically. Like it's just how most frameworks and Go and all that work, is that it's actually chunking the results and sending it down in these chunks. But you can have a user-defined set of chunks. So what I said is like, look, if I can send down chunks of data, that means that I don't have to wait for the entire response to come back before I can start responding to you. So I can actually send down immediately hey, I'm working on it. Hey, here's the current result, and do all these kinds of things. So it's funny that people are having this fight between polling and the JSON, like polling fragments or polling JSON. And it's like, both of you are just completely fucking wrong. Like you should be sending down chunks of results. And that may be a set of JSON in the form of signals, or it may be a fragment, or it may be a piece of JavaScript to execute. Like, all of these things are correct, but the fact is you guys are having this holy war between like fragments or JSON, and I'm saying both of you are right and both of you are wrong. It's how you're getting it there is the actual thing that you should be fighting about. Like, both of you are completely off basis. And it's like, well, but built into the browser, it's not the ability to do SSE except for forgets. Okay, so the problem is the problem. What's the problem? We actually need to make it so that you can do post and put and patch and be able to send down 0 events or 10 million events. That's the problem. Let's focus on the problem. So I think part of the thing of coming from game dev, I just worry about the problem I need to solve and how do I get it on screen, and like, what's the actual problem we're dealing with, instead of this fight about this abstraction layer. The problem is both of them got the abstraction layer wrong, so they're fighting about the completely the wrong, like they're arguing past the actual problem. Nobody's talking about the problem right now. And so DataStar said, not only can I fix that problem, but I can make it declarative. So you don't even have to care how I solve the problem. You just know that I send something off, and because HTMX got this wrong, it's just something they got wrong, is they thought out of bounds swaps were like a weird stepchild.
Right.
In DataStar, if you have an ID, you can update any part of the page anywhere at any time. And we built an idiomorph, which Carson, again, great idea. Why it's not part of DataStar, why it's not part of HTMX as the default is ridiculous. Like, it's the dumbest thing because it's one of the smartest things he's ever done. We should use that. So we did. The thing is, okay, think about it this way. I don't have HX target. I don't have HX select. I don't have any of these things in DataStar. You know why? Is because if you have an ID on the page, if I from the back end say, I'm going to update that thing with no other thing with SSE, I automatically choose idiomorph and I automatically use the ID.
Yeah.
Guess what? Like, you have tiny amounts of code and it automatically knows what to update the right thing on the page. So none of that's like the backend in HTMX. I keep talking about how the backend is leaking into the front end because you're saying, here's what I want you to target. Here's what I want you to select. Here's how I want you to do things.
Yeah.
That's not part of your view. You're basically leaking data in your templates. Whereas my way, that's just part of the protocol of how things get set down. It has nothing to do with what actually gets rendered on the page.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and so I think that's a great example because it highlights exactly what you were saying, which is the conversation is in a different battleground. The battleground isn't even like, you're not even having the same conversation. They're all
here. This is exactly. Sorry to cut you off, but this is like in your chat right now. Someone's saying SSE requires more work than going to the backend specific with HTMX, very agnostic, no SDKs. You're wrong. You're just straight up wrong. I'm sorry, but I'm going to be the big brother right now. SSE is HTTP. There is no difference between the two. It's literally a different type of response. Like, instead of doing application JSON, you're doing text data event stream. There is no difference in the amount of work that has to do between an SSE stream and an HTTP stream. You can open up basically do a request, set it to SSE, and close it immediately. And there's zero extra cost compared to a regular pull event in your HTMX world.
Right.
There's zero reason from a technical standpoint that HTMX shouldn't use SSE. You can see me fight this fight with Carson years ago, that there's literally, it's a superset of what you can do, because all you're saying is that I can chunk things. Guess what? You can chunk to 0. You can have 0 chunks and still be a valid response.
Right.
Like, you're just wrong. And this is the thing that I get into the thing. Like, I understand where you're coming from. People have been taught this thing that like, you only use SSE if it's going to be a long running stream. There's nothing technically right about that. Right. That is just the way people have been taught. And you've been like, it's this group think that if you start with the spec and actually read the spec, you're wrong. And I hope the best for you, because like, people like this that are actually trying to show you that you're wrong. It's not that we want to be right. It's that like, there's got to be a better answer out there, and you're putting this thing out there that it's just untrue. And I can prove it to you over and over again. I have a drone game that, in fact, Nate was on here. We were doing at work, and we got slammed with people. And guess what? When it comes to the actual game coming down, it was streaming all this data down to DataStar. But every single rotation of your screen and all that, right? Every single thing went off as a separate post every 100 milliseconds. So it's sending, like, per person with 1,400 people playing, was sending off 14,000 post events. And guess what? It set up an SSE and it closed it because it's like, it was basically a no op, right?
Right. Okay.
Like, you're just wrong that it can't do these things. Like, I understand why you feel this way, parasocial fix, but you're just wrong. And it's not that I like want to argue with you. It's more that like I want you to understand that you've been taught a lie. Like this is just wrong. And it's not that it's harder than what HTMX is doing. DataStar is a superset because in an SSE event, I can send down a fragment. Okay, it's the exact same amount of thing. There's a couple extra bytes for the header part of the prefix saying data : but that's it. That's the only cost difference. That's it. So sorry to interrupt you, but like,
no.
I hate that I keep having this conversation that people talk about, like, even on the socials, people talk about, well, like, yeah, SSE is great, but like, it's such a heavy cost compared to SSE. I'm like, tell me you haven't used DataStar and you haven't actually read the specs without telling me you haven't used DataStar and haven't actually read the specs.
Yeah.
That's my issue.
Yeah. That's the regurgitation of things that have been taught without at the very least without enough context as to the actual use case, the what's going on in the natural state of the world. It's like, you know, like you haven't been you haven't seen an animal in your life and you're going to start talking about animals kind of thing. Like you can go to the zoo and like actually see how the animals operate, you know, go read the specs or go figure out how a browser is doing one thing, you know, versus another thing. And a lot of things that are sold as this is how things operate, therefore you need an abstraction, or therefore this is costly, or whatever. They've skipped a step, and then they just repeat it. It's repetitive. And
and I just saw Nate just said that parasocial is J-larky.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then like you control all you want, man, but you're doing the world a fucking disservice. It's really sad, and like there's a patheticness to it that I don't understand, because if you want to actually have like an actual bake-off of actual ideas and understanding and do metric-based stuff, great. I'm there for that. I'm happy to be wrong too, but you can't keep doing this thing of lying about what like the actual problem is. I hate that. Like I don't know. I don't want this to be the world my kids grow up in, is like just people just straight up lying for trolling and like socials and stuff. I don't get it. Like I want to build things and make things, and tearing things down just because I don't understand it or I won't actually put the effort into it. It's really sad. And I hope that parasocial isn't actually J-larky, because we had a 2-hour conversation about this stuff. And like, I don't think he was being, I hate to say it, but I don't think he was being a good faith interlocutor. Like he didn't want to actually talk about the problems. He was talking about the marketing of DataStar, not the actual technology behind it.
Right.
And that's just sad to me. It's really sad. Like, this is a free open source, like it's a free thing with like 1,000 GitHub stars. It's not like this giant thing that like it's fun to shit on because it's popular.
Right.
Like it's not the latest, greatest movie thing with some pop star or something. Like, I don't know what you're doing with your life if you're trying to troll like a guy trying to actually help the world. I just don't get it. Like, maybe I don't understand. I'm too old for this.
No, I think it's I mean, look, I just think you're right. There's too much of a like how things look and feel versus how things are. Yeah, that's like the simplest thing I can think about. That goes in the social space, in the streaming space, in terms of technical, in the programming world, in the business programming world, programmers who actually like do the work that runs the things that we use, etc. There's way too much reliance on how things look and feel versus how things are. And people often, like exactly what you just said, people often engage arguments in how things look and feel versus how things are. And so and unfortunately, the downside of that is that that you will hear arguments like you have heard, like I remember back in the day when it was React with its virtual DOM. That's an easy one for me to pick out. It's like React does virtual DOM stuff better. Wait, how do you know that? Yeah, maybe we agree, maybe we don't agree. That's actually not my question. My question is, how do you know that? And a vast majority of those React developers didn't know. They didn't even know what HTML was when you asked them to write regular HTML without React. And this is the problem, is that you can take those looks and feels arguments and you can, well, for lack of a better term, you can abstract objective arguments out of them and then argue that. And your basis is what? And this is why I think that you need to don't give up on that. Don't give up on your corner of that, because we need more people like you. We need more people like you and Casey Muratori. who come on and they provide like objective facts, which who's going to argue with Casey Muratori about like how a CPU works, how its cache lines are laid out, etc., right? Like he's got the objective facts. I don't care what your abstractions are and what you've been taught.
Yeah.
When Casey says something, it's pretty much a straight up fact. And it's like a natural, like objective law of the world fact. And it's not because he is a god or something like that. It's because he has taken the time to learn and understand, and then he repeats those objective statements. And I think you're right. Many people today live in this other land where they're not living in objective land.
Yeah, I just don't know how to interact with that anymore. The thing is, I don't want to be popular. I don't want to be a JavaScript guy. I don't want to be going to conferences talking about this. Like, it's just not my wheelhouse. My thing was like, I want good tools, and I want this to be something that's available because I think it's putting a stopgap on the craziness that I've seen. But I'm really just disappointed in some of the interactions I've had with people like Jay Lucky. I'm disappointed with what they care about. And that's more to say about me than it says about them. It's not that they're wrong. It's that I just care about different things.
Yep.
Like, so one of the things that's an example of this, I just sent a link in the chat. Again, DataStar, people will complain that DataStar's website sucks. Guess what? It's a free site. Like, it's like, I don't care that much. Like, luckily we have some people that are starting to help with documentation, but they're like complaining about the design of it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'm not getting paid for it. It's not a great like thing. But so this is actually taking originally this was a React example of people saying React is the best thing in the world for VDOM. There's nothing that can compete with us. There's nothing faster than us. We're able to do this at 30 frames a second. And we think we can get it to 60 frames a second. And it was their exact demo. If you go and look at it, I'm doing it in microseconds from the browser to the backend. So when we have a conversation, you better be able to say that you can beat this. Like, let's have a conversation because I can murder you. And it's not that I'm better, it's that you're not doing your job.
Yeah.
And look, there's like, go click on one of the like updates. That's like, there's no extra stuff happening other than when you're actually doing the update that's going on. Like, there's one open thing that's a bunch of SC events.
Yep.
But your normal web app is not going to compete with the stuff that I'm working on.
Nope.
It just doesn't need to, and it shouldn't. Like, I'm doing stuff as Nate can say, like, I'm trying to make UIs for dealing with tens of millions of messages an hour as the normal baseline of what you look at in your web.
Yeah.
Actually, since you're there,
Yep.
go to the if you can bring that back up,
I'll
that
bring it.
DBmon.
Yep.
Can you bring it back up on the site or on the stream? Go scroll up a little bit and go to the bad apple example. It's like the next example over.
Here.
Yeah, it's just to the right. You'll see it right. Yeah, to click on that link. So here is a situation where I actually have a DOM that's not moving. So this is completely pulling, like, there's no DOM changes. All I'm doing is updating the text ASCII art in the game or in the element. So this is running at 30 frames per second on a free tier Flat.io server from wherever it is in the world, and you're getting real-time updates. And it's taking, like, I'm sure tons of people are looking at it right now, and it just works. It works all the time, and it's basically on a free tier server on a single binary, and it just works. And yeah, go ahead and click on the thing and look at the contents that's getting sent down. In fact, if you go look at the element that's updating on the page, go click on click on that ASCII element on the page. Like, click that, yeah, there you go. And click that thing, and you'll see, scroll down until you like open it up. There you go. So I'm saying that I can back up anything that I talk about. It's not like I'm trying to like flex on people. It's that this should be the baseline, guys. You're better engineers than I am. I'm just a mid-level Go guy that happens to like have to deal with the front end. You should do better than this. You can do better if you use these kind of tools. Like, if you have a better idea than me, please come on. But I hate the fact that we're talking past each other. Like, HTMX cannot do this. It just cannot do this at scale with posts and passion. Like, all the things that I pull off, they might be able to pull off one little piece of it, but they can't do the whole thing. And people on the SPA side can't do it in a secure way that you can do with HTMX. Like, I'm only sending out the data that you absolutely need to at that time. I'm being totally secure. I'm not leaking my backend. I'm doing all these things, and no one's able to do this. And that's my problem. It's not that I'm smart. I want the Rich Harrises and the Ryan Carnitos of the world and the Evan Yus to take these ideas and then make better frameworks out of them. I hope DataStar would die away, and then people would make this marketplace of ideas of these frameworks that are built on top of it that can do things like the spas and the offline first and all that. But I think we have to start with hypermedia first, because guess what? The browser with hypermedia, you might as well learn how to use it.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I don't just agree. I'm also trying to do the same thing. And I don't think it's the time for people like you and I right now to have the kind of attention that the other people, not just streamers, but just in general, other things have. I don't think it's our time yet. I think, in my personal opinion, right now, we're about to enter a painful phase where people start realizing that the things that they've been doing and abstracting for the last 5 or 10 years are woefully wrong in many ways. Video games and the comparison of video games from today to even 5 years ago, as compared to hardware 5 years ago, people are starting to see through the veneer of like, what the heck is going on? Like, why are things are not getting better? And eventually the answer is going to be because the way that we dealt with these problems was incorrect. And once that pain point hits, it's going to be painful. But then we need people like yourself who are like, okay, perfect. Now, okay, here's my turn, right? But we have to be prepared for that now. And that's also the reason why I do my game on this stream, because it asks those same questions. Why do you think your website moving buttons around and replacing like a portion of the page or whatever is any slow or any more complicated than me writing a game that requires massive game state changes within the browser? No CPU, no GPU acceleration, all on the CPU, single threaded, in vanilla everything, 100%, like no libraries or frameworks. Like, why do you think you need more than I do, especially if I'm just like high school dropout dum-dum? Like exactly like what you're saying, right? And we need more of that. Unfortunately, right now, that's not where we are. And I wish that more of the popular tech streamers had felt more of our responsibility to kind of push that message a bit more. But at the same time, I understand that like they have a job to do, and so they're doing their job. I just think that if you care about the programming space, then you feel responsible. Like, I'm getting the sense that you feel responsible for something that you need to act upon. And I wish more people felt that way. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case.
I think that's kind of the role that I have in some degree. And part of it is because I don't manage anybody.
Right.
Like, I should be a like senior CTO type of guy if I was in the right place in my career, right? Like, that's where I should be.
Yeah.
But I'm like an engineer that's actively building things.
Yeah.
Like, I should not be in the role I'm in, but that's like a self-fulfilling thing, because it's like, look, I care about this stuff. I'm not going to say what you want me to say. I'm going to say like the way it is, and that doesn't endear you to management. Like, that's just so. It's one of those things. I don't say anyone's not like, there's people that are way smarter about how they go about their life than I am. But if you care about this stuff and you're passionate, it's just like the difference between someone that's like, a lot of times what I've seen is the agency kind of mentality where it's like, look, we are IKEA and we're selling furniture and we will sell it better than anybody else. And we'll make a decent product that you'll be able to put together once. And if you try to move it or take it somewhere else, it's going to fall apart, but it's going to do the job well, right? Like, it's going to fill the need. And my role is more of like, I'm the guy that's trying to craft a table that's going to last you 100 years and you'll be able to set it down to your family. Neither one of us is wrong. Like, there's value in the other. But what I will say is, if I can make my craftsman level table and I can do it faster than you can make your IKEA thing, now we got fighting words, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think you can make a better product for the people. So if my thing is like, there's times when I love C, but you'll see me use Go all the time, and you see me use Nats all the time, because these are like powerhouses of like, we can talk about some of the game engine stuff I've done with Go lately. But the thing is that I can, again, it's about knowing the problem. Like, yes, GC is slow. Guess what? You can avoid it. Like, you can do pools and Swiss tables and ECS style, like sparse sets and all these things. Like, just because you get these tools out of the box doesn't mean you use them in every situation. Same thing happens in a lot of places where I just feel like people want to have the easy answer instead of going, I have to actually think about this a little bit. And
that's it.
Like, I love Go routines. do you make every single function a Go routine? No, that's fucking stupid. There's still a cost. There's still context happening. There's still things going on.
Right.
Like context switching is less with green threads, but there's still context switching. Like you have to know what the problem is. And I feel like a lot of times people want the easy answer. And what I found is very few people actually treat this as a passion and as an engineering thing. They treat it as a job. I've known so many people.
Yes.
They're just like, yeah, I get paid and I do my thing and I do the PRs and I do the GitHub issues. And like, can we please stop talking about this? I want to talk about sports or about something else. Like, I don't give two shits. Whereas I'm like, we live in a time where I can be 100x better than someone else because I really care about this low level abstraction idea that works on this kind of hardware. Like, I can literally be like 100x better at something. No other time in human history have you been able to be 100x better than someone else at anything about anything ever. You cannot be 100x the carpenter. You cannot be 100x the stonemason. It never happened. And now we have this chance. And I see it as this like beautiful golden age of like the ability to be the best version of yourself. Is we live in that right now.
We do. Yeah. And again, part of some of the, I'm about to ask a game question, but just to kind of like tighten this up a little bit, some of the academia that I've gone over is exactly the real world consequences of what not caring about these things has on people in your local life and around the world, because there is actually a cost. And if you just don't care about that, that's fine. But then we're no longer talking about the same thing. A lot of the world operates on the code that you create, the general sense of you. And if you care about the world around you, and like for us, the future of our children, because they have to interoperate with these things, then this should matter to you and you should care. But that's not where we are. So anyways, okay.
Well,
go ahead.
Before
go
we
ahead.
get into game stuff,
Yeah.
This is the thing so again, I'm not very good at Twitter. You can ask Nate. Like, he's giving me a bunch of advice on like how to be better on the socials, and I'm not very good at listening because like I kind of don't care to some degree, other than like telling people they're wrong.
Yeah.
So the thing that was interesting is I got into a thing where I think it was Dev Ager or something like that, the thing that Jay Larky's friend, and he basically was saying that like I don't understand what I'm talking about.
Dev Agrawal. I remember that thread. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, one of the guys came on there and was like, YOLO, I don't care what any of this stuff means and I don't need to. And I guess it's was the main guy behind Sentry.io. And like part of me was like, okay, the fact that you don't care about leaking data. He's like, well, I'm not leaking sensitive data. Because my point was like, he's sending down a bunch of JSON to his SPA and then you're pulling stuff out. And it's like, what you consider leaky today and what's sensitive today may be different later with HIPAA, with all kinds of things like PIA, like it matters. And especially coming from a military background, like PIA, like leaking extra information is always a bad thing. So the funny thing is he was like, YOLO, I don't care. Like, let's make money. Like I have more money than you. I win.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, like, cool. We just care about different things.
Yep.
I don't care about the amount of money I have. I care about like not hurting someone.
Yep.
Like, and that's just, if you don't care, then you don't fucking care, but I care.
Yep.
And like, if you think you're better because you don't care, like we just have a different idea of what morals are.
Yep.
I just don't know what else to say. Like,
I actually have a theory on a counter argument. I can't prove it quite, but I think there's some proof on a counter argument. Let's it's called an internal critique. So you take someone's worldview and as a person with their worldview, you figure out if there's like a flaw in their own worldview from within their own worldview. If your worldview is all I care about is money, money's the best, money, money, money. Okay. The problem is that the market is telling you that you're currently not maximizing your ability to make as much money as you could be making. There are 2 points that I think go towards this theory. One is the fact that companies have had to make you, as in the individual, a product. Your data becomes a product. The reason why they had to do that, because the predecessor was ads, which wasn't making as much money up to a certain point. And then the predecessor to that was you paying for a product. But then that stopped making money because products became shittier because people forgot how to code properly. And then the predecessor to that was the stuff that we usually still use to this day that has been typically battle tested for at least a decade, if not more. If you care about money, then the market is telling you that that is currently failing you in terms of the amount of money you could make if you cared more about what you produced, which inevitably leads to better quality products, which inevitably leads to more money. And then the counter argument back from someone who hears that could be, yeah, but I'm making millions of dollars. What's the problem here? Like, what's the difference between $100 million to $200 million? And then my counter argument again would be, you don't know what you don't know. Consumers do not have the ability to complain about the things that they experience on a daily level. And the data shows that most people suffer, like, it's some crazy number of percentage of their apps crash on their phones per day. That was in like 2022 or 2023. I can't count the number of times people have gone on a website and I've been looking over their shoulder and they complain about like a stupid UX experience or a feature they didn't care about that made everything slow, or a video game that added some cool new effect, but it actually didn't mean anything. And they end up hating the game or all these things. But the consumers are just, they're bashed over the head and they're told, well, first of all, even if you do have a problem, this is the best we got, just deal with it. And second of all, even if you do want to complain, who are you going to complain to? And how are you going to tell them what's wrong? So you don't even actually know what your consumers hate. And so all you get is the positive short-term feedback of, I'm making millions of dollars right now. Cool, bro. Here's my yacht. I must be doing something right. No, I don't think that's true. You could be doing better and you could make more money.
So here's where I kind of come into the weeds. I guess, as Nate put out, again, Nate and I are coworkers. He says honey attracts more vinegar or more flies than vinegar. And he's right. He's absolutely right. The issue that I tend to run into is that, like, beyond a certain amount, money has like less value in my mind.
Right.
And the thing that I will say is that, like, when I was doing circus stuff, right? I was doing super dangerous stuff. I was doing trick roping, gun spinning, knife throwing, horseback stuff, like, and then did trapeze and stuff later. And you were not motivated by a paycheck, like, to a degree. Yes, of course. Like,
Yeah.
you want to get paid and all that stuff, but you wanted to be the best in the world at what you did. And you had this like internal drive. Like, a gymnast is not looking at how much they're going to make if they win the be on a Wheaties box or whatever the sponsorships are. They have an internal drive to be the very best version of themselves they are. And your coaches are not, like, I was around Russian coaches and Chinese coaches and all that stuff, and they are not there to make you feel better and give you the honey.
Yeah.
Like, they're there to make you the best version of yourself you can be. And if you don't want that, you need to leave, because they're there to help you, but they're there not to coddle you.
Right.
And the problem is, I'm not trying to coddle anybody. I'm trying to help them. And some of that Russian coach mentality comes through because I really do care. And not caring is indifference. And the problem I see is that if you give them too much honey, you're actually showing that you're indifferent to their problems.
That's right.
So I agree with Nate, and I think the Nates of the world are right. But also, it's hard to affect change when you're being nice.
Yep.
That's the part. I don't know how to do that very well. And I wish I did, because I think I would be a better spokesman for DataStar. I think in the long run, my involvement in DataStar will be diminished, because I will be like the guy that's like the crazy uncle that's telling you, hey, I'll be really good at showing off the demos of DataStar, but, like, I should not be the long-term spokesman of that project. It just shouldn't. Like, I'm not the right mentality if you want that to become the most popular thing.
Right.
Like, you need a Kent C. Dodds, but like one that actually cares more about the internals of metrics. Like, Casey would be great at that. Like, Casey's actually really smart about playing a little bit more political than I am, and he's better at it. And maybe I'll grow into that role. I'm just saying I'm not there yet, and I wish I was, because sometimes I know that the vinegar hurts, because even when it comes to things like gnats, which you'll hear me talk about, I love gnats before I joined them. I know I'm a corporate shill now. Like, don't trust me because of that. But there's some amazing technology there, and I absolutely love it as a user. But it's just, you come off as saying, yeah, but it sucks for this, and this. Like, people will think, oh, that you hate it. It's like, no, like, you have to know what you're building, and you have to know, like, what it's good for and what it's not. And, like, I feel like it becomes a weird thing of the social aspect that I'm bad at. And maybe it's because I'm right at the end of Gen X, where, like, I don't care about your social presence. Like, being popular does not, like, we made fun of the popular kids.
That's
right.
right.
That's not the, like, you're not cool because you're popular. Like, you're like, it's the more the grungy kind of thing. I don't know. Like,
yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And again, it's I think it's exactly how we've raised kids since time immemorial. Where sometimes you have to be the bad guy because being the bad guy is being the good guy. It's the perception is not always the reality. The perception that you're the bad guy does not necessarily mean that you are actually the bad guy. Sometimes you have to be that person who's like, hey, just stop, right? Because you care, because you don't want to see someone get hurt. And unfortunately, you can't control someone's perception of that, right? All you can do is try. And I think there will probably be a time when having bad guys around who do that a lot will not be a good thing, because we're gonna, the pendulum will shift, and things will change, and then you're gonna want to talk in a different way about things. I just think that right now we're in that time period, or we're about to enter it really, really soon, where some people are gonna have to look like the bad guy because they care so damn much. And if you don't, I think you're exactly right. If you don't show that you care by being like, "Come on, guys," people are gonna go, "Oh, no one's pushing back on me. I must be fine. Like everything's fine." When you hear someone go, yell fire, when you hear someone go, "You're about to get hit by, watch out, truck," that's when your alarm bells go off and you go, everything's not fine. When you hear someone go, "Oh, maybe you want to be a little bit careful about the truck that's coming," then you're like, well, huh, what? Right? That's the difference here. And I think we're right on that cusp where we're going to need more people like that. And then that time will end. So
I hope so. I hope that we swing the pendulum before my kids grow up in it.
Me
right?
too.
Like, well, and also the thing is that people will say that I'm so like I'm very unwelcoming, and like DataStar's channel, like I'm very rude to people, and it's like I'm rude to if you're not going to at least try it our way first. If you have no metrics to base it on, like, at least try it this way first. And if you aren't willing to try and you aren't willing to unlearn and you are willing to like try it this way, the Dev Agar guy, I lost it on him, and I apologized later of like because I told him like go fuck off.
Yeah.
And the reason why I did is he specifically was saying, "Hey, I want to do optimistic updates in the
That's right.
browser. Like I want to be able to update the thing." And I'm like, "You can 100% do that in DataStar. 100%. You never should. Fuck off. Like that's the wrong thing because you should never lie to your user
Yes.
about what the state of the system is." And I said, "I'm not going to help you." And he's like, "Oh, so DataStar can't do this?" I'm like, no, of course it fucking can. It's like it can do all these things, but if I'm not going to help you do this because you're wrong. And he's like, "Well, but how do you do progressive enhancement?" And I said, "Well, here's an example of someone doing progressive enhancement, but I don't think you should do that. Either you need to embrace the web and actually use JavaScript, or you shouldn't, and you should build a static site. That's totally fine too, but there are two different problems, and you're doing the wrong thing." And they're like, "Oh, well, DataStar doesn't have a progressive enhancement story. Hey, React cares about progressive enhancement, Svelte cares about progressive enhancement." I'm like, I don't care. Like if they care about it, because that's a different problem. You're solving a different problem. If you need to solve a thing of JavaScript is not allowed because I'm on a Nipper network or because of some corporate situation, guess what? You have a different problem than you did when you have JavaScript. Like,
Yes.
you have a different problem, so you need to solve that problem differently. And they don't like that answer. They don't like the answer that like you have to think about the problem differently because the problem is the problem.
Yes.
And that's where I get into big fights with people is like they don't want it because they're like, "Well, but they just have an easy answer to this." It's like, no, they don't.
No.
They don't. Because I can run like circles around their concept of what an MPA is. If they're making a JavaScript framework to not do JavaScript, I guarantee you I can write something that's going to be faster, more efficient, and all this stuff. And if you do it smartly, you can make it in DataStar. But again, you shouldn't be using DataStar for that anyway because you have no JavaScript. Why would you use a JavaScript framework to not write JavaScript? That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard.
Right.
And yet that's common now. It's hard for me to understand.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. There's definitely a sunk cost fallacy and an inability to escape, like what the paradigm that you're accustomed to, etc. So I was going to ask a game question, but hang on. Parasocial J Larky asks, what if we want to solve that problem and we chose a framework that helps us fix it? Like,
Problem is the problem.
like my
guess
argument about why you need TypeScript.
Again, you don't need TypeScript. I'm saying that like having static analysis is the number one tool. And if JS Docs was better at like if it actually made it so that it was less code, like, and especially inside of a method argument. Like, I have nothing against JS stock because under the hood, it's using TypeScript. Like, it's doing the same thing. The problem is that it's way more code to do the same kind of thing, especially when you're inside of methods. Like, otherwise, I don't care. I'm glad that HTMX is trying to go that route. But the thing is, guess what? HTMX's JS docs are always out of date. They're always out of date. Whereas, like, my DataStar stuff is always up to date. Like, so the metrics show that their way I think is wrong, and my way, like, we've never had issues with that. We've never had issues with people actually getting the wrong types because you can't. It won't compile.
Right.
Like, so the proof is in the pudding, and having an opinion versus, like, you take your thing that's a progressive enhancement framework that's I make something that doesn't use JavaScript and I use something that does use JavaScript. Guess what? It's code in the back end. Like, you can say, if it doesn't support JavaScript, do this route. If it does do it, do this route. Do these things that are like components that say include this version if it's this way and it's not this way. Like, this is not rocket science to do. You can say, I want to use DataStar in this situation. I don't want to use in this situation. But as soon as you do anything that has streaming, anything that has like multi-user interfaces, like, one of the things that I was going to do if my Big Sky talk gets taken up is I'm going to do all the things that he says it's can't do. Like, you can't do a spreadsheet in progressive enhancement. You just can't. You can't do a shared Google like a map-based app in a progressive enhancement way. Like, the polling and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, they tried doing that, it doesn't work. Like, you're just going to run into issues in real world apps where it's just not going to actually be performant enough. So if you're focused on that, great. But guess what? I can make a static site that runs circles around your site. And
Right.
like, you have the Hugo is a Go thing, right? Like, you could just run it in Hugo if that's what you're trying to do. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a different problem.
Right.
You can't have a real world streaming app that's doing all this crazy stuff and say, oh yeah, but we want to work with if it's not JavaScript. That's a different fucking problem. It's just, you're trying to get both. You're guaranteed to have the least common denominator by saying we're going to support a progressive enhancement of something like a streaming chat app. Like, say I'm going to make a Discord that doesn't have any JavaScript on the page.
Right.
You're just not. It's going to fail. You're not even talking the same problem.
Right. So my argument would be, it's essentially an extension of yours. My argument back to this is like the harder stance, which is, I have a magic button, and in that magic button, instead of having programmers care about the abstraction they're using to solve a problem, they solve a problem by updating their damn JS docs so that it's really clear all the time what the types are. And the understanding would be, if you do not follow my JS docs, your thing is going to fail. And the reason why is because the trade-off of having an additional build step, which then opens the door to many other additional build steps, because at that point you're like, well, once I have one, why can't I just add another? It's so easy. The trade-off from your perspective is, right, I get to save lines of code written, but the other trade-off is, I have extended my ability to go from point A to point Z because now I have to build between those points. And the worst part of it is that programmers rely on it. They cannot seem to escape the psychological factor of, once a problem has been solved, I no longer have to care about that problem, why it exists, what the problem even is, etc. I realize, though, that my argument is a magic button, hard stance, everything is like going way back, but it's the argument I make so that people at least have the concept of what we're talking about, which is, fine, if you're gonna choose a framework and you're gonna choose something like TypeScript, at least have the ability to talk about it at the level that you and I have talked about it today, because many programmers cannot. They just pull it and use it, npm install and go. That's my argument against that.
Well, and here, I'll even go further. Like, the Jlarky literally said, right, you could do it with DataStar, but but it's not there in the framework, and also the creator hates that approach. First of all, I've said this like 12 times, like, someone showed you literally a progressive enhancement version on it in Twitter. So you're just fucking lying. Like, that's step number one. Number two, for some reason, a lot of these social people do not get the fact that I can have my own opinions about how you should build software. And then DataStar, the hypermedia framework, can have its own opinions about how you build software. Right. And then the library underneath it cannot have any opinions other than like you should follow this application, this type interface to make plugins. You can have different, like, just because I think something should be in place. DataStar has been done for like over a year and a half for me. Like, I have the tags I want. Like, yeah, the interface wasn't as good as it is now, but guess what? Like, I was able to build some crazy things with like 4 tags, and I'm like, cool, I got what I need. But now people are using it for all kinds of crazy stuff, and it's a much better interface, even for me. It's great. Like, so that's been really good. But the fact that you keep saying that it can't do this or it's not built in is just a fucking lie. Like, people have to stop lying about it. That's my issue, is they say something's not built in when it is built in. You know why it's built in? Because it's fucking hypermedia. How do you do progressive enhancement? You have something that has a form and some links. That's it. That's what progressive enhancement is. Everything else is like, I'm having data dash attributes and other things. And if I don't have JavaScript on, none of that stuff comes up. So stop lying, and like, for some weird like social trolling reason, like, just stop. Like, whatever you're doing with your life, you need to stop doing it, because all you're doing is trolling something, and you don't understand how the browser works, apparently. Because you don't know how to do it. Same thing when it comes to doing optimistic concurrency. You set a signal. You do the same thing in Solid. You literally do the same thing. But do I do that for you? No. Should you? No. Why? Because you should not lie to people about where the state of the system is. Like, do things like fetch indicators. That's something HTMX got incredibly right. I think there's issues with the way that fetch indicator was implemented, but the idea of get instant feedback, and also the thing is, like, we have the ability built in to do animated CSS, and all that stuff is built into DataStar, whereas it's not in HTMX. And there's this kind of fuzzy thing of what the loader means and how you interact with CSS and all that. All that's based off of signals. All of it can be run by CSS. So, like, again, implementation details of HTMX, but the indicator idea of, you indicate that something's going to the server, you indicate that something's happening, 100% the right thing to do. But saying I've saved it, you're just fucking wrong. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, you do not care about that. If you worked at a bank, you'd be fired. If you worked in healthcare, you'd be fired. If you worked at a law office, you'd be fired. If you worked in the military, you'd be fired. Like, you're just wrong about things that actually matter and actually care about. And that's the things that I care about. I don't care about your CRUD or your SAS or any of that stuff. I care about, like, things that actually affect real world people. So that's why you see me passionate, and why I say people like that are just straight up wrong. You say that it's lying because he said, no, who is lying? You are lying that it doesn't have progressive enhancement. Progressive enhancement is built into the browser, you nunts. Jesus. And people, I'm like, this is the problem I'm having, is that people like this are just not understanding what the problem is. The problem is the actual browser. Like, the problem is the browser. If you turn off the JS, all you have is links. And forms. That's literally all you have. So if you understand that, then you don't even ask the question you're asking. What you're asking is like a non sequitur, and you're being dumb. Like, it's like a chosen ignorance. Like, people are telling you, hey, here's what it is, and you're like, well, you're not giving me the answer I want. It's like, yeah, because I care. If I didn't care, I would say, yeah, do whatever you want. Like, it's not the right tool for you. No, you don't understand how the browser works. If you're saying DataStar doesn't handle progressive enhancement, you're not actually listening. You're not actually looking at how the browser works. Because it has nothing to do with DataStar or HTMX or Alpine or Alpine Ajax. All it's saying is that they like are making the choice of, like, look, you get back to form and links. That's it. That's crazy.
That's what it is under the hood. Yeah, exactly. And I'll call Jlarky out too, because he said something that I think is also stupid. He's
stupid. Built into Matrix, built into Remix. That's the dumbest. How can you build in what's already in the browser? How, like,
unless you just recreate the exact same thing, but that still doesn't negate the argument. You just recreated something that already exists in the browser. And also, Jlarky, stop straw manning me. If only every engineer was perfect and would follow the rules, that's called a straw man argument. That's what you do when you try and take the least charitable and least faithful take of an argument, and you turn it into the worst possible take so that you can look smart. Jlarky, that was not very smart of you. That's not what I'm saying. I never said the word perfect. I would like you to quote me if I ever said that engineers need to be perfect. I would love for you to pull up that quote, because if you cannot pull up that quote, then what you said was completely and utterly idiotic, and I cannot take you seriously anymore. I've lost respect for you for that, because you can't just straw man me like that and then think you can get away with it. How about fuck you? How about that? What I'm saying is that programmers already follow rules. Whether the rules are you must adhere to JSDoc and update your JSDoc consistently, or you must follow the rules of the abstraction that you install. The rules are the rules. There's a rule being followed. You've just automated one away versus having somebody do a manual rule engagement. And I also said, my words were, if people don't follow the JS docs and they provide an input that doesn't match what the JS doc specification is, then the thing will fail. And it's your responsibility to ensure it doesn't fail. That is the antithesis of perfection. That is the leniency of imperfection. And then having the responsibility of the developer to accept the fact that they will make a mistake and that they have to solve that. So don't straw man my fucking arguments. All right. Should we talk about 3D game engines now?
Sure, yeah. That's an area I actually know way more about than this stupid web stuff.
Perfect. Okay. So how about I start with a spicy take on 3D game engines?
Sure.
Because I think this will be a nice tie-in, and for people like Laugh and Travis and stuff, they'll like it. Okay, so ECS in game engines. Here's the argument: entity component systems are an abstraction to attaching functional logical things to other functional logical things, more or less. I'm kind of skipping over some things, but essentially you're making attachments or associations of different logical units. And the abstraction and cost of that abstraction is that now you have to track the states of all these things, who they're attached to, when they get attached or detached, when they get run or not run, etc. Where most games do not need that level of abstraction or complexity. Most games can generally...
like my take.
Okay, that's great. This is great. Most games can generally operate with inlining the different pieces, moving parts, more or less inlining them, and keeping your, like, maybe just even like a function, like this function does that, and you just run this function, and maybe you pass a pointer to the thing that you need to like operate, adaptations on or whatever. And most games will do fantastically well, and things will be much simpler to follow than using an entity component system. Hit me.
Sure. So I'm very much in the Mike Acton, the problem is the problem. You've heard me say it like 3 times so far in our conversation. So my thing is that on a standard like x86 or even the ARM stuff nowadays, like there's nothing, the cost of a single Boolean lookup of 1 bit is the same cost as doing a 4K page lookup, right? Like in L1 cache and all these kinds of things.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Even it's 64 bytes, even for the initial lookup, even in L1. So what I'm saying is the problem is the problem, and the problem is how do I get the most out of the time that I have inside my registers? And the thing that's the long story short version is there's almost nothing faster than big dumb arrays, right? That is just, there's nothing faster for a CPU because it doesn't have to do, you can do prefetching, you can do all this stuff. It doesn't have to do branch analysis, all this stuff.
Right.
So there's nothing smarter than dumb arrays. So if you can do, the problem is that that's usually hard. Structs of arrays is really hard for people to wrap their heads around, right? Like that is the normal thing that's the hard part, is that the computer wants something different than the human wants. The human wants this nice abstraction of objects because that's kind of how we think. We think this guy, this enemy attacks this guy.
Yeah.
Not that this like array has these things in existential programming. If it exists in this array, it automatically is going to get pulled. So there's again, we're having the fight of, there's a disconnect between this guy who wants to be super efficient with what the actual CPU wants, and this guy who wants the object-oriented, like, just give me the dumb Unity C# thing and like, let me get back to my day. The problem is that guy is having issues with his scene graph and like hitting cache misses all the time because he's doing things in these weird trees. And this guy has to write things slower because he's doing things. I live up here in this place where I'm like, y'all are fighting about the wrong thing.
Okay.
Well, I will talk about this a little bit. So I wrote a thing. There's obviously not a lot of game engine stuff in Go, right? Like I love Go for all the reasons I love C. It just like, as soon as you start building bigger systems, I want to be able to do closures, and I want to be able to do green threads, and I want to be able to have these options just built into the language so that not everyone's like, the problem with a lot of C stuff that I see is that unless you're implementing everything yourself, everyone has like a copy of their own version of a hash map. They have their own version of this
Right.
structure and this structure and this structure, and no one's agreeing. So at least with Go, you know what a Go routine looks like. You know what a map looks like. You know what all these things look like. Great. So, but the thing is that they're not the most efficient in certain situations. There's not a huge game engine community in that space, but there has been some game engines. The thing is, there was one person who was like saying, hey, I made the fastest game engine possible. It was an archetype-based one that's similar to the way Unity does its stuff, or around the ECS stuff.
Right.
And he did a thing because he said, like, look, no one's it's fast enough for me, so I'm gonna do this archetypal style, like GOTS in the Unity space. I think it's like. So I said that's not good enough, and I went and built a system, and it took 8 months for me to basically say your thing is actually a degenerate case. It's not going to work in these situations. Blah 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 blah. And the interface sucks, right? Like I don't like your interface. And long story short is I made a thing that basically does all under the. It's basically a config. So you give it the equivalent of a protobuf that says here's what my data archetypes need to look like. Here's like the systems I'm going to use and what archetypes are going to do. So it's config based. You're basically defining the equivalent of JSON, right? Just saying I'm going to have these floats and these types and all this stuff. And what it's going to do is instead of trying to do a bunch of generics and all that stuff, it's going to hardline create for every single system and for every single component the actual code that you would have to write if you're doing super inline C style stuff. Like it's not creating a generic of a map of types of things. No, it's just hardlining all that stuff into the main.
Right.
And then what it's doing is making those nice interfaces at the user. So I make a nice fluent interface for interacting with these objects. And I do all this stuff at the high level because I know that that's going to actually, because of SSA stuff or single assignments, when it's getting compiled, all those indirections are going to go away.
Okay.
Like knowing when things are going to go away. So the point is I made something that's incredibly smart about using sparse sets and Swiss tables and roaring bitmaps, all these things that would normally be really sucky to write. And I write this thing that does code generation to generate like 80,000 lines of code. So it's under the hood is very fast, but it feels nice and fluent. And I wrote it in this thing called Gex. I don't even talk about it very much because I think most people don't care about it. I know someone in here just knows about it, but I don't document it. I don't tell anybody about it because I'm like, look, if you don't care about this stuff, you're not going to care. I put a thing to him saying, hey, I'm like I'm at least 10 times faster than you in these situations. Do you want to comment? It took 8 months for him to say, I'm going to just close this and not show my benchmarks anymore. Like that's the problem is that you had something that was actively better. And instead of like engaging with it and saying, hey, let's have a conversation. Obviously we both care about the same things.
Right.
He's like, I'm just going to close and not show the benchmarks anymore.
Right.
Like that's not what I wanted. I wanted us to have like a real conversation about this.
Right.
And so even between technical people, I can't seem to engage. I have like a weird vibe to me that's just like, it's almost like I want to fight you, but I don't. I want to have like an interesting conversation and say, where am I missing it? Like I found your pathological cases. Please go find mine because I want to be. If I'm wrong, I want to know about it. Right? Like DataStar was not me going, hey, I'm better than all y'all. I'm saying we should all be better at least in this.
Right.
So it's funny. I'm having the same issues in the like game engines side of like, I think there's better ways to approach this stuff and not just get into is this faster? Is it faster and is it actually easier? And do the abstractions make sense? Because like, for example, my fluent interface on top of structures of arrays I think it's beautiful. And it's to me, it's a zero cost abstraction because it's actually giving me value of I'm more likely to write the right kind of code under the hood. Whereas I think a lot of times, like with React and stuff, it's abstracting because it's trying to solve the wrong problem. So as long as you're solving the right problem, abstractions can speed you up because you're basically defining a DSL. All abstractions is a DSL in my mind. Like, so, but the problem is if you write a DSL for a mission critical lunar lander, the lunar lander, when you actually see the Mars rover, that's written in a DSL. There's a DSL that actually does the command that turns into bytecode that actually gets sent to the rover. Like they write it in a DSL. There's value in DSLs, and that's what abstractions are. They're just DSLs for the user. But if you write the wrong one, holy fuck, can you get it wrong?
Right. Okay. So there's two angles here. So the one angle that I'm thinking of is the way that you implemented your ECS. You used your code generation program to create an ECS system, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. Yep.
So would you consider that to something that is akin, not exactly one-to-one, obviously, but akin to something like macros in C? Or is it like actual like generating code?
So it's actually generating code. And the reason why so one of the things is Go now has generics, but its generics are not that great. And what I found is because the generics are so shitty, and this is not like Go is great. You'll just see me use it a lot because I really think it's a good balance of like high level and low level. Like you can kind of blend between the two.
Yeah.
The thing that I found is because it was so shitty, it made me really start to understand how to write ASTs and how to actually write code gen and all this stuff, because writing the exact code that I have to write once and then having it work for every single type of like component type and systems and all this stuff, like it forced me down a road of, look, macros, I don't like C macros. I think it's one of the worst cases. And it's actually the thing where I love about Odin and Zig is that they're trying to solve this problem of like macros is a completely separate language than C. And that was a big mistake in my mind. The ideas of macros is great, but the way that you go about it is just wrong. It's a completely different language, right?
Okay.
Like I don't like Lisp, but I like the ideas of it, of this like macro expansions and all that, but it being code. I like the ideas behind Rust's macros, but it's completely a different language to some degree. And I just like it. Why have that system when, because Go is so fast to compile, like I can generate 80, 100,000 lines in a few milliseconds. Why do I care that I have to recompile? Like it's a non-issue. Like when I was doing C++ stuff and building like UIs with games and stuff, I would have to build things in Lua because the compile cycle took so long. I couldn't ever write that in C++. So more and more of your code goes into Lua, into some scripting language. And now you're fighting against the mental model there. So if I have a thing that can do the high level and the low level, and I have one place to debug, I find real value in that. And the thing is, people complain about the compiling and all that stuff. I took my thing against Flex, which if you I'm within 10 to 15% of Flex best numbers with their same code. And to me, that's like, I'm good enough. Like, cause Flex is never the problem or entity. If you want to use the other C++ one that does they're doing archetypes versus sparse sets. It's a whole thing. But the point is, once you're inside of that range, now you're getting into basically signal to noise levels that like, if I can write Go code that is safe and has slices and all this stuff versus doing it in C, I'm going to do that because I'm not a good enough engineer to be like left alone with C and not like do a gem malloc that's incorrect. Like I don't trust myself anymore to do that. So that's why I use the tools that I use. But I'm saying that you don't have to give up. If you go about it from first principles, just the way I did DataStar.
Yeah.
If you go back from first principles, you can solve the right problem, which is like ECSs and array of structures are hard to write systems for unless you had this like really nice fluent interface of the more like object style model.
Right.
Those are orthogonal problems. You can solve both.
Right.
So people need to like wake up, people, I guess.
Wake up, sheeple. So I'm just going to take a minute here to pause for a second, if you don't mind, because we got a huge raid from Ryan Fleury. And Ryan is I think he works on Rad Debugger, I believe. I think that's the right name. But welcome in, Raiders. Ryan's a cool guy. Welcome
he is cool. I've seen a lot of his content. I'm not a social guy. Hello, everyone. Please come in. I'm a nobody. Don't trust me. I'm just a mid-level, like mid engineer. So don't trust me. Unless you're talking about like trick roping or gunsmithing or some of that stuff. I'm world class in that, or at least was 20 years ago. So
yeah, there's some lore there. So welcome in, everyone. I'll just give you a brief. I think there's a bunch of new viewers who don't know what's going on here and what I'm about. So normally I build a video game. I write it in, I'll just do a very quick brief thing here. I write it in vanilla C. It's a single file, header only library. I compile it to WebAssembly, which I run on the browser. I use vanilla JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. My C code is just game state number crunching with numbers, inputs, outputs. It's all vanilla. I use just div elements everywhere to render the game with a background image. There's no GPU, no web GPU, no WebGL, no canvas, nothing like that. It's all CPU, single threaded based. Everything, like I said, everything is vanilla. So I have some HTML code here. and JavaScript, and it's just all inlined as well. I use C to do an embedding system where I base 64 my WASM and all my JavaScript and CSS and all that, and I put it into a single HTML file, which means that I can just ship one HTML file and you can play the entire game, which means that I also have a statically hosted site on GitHub. I have a multiplayer C server, which literally takes the exact same game state code, and then I can just run the exact same game state code on my C server, and then use WebSockets to do multiplayer, which I don't have running right now, but I can, after the interview here, I can get the server running. You guys can play the game, and this whole thing works by having I can make changes to the game in the single player mode, have them shipped out to the server, and the server can just ship those changes to you while you battle against other players in multiplayer mode. That's kind of the concept. The reason why I do this, and the reason why I have this brilliant, smart guy here, Delaney from DataStar, is because I feel like we're in the opposite of the golden age. This is my personal opinion. We're in the opposite of the golden age of tech. We seem to just produce slop after slop after slop. Hardware is getting better, but software is getting worse. Websites are getting slower. Video games suck. Everything runs on Electron or a browser or whatever. People think that they have to reach for crazy abstractions in order to accomplish anything. And I'm a self-taught high school dropout who's doing everything in vanilla with a complex game on the browser with the most bare bones things. And so today I'm talking to Delaney here. He's a creator of DataStar. And if you know anything about HTMX, DataStar is kind of like a semi-extension, a little bit of HTMX, but he comes from the same principles that I do, which is, what is a browser, right? And that's one of the things I'm trying to show off with the game here. What the heck is a browser doing? Why do you need a bunch of frameworks to move things around, to send thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of messages in the span of a second to your browser? Why are you being told that this is slow? Why are you being told that you need a billion abstractions to do this? Do you actually understand what's going on under the hood, et cetera, et cetera? This is the conversation that we're having. And I think Ryan, and viewers from Ryan's stream are probably going to feel right at home, because like Ryan, he goes deep into these things with like the debugger stuff. We're talking about this low level stuff that very few people talk about. They don't engage in the kind of conversations we are. So we just spent like almost 2 hours talking about web frameworks and how complicated those things have become. And so as you heard, Delaney was talking to us about like entity component systems, the argument being that they are also overcomplications of things. So I'm going to bring it back to our discussion then. And again, welcome in, and Ryan, thank you for the raid, man. That's super cool. I really appreciate it. So Delaney, I think this ties into exactly what we were talking about on the web. When you're talking to someone who comes to you and says, yeah, but React, we're just abstracting the argument, so to speak. Yeah, but React, bro. What we agreed upon is that you're kind of talking past each other. They're talking about a problem space that exists over here, and you're talking about like a more natural state of things that exists over here. And I think you're describing the same thing with your approach to an entity component system. So when you have people come at you and go, yeah, but entity component systems, bro. Well, I think what you're trying to say is, right, but if you look at the problem of what you're trying to solve in a different world, like in a different paradigm, and what is the natural state of how you're going to deal with an entity component system, we're no longer talking about the same thing. And I solved it in a way that, in the way that I as in Delaney live, and you're still talking about it in the way that you live, and there's a gap here, right? Is that about accurate?
Yeah, it is, because the thing is, the irony is Geck is actually an entity component system. It's using Swiss tables and sparse sets and all these kinds of things. But the thing is, I'm not giving up on fluent interfaces and be able to say, hey, I can say, hey, if I have this thing named this certain way or this config file, I can generate all that relationship stuff. One of the things that Flex does really well in the C world is they have a relational entity component system. No one else is doing this. And I'm like, hey, you don't have to be archetypal to do this. You can actually use sparse sets and all this. But the thing is that normally writing that interface really sucks. And it's a lot of code. Guess what's not a lot of code? Doing code gen and doing it once and saying, I'm going to make it so this is relationship automatic. Like if you have these things and you're saying that the data inside of my component is an entity named this certain way, then all of a sudden that automatically generates a relationship, and I have a parent to server or parent to child, child to parent. You can do all these kinds of really interesting things, and it's about how you do the configuration, because it's more about getting rid of the suck. Like entity component systems are really close to what is actually happening on the hardware. Like structs of arrays is the best thing you can do for your thing. Things like Zig that are do the multi vector array stuff, where it automatically turns it into an SOA from an AOS. Like there's some really smart ideas that they're doing there around comp time, but I still think that it's hard to debug, and it's easy to get yourself into a bad state if something goes bad. Like comp time does not allow you to just set your debugger and just like play, like live in that space. Whereas if you're doing code gen, it's just code. Like you can say, like, look, I can actually step through this and I know exactly what. There's no magic happening. It's not like you're just. Sometimes when you're doing C or C++ development, you'll get into the DLL hell and then you're now inside someone else's assembly. Like that's not cool. Like I'd much rather be in a space where I own all the code, including my code gen code, and I can debug at any point. It's now part of my flame graphs, all this stuff. And I'm not saying that like Go is this magic bullet here, but I'm saying that you can have this beautiful, easy to use mentality, but still have performance. And I think like what the RAG game tools, I've always had huge respect for them for the last 20 years. But again, back when I was an animator, their way of doing things around tooling and stuff is beautiful. I really am looking forward to what the debugger does, because I like the ideas of being more efficient and being lower level. And I want those kind of tools. They're not good tools that exist in that compared to what I can get out of Delve or something else. So it sounds like I'm a big Go guy, but I'm like, I just want the right tool.
Oh, hang on. I think we lost you somehow. Hang on 1 sec. I don't know how on earth we lost you. 1 second. What the heck happened? 1 second here. Say something on Discord again? Okay, so it looks like 1 sec, folks. We'll figure it out. Yeah, my mic seems to be going through. Let me do a quick reset here. I'll go like this. I'll go over here. That's the input. Okay, try talking.
Test.
There we go. I think you're back now, right? Right, everyone? Talk again.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there you go. You're back. You're good. All right.
Okay. Where did you lose me?
So
ranting.
I think you were talking about like you sound like you're a big Go guy, but what you're really trying to do is.
Oh, so yeah, the thing is, I love the fact that like the debuggers are getting better in C++ and all that. It sounds like I'm a big Go guy, but I just like tools that I don't have to constantly be looking at my own code to say, is this a valid state? Can I screw up slices? Like the fact that slices are now becoming popular in Zig and Odin and all that, that's great. That means that like as soon as the standard libraries catch up, guess what? I'll be on that train all day long. It's just that like I have stuff to do, and like the standard libraries have been around for a decade in Go, or even the external tools have gotten really good. All the code looks the same. So I see that Odin and Zig are in my future heavily. I've been tracking both of them for a long time. I'm excited for where they're going. They're just not there for me as a daily driver right now, but I love what they're doing. So my thing is, even for example, like even though it's not the most efficient thing, having zero values. Like Go has zero values, which means that when you create a struct, it automatically zeroes out that memory for you. Yes, there's a cost to that, but guess what? I'll pay that cost for the things that I do, because I know that I want to make sure that there's not a chance of leaking, and mine's more based around security and stuff. So Odin, I think, makes better choices there, and they're still fast and efficient, all those things, right? So there's some of this that is vibe based, but also some of it's like I worked on high level security things. I want to zero out everything, even if I'm about to put it in, because zeroing it out is just a memory thing. If something gets reset or something, I don't know. Like maybe that's too vibe based, but I care about that stuff. And until I'm proven that that's the performance bottleneck, I'll take that hit. Right. So it's about being smart about the tools.
Right. So I was gonna like, okay, I'll try and present the argument like from a hard stance. Like I'm putting on my hard stance mode again. Okay.
Sure.
So I understand. My understanding of you, the trade-off is like there might be an extra layer of indirection between the things that I'm like code generating together. When they actually execute, you have these different mechanisms and logical functions running in your game. Then you have to like store, at bare minimum, you have to store like an association between the two, right? So under the hood, there's an association that you now have to store, which at bare minimum comes at the cost of like a pointer reference or something like that. And then you have to track the memory allocation of all of these things, versus say like other methods like inlining their functions, for example, other comparisons you could make, etc. But in exchange for those costs, I get other benefits such as I I essentially write less lines of code, given the concept that I would have to write this stuff anyways. And for the potential minor memory offset, I cognitively benefit from the execution of like brain to keyboard, right? And so I think that's what you articulated.
So here's the thing: is some of it, yes. Like there's some things where like you can do your own execution thing, and you can set up your own POSIX threads and all this stuff. There's times where green threads are going to be more efficient than what you're going to do as you scale up. Like you mentally cannot keep all of it in your head.
Right.
You can't say I'm going to do 1,400 like Go routines and say I'm going to write my own execution engine for that. You have other things to do. There are times for that, but what I'm saying with Gex specifically, that's not the thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about when I do the fluent interface stuff that's nice and easy on top of the ECS. All of that ends up being like foo.bar.baz, do this thing. But all of those things in between all live on the stack, and they all come down to, especially with single assignment stuff, that's all going to get compiled out. So that's just literally changing the stack and changing some indexes in a stack. I'm not even dealing with pointers. Like it's all stack-based stuff, which means I'm as fast as you would be in C. There's nothing, like there's no difference. If people actually understand how this stuff works under the hood, your access to an array and my access to the same slice, like the same array element, is no different. Like there's a slice is just a pointer with a length. Like, but so it's a slightly fatter pointer, but the actual access stuff is all going to be the same. So we can't be faster than each other in this situation. Like there's no VM, there's nothing like that. So my point is that you can get some really nice value and efficiencies, but still be fast. But you have to understand that, like, when's it going to be on the stack? When's it going to be on the heap? Am I doing direct pointer access, or am I doing like an int that's an offset and array? And sometimes that's the same cost. Sometimes it's not, because you can do a integer that's a 8-byte or a 4-byte thing, and that's cheaper than the pointer, right? Like if you understand what you're doing, you can be faster than the other guys, even though you're doing something in Go. Like it's more about the mental model is the issue than the language, to some degree, right? To some degree, it's going to matter. But if you're talking Go and C and Zig and Odin, if you're accessing an array in a big dumb array, there should be no difference between those things at all. Zero.
Right. Okay. So, okay. So if that's the case, then it would mean that the difference that you're actually talking about is your ability to nicely deal with exactly the same performant code under the hood. Decent summary?
Yeah, and even like I don't know how to say that, Lafayette. Said, any thoughts about Odin's SOA? I think that's freaking brilliant. I love it. I think that and the multi array list, I forget what it's called in Zig, where it automatically changes your AOS into SOA. I think that is amazing. I can't wait to use it. When the libraries get better, you're going to be seeing me switching over from Go. Like I love the ideas of it. Once they have the ability to do closures and some more runtimey green thready type stuff, I will use it all day long. Like writing a web server in Zig at scale does not compete right now. That's not because Zig is slow or Odin is slow. It's that like they are not built with these ideas of green threads and all this stuff. They're just kind of stuck in the Java like one thread per connection style of thing from what I've seen so far. I know like King Prodi has been working on some stuff in the Zig space. I'm excited for that. I can't wait till that happens. But for me, as a guy that's getting stuff done, it's not there yet for me.
Right. Okay. So in that case, so it's kind of hard for me to like to make the argument, because you're kind of proving that, like, well, you're what you're doing is essentially what I would like to be seen more often. And so, like, how am I supposed to argue against, like, the person doing the thing that I want to see? So maybe let's not go into the argument. Maybe let's go into the positives of what you're describing, which is along the lines of, if you're going to make the case for something like an entity component system, if you're going to make the case for an abstraction of some kind in order to accomplish something, if you're going to make the case for using a library, language, or framework or whatever, I want to see more people, more programmers care just a little bit more than they currently do, and have the ability to talk about it, maybe not quite as in depth as you and I are, but more than just, yeah, but thing does X for me. And exactly what you described, what you were able to do, I want to stress this a bit more. You were able to give me your reason as to why there may or may not have been a cost. So in this case, there was like a no cost in terms of raw under the hood performance. You end up at the same spot, and what the benefits of accepting that cost are versus the negatives. So, the only thing that I could really argue back would be like, yeah, okay, so you get to have something nicer to work with, but then I've added a build system to the entire process. But I would be arguing that to someone who can't talk about it at that level. If I tell you that, what you're going to say is, right, but I'm not going to go off and just go and include more build steps and more tools and everything just for the sake of it. I'm not going to look at my current state and go, well, I'm already here, might as well double down and just accept everything under the sun. You're not the type of person to do that. But that would be my common argument, is like, wait, you got to be careful of these things, because we're the way that the industry is right now is that negative feedback cycle. Don't think about what you're doing. It's been solved. Use a tool. And so then you accept more tools and more tools, right? But I want to see people talk more like what 100%. You're doing, right?
Well, and the thing is that there's trade-offs. I have my coding partner going up. He stayed in the game development space. In fact, he's written all the books. If you look up Guy Somberg and see all the audio programming books he's written, he's one of my closest friends. And him and I get into it about this stuff all the time. And he is absolutely 100% right that when it comes to things like doing audio engines, C++ just blows Go out of the water. And the problem is, right now, with the tools that are available right now, C Go is not Go, right? Like, there's a cost of doing that transfer between those things. And the problem is audio engines are doing that cost all the time. Like, they're constantly in this transferring things back and forth against hardware. And so there's certain situations. I don't think that you should use Go for a general game engine. But the fact is that if you're building a back-end driven game, like you're building a game that's a server-driven game that has a hypermedia front end, there's no better option than Go. Go will murder you in every way because the tooling is just better in that space. It's not that the language Go is better than C++. Like, they were built for different tools, and it's more about the ecosystem, not about the actual language. Like, I don't care what language you use, but it's about the ecosystem that gets built up around it. So, like, I will never say that Go beats C++ in every way, or that you should even, if you're building a native application, should you do, like, same way I'll say, don't use native hypermedia if you're building a native app. Like, you have GL, like, go do the thing. Like, so knowing what your problem is and knowing what your implementation is. If you're doing GL, you better understand, or Vulkan or whatever, you better understand how the command buffers work and all that stuff. Even if you're not writing an engine for it, you better understand what the actual thing is happening. You better understand how shaders work. You better understand all these things. Otherwise, you're going to build a shitty thing. It's like, at least understand what's going on. You don't need to be going deep on it, but you should understand what the actual results are going to be.
Right.
That's my biggest beef with everybody, is that they don't care about the result. Like, if you're on a browser, your hardware is the browser. Like, that's the equivalent of a 6502. It's the same problem. Like, here's your registers. Here's what the DOM does. Here's how things interact. Here's what turbofan does. Like, understand what's going on under the hood. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out, and you're going to be complicating things that are complicated because it's already complicated enough.
Right. Yeah. So I think this is it's a good point about the browser, because the browser is already an abstraction If you think about it, it's already an abstraction from
Mhm.
under the hood. So you're already living in one layer of abstraction,
Yep.
minimum. So to resolve problems in that abstraction, the last thing that you want to do, it should be like one of your last options, is to add further abstractions. And if you're
Right.
going to do that, you should know why you're doing that. At least be able to talk about it.
Right.
Don't just do it because it's there and everyone else does it and so on and so forth. Exactly to your point. It's like, understand that this is what it's intended to do and work within that, and try to avoid making it more complicated than it needs to be.
Well, and someone in the chat just said that we've been talking about, it gets its reality-oriented programming. And I will contend that there is no better mental model for programming than doing data-oriented programming, because data is the problem. Your code does not live forever, but the data does. Like, data-oriented and understanding how registers work, how the underlying things work, is the number one thing to understanding how computers work. And that had changed my life once I really understood how modern architecture works. Like, I think Casey's doing an amazing work in this space. I think it's great, and it's really good that like he's now doing stuff on Prime's channel thing. Like, that's
Yeah.
great, because Handmade Hero lived in kind of wallowed in a little bit of quietness, and now people are getting to understand it more. So, like,
Yeah.
it makes me sad that that's the situation, that people didn't like see the value in what he's doing, because they're like, YOLO, why would I care about like Win32? Like, I'm on the
Right.
web. But understanding that like that's what he's targeting, so that's what he has to understand. And I feel like Casey would do better personally if he like actually tried to build something on the web. Like, if he actually took his game mentality and put it on the web, I bet he would make something that looked like DataStar.
Yeah.
I would hope there would be a better version of it, but it would look something like DataStar. Could be like, WASM it has a huge cost. It's has all these streaming issues. Like, there's a cost here. Okay, so the problem is I have to actually write this in JavaScript. Well, if I have to write in JavaScript, I want to have types and I want to have contracts. Okay, well, I'm writing TypeScript. Well, if I'm writing in TypeScript, I'm gonna write the minimal amount so that I don't have to write any more on the page than possible. Okay, well, here's how do I make it so that I can write custom elements? Well, there's something built in called custom, like data-star attributes. Like, I think you would work through the same problem set that I ran into, because it's just that same game developer model of like, what is the actual problem I'm trying to solve? If the problem is I'm trying to use hypermedia to make declarative interfaces in the most efficient way possible, I don't know of a better way than DataStar, and I challenge anybody to show me that I'm wrong.
Okay. I have some ideas. I might take you up on that challenge, but
Sure.
which I would be welcome from what I'm getting. So that's great. Let me try and get your perspective on what you think the current downsides are of using abstractions. So you've talked about, the reason why I say this is because you've talked about like where people's headspace is at, and like talking past each other, and like the difference between like a tech streamer's job versus a programmer's job versus someone who's passionate and all these things, and how you've approached the problems you're trying to solve. I want you to try and talk about the problems that are not being solved, it maybe one or two, and how in fact these kinds of abstractions make some problems worse, like how they inflate problems. The downsides of just reaching for the most popular thing, or just accepting that something is a solution, or whatever the case might be.
Sure. Let's start with a really, really simple example. In fact, the fact that this is even an example makes me upset. I remember before I really got into web stuff, where I was just kind of doing it on the side, where I'd be like, why is this a problem? Like, I just like didn't
Right.
understand when I go to a talk about web stuff. I'm like, this is like a non-issue, right? Like, if you do immediate mode graphics rendering or something, like the things that they're talking about being an issue, I was like, I don't get it. Like,
Right.
what are we doing here? So take a progress bar. You have something that you're doing a thing in the back end. You say, hey, I want to submit this job, and I'm just doing a simple progress bar. I'm not talking about anything more complicated than just a progress bar. Okay? Just a progress bar on a page. I clicked a thing, something's happening in the back end, progress bar happens. How do you solve that in React today? Like, what's the right answer for that in a general sense? Give me your general answer to that.
So you'd have to, you would essentially create a component for the progress bar. It would have to be like some progress bar component. You'd fire off some kind of like an effect or something that ships off like a request that has an effect on it, and then it would update that component to do like maybe an animation or whatever it is that you're displaying. And then at the end of whatever your response is, you would then update your component again. And I'm kind of skipping a few steps essentially, but you get to the end, and then your final updated component is like updated at the very end of that. And then I guess that would be it. Your request is done. Your component's updated.
Now, before we go any farther, I want to push back. What happens to that actual? What do you mean by component? Did that component go away, or did it get hidden, or like does it not exist anymore? Like, what do you mean by like it's done? Because there's the progress bar itself, and then there's the contents of what happens after that, right? Are those two different components? How did they get into the browser in the first place?
Right. And I think if I recall my React well enough, purely from memory, I believe what happens is that there are actually two different instances. There's the instance that is running on the browser as if, for example, you never had React and you just raw HTML'd in your instance of your progress bar and you just like raw updated it. Like you just literally wrote the HTML for it. That's one instance. And then there's the instance that lives in React, which is kind of like a I don't know, just-in-time compiled version, I guess, that lives kind of like in the React memory and has all these things dancing around it. There's like, you know, it's like a puppeteer with strings, and then the React gets to choose when it has to update the instance that lives in the browser, and even if React says, okay, I'm done with this component, we've finished all our animations, the progress bar is done, the request is over, it will remove the instance, potentially, not always the case, but it will remove the component that lives in the browser, but the component that lives in React might still live there for the entire lifetime of the application unless you explicitly remove the component as no longer needed, but that you'd have to do two removals. That's off the top of my head.
Okay. So, how would you solve that exact same problem in HTMX?
So in HTMX, you have one single instance. It is just the instance that lives on the browser. It's their HTML progress bar, whatever it is, just like a div element with some styles or something. And what you do is you attach maybe you do it like on an on click on a button or something, but it doesn't matter. Something triggers a request that you have to send to the server. That request literally talks to your HTML element that lives on the browser and says, it will do it through well, I mean, I guess you could approach that a number of different ways. You could, if you
normally,
wanted,
I'll give you a little bit of hit. Like you're normally sending down tags of when you end up polling, right?
Right. So you'd send off the request to the server, and then the server could do like, it could send an HTMX, like an HX request or an HX response or something back down. And it triggers like, hey, you should execute an update to this bar. Here's the new HTML for it. And it just updates so it's just a string, exactly what we were talking about before. It's just a string of HTML, and you tell the browser, just take your one single existing instance of this element and now just update the HTML for it. And then your JavaScript request server just kind of does that a few times until it's over.
Right. But when you say it does it a couple times, how does it do that? How?
Okay, so I have not implemented more than, say, single requests, single server requests on HTMX. I've never had the need to do like multiple or long pulled things. So I would just literally do like 1, 2, 3 shots, and that's about it.
Right. So here's where it gets into the, like, we deal with different levels and different scales of problems, right? So the way in HTMX you normally would do it is you'd say, hey, I'm going to take down this new fragment, and on that fragment, it's going to have something like data on load and like or HX delay and that kind of thing of saying, hey, wait this amount of time and then go do another get request. Right. So that's the problem we have, is that we have someone saying, hey, I'm going to go create all these elements on the page with the progress bar, and then you have to hide that and then put the contents of it, and that already has to exist in your React app. And then it has to deal with the JSON stuff. And then you have the HTMX thing, which is saying, hey, I'm going to send stuff down, and I'm also going to say, here's how you get a hook into calling myself polling again. Right. These are both really bad abstractions of the right idea. Like the abstraction is, I need to get data down from the server and send down and get an update to the screen. That's what the actual problem is. Both of these are abstractions on top of that. One is doing a poll-based thing. Both of them are technically doing polling because they're basically asking this question over and over again.
Right.
One is doing less abstractions in the HTMX sense. It's doing less, but it's still an abstraction because you're now having to put the server element saying, I need to update in 5 seconds.
Right.
Okay. Again, whenever you're doing game development, whenever you're doing server like architectures or system architectures, you say, great, that works. What happens when I have 100 people? What happens when I have 10,000 people? What happens when I have 100,000 people?
Right.
So that 5-second time delay might be okay right now. But what happens if all of a sudden you get DDoSed, or if you get what do you guys call it when someone gets a raid, right? You get a raid. Now all of a sudden you need to be putting back pressure on things because you can overload your servers. And that 5 seconds that was totally fine before, you're in your P99s, all that stuff. Now all of a sudden you're fucked. You are in a bad place. So now you've leaked. Before you were leaking a bunch of JSON. Now you're linking a bunch of server state to your front end.
Yeah.
DataStar is simpler in every regard, in that you create that connection to the backend and say, hey, I want to do the same thing that you're saying with HTMX. I'm saying, hey, I want to update this part of the page on a click, like literally data-on-click, data on click, do a get. That part looks exactly the same. What the difference is that when you're in the server, you have this, you start an SSE connection, and then you decide when to send down that progress and when to do the replace and when to do that. So that now you've had one request, and instead of polling and sending down a bunch of data that may not have changed, it may still be at 39%. And because something else is going on, you're still at 39%. Now you're in control of the back pressure. You're in control of how often you send stuff down. You can now say, I'm going to change the quality of service. I'm going to say that this person's a super awesome person and they get higher updates. Or you can say, this person's DDoSing me, I'm going to limit them. Or you're going to say, the things have changed where now they're a progressive person, and for the next 15 minutes they get a different interface. It doesn't matter. The point is you're sending down this data and the server is in control, which is what HTMX makes you feel like is happening, but it's a lie. That's the problem. It's a straight up lie because the server is putting that its logic onto the browser. And that's just the wrong mental model. It's not that HTMX is wrong, is that people are using it in a way where they're like, oh, it can't, like, YOLO, we're polling. It's like, well, that's a dumb idea. If you're doing what you're doing, where you're just saying, I'm just sprinkling a little bit of stuff and it's 10 times better than React, that's great. I get it. But what I'm saying is you can literally do everything you're doing in HTMX and it will be less code and it'll be more efficient, even if you don't do any of the crazy streaming stuff that I do. It's like, you don't have to do that to make it more efficient. My way is better, not because like, it's not a fight between me and Carson. It's more that like, I started from first principles and said, I'm gonna do stuff that no one else is doing, but the spec says I can do this. And guess what? I can do it and it works fine. So that's where the mental model is. And that's just a progress bar. Now imagine if you do things where you do interactivity, where you're talking between people, if you're doing fuzzy text search, if you're doing all these things. The one thing that I think is really like a mental break for people is that whether you're talking about a SPA or HTMX MPA style, is that you do a request off to the server, you wait till the server's done all of its stuff and then hand you something back, right?
Yeah.
So people care about that latency. They're like, it just feels bad.
Right.
Even with fetch indicators and all that. If you do it my way, you start that request, you can start sending back the information of like, I've started working on your request. I'm at this point, I'm doing this, this has changed. And even if it's a longer step, which it's not, it's actually faster, it still feels instantaneous because I can start answering questions right away. Like if you're doing a database lookup, guess what? I can say, like, I'm in this point in the request, I can send down these updates. And Carson talks all the time about locality of behavior.
Yeah.
When you're sending your actual thing and the line that you did the database call is the same fucking line, there's no better locality of behavior than one line. When DataStar, that's one line. When you're like appending to a table or something, you don't like wait till you're into the queries and stuff. You just start sending stuff down right there because that's the right mental model. It's less code, it's faster, and it's easier to write. And it's smaller than any other option out there. So like, I know that people say, well, it's smaller than something else that like, there's no mental model that's smaller than what I've done as far as I've seen, or I would have used it because I don't want to be a JS framework guy. I think it's dumb. Like this whole space is dumb to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So the concept here is that ultimately Okay, so I'm gonna try and like steel man kind of like the front end framework argument,
Yep.
which is
Please
more.
do.
It's more or less like, wait, if you want me to run my entire state on the server, like pretty
No, I didn't
much.
say that. I didn't say
Oh,
that.
wait, what are you talking about, bro? How else am I gonna run my state?
State lives where it's supposed to live. There are parts of the browser that have to live in the local, like your form element cannot live in the server. You don't have control of that. So you need to have something like signals and reactivity or an animations occurring. You can't go to the backend. The backend is not in charge of that. Your browser is. So everyone's talking past each other because you can have client side state and server side state, but your server side state should live in the server and your client side state should live in the client. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say. Like,
Okay,
that seems like a crazy thing.
okay, but wait, if I have to send HTML from the server, am I not by nature altering the state of the HTML on the client?
Yes, there's nothing. So one of the things that I think has been really a misservice to hypermedia is that, and it's REST specifically. REST is all about like basically a URL, like a web browser link is a specific resource. It's a specific thing that you're interacting with, right? And when you go to like an article, the current state of that article is what that URL is meant to be. There's nothing that says you can't stream in the newest stuff that has to do with that article. It's still the same logical article. There's this weird thing where like people have said that hypermedia has to be polling because that's how they've always thought about it, where it's like nothing about the spec says that. Like they say that REST matters and that like URLs matter and that like things are about resources. That is orthogonal to how you get the data down in a protocol sense. Like whether you wait till the very end or you do it in chunks, it's the
Right.
same fucking information that's coming down. It's just a matter of how often you're refreshing or if you don't have to refresh at all. So
Right.
that makes sense.
Yeah. So, but hang on though. Hang on, Delaney. Hang on. Okay. Look. If
Look,
bro.
bro.
The look, bros. If I'm going to make a query to my database, and then I would like to tell my progress bar, I am making a query to the database, isn't that, by definition, storing the state of the progress bar in the server and telling the browser to update its state? Therefore, I have state on the server?
All the state in the case of a progress bar of what you're doing in the backend already lived in your backend.
Right, but we're not talking. No, hang on. Whoa, don't conflate the two things. We're not talking
Okay,
about. we're not. We're not talking about the backend. You just told me that you have a state on the client and a state on the server, and then a URL which represents like a state on the client and a state on the server. But now you're conflating the two. I now have client state, like my progress bar, living and shipped by the server.
Right. And the thing is, nothing's changing about that. Again, this is the irony of the situation where people think like I'm an anti-HTMX, and I'm not. I'm like pro. Most of your shit should be MPAs. Most of your shit should actually be fragments, right?
Right.
Like all of that's correct, but it's skipping a couple steps. Of like there's sometimes where you need signals. There's sometimes where you need to be able to remove state from the client. There's sometimes you need to execute JavaScript sent from the server. Like
Right.
That's all I'm saying. So in this case, the people think that it's on the client. Where did that state of the progress bar in your client come from? It came from the fucking backend.
Yeah,
whole thing, the initial page load came from the backend. All of this started from your backend, and it's just a projection of the actual state. So
Right.
some people talk about like databases, and a lot of times people talk about databases as the source of truth. Almost never is that the case. Usually it's events. Like events happen, and then you get a materialized view of what your database is from those events. This is the same situation where they conflate the idea that I see something on my page, so that must be where the state is. That's like saying I must, just because I see it on my TV or on my monitor, that's where the state of the bits on the DVD. Sorry, I was about to say VHS, but like I'm too old. I was going to say Betamax, but I was.
Yeah.
But the point is that the cartridge in your Atari, if we want to be real, that's where the data lives. The fact that you see it on your CRT and scanning, that is a projection of what the actual data is.
Right.
So you're conflating the idea that it's in my browser as that's the state. That is the current projection of what the state of the backend is.
Okay. I got you, bro. Bro, I gotcha. I've cornered you. You're now stuck in a logical fallacy. Check this out,
Uh-oh.
bro.
Hit me,
Look, what if
bro.
my server what if my
I like
server
this.
could this is good, yeah. What if my server just sends JSON and the actual progress bar lives in the client in React, and it's only injected when a particular type of JSON data tells it to be injected on the page, and then fires off a request to the server to update the progress bar. Now
Yeah,
my
bro.
state is on the client. It's not on the server anymore. So what do you say to
Okay.
that?
I say to this, bro, what happens when you render? What happens with that JSON and it turns into components? What's the next step, bro?
Well, I guess I have to create HTML from that. I have to convert that into HTML that I have to inject into the browser. Yes.
So sounds like communism with extra steps, like in the Rick and Morty style. Like like you're just adding layers, and like if adding layers makes you happy, like we live in a different world. I don't know. Like it's hard. I guess the thing is, if you can do that faster than I can do don't do those steps. Like I'm doing it in less steps.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to be fast. I guess I'm not a good programmer because I just do big dumb arrays and I skip steps if they aren't needed. Like that's basically any game dev guy at all is like do less or put things in big dumb things and do things linearly, like if you can. And if
Right.
you can't, like shard it out where they don't have to talk to each other. Like
Right.
I just solved computer science for you as best as we know how right now. Is shard out things that aren't related, do big dumb arrays, and do less.
Right.
Like, sorry, like that's a CS degree almost,
Okay, but hang on though.
bro.
Bro, no, we're not done here. You don't get to squirm
Okay.
away like that, okay? Listen.
Oh, I didn't realize all the squirming. Okay.
I can send smaller packets of JSON data. Well, why would I send entire packets of HTML? HTML is bloated XML. Why would I send all that over the wire when I can send smaller packets?
No,
And-
it's good, bro.
and
good point.
On top of that, why would I build state on the server when I can have people's hardware on the endpoints build it for me dynamically with smaller strings of JSON data? Bro.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's a great point, Chad. So what I would say to that is number one, you have the metrics to back up that the JSON encoding, which is actually more complicated because it's doing a bunch of extra type stuff, is actually slower than the HTML stuff. I want to make sure you got that. I want to make sure you have those metrics to back up that JSON encoding is slower than the fragment encoding.
Bro,
Because-
you entered the wrong dojo. This is a vibes-based argument, okay? I don't
Okay,
you talking
so-
about metrics.
So I'm going to talk to the other people that aren't vibe based for just a second. Is that when you're doing JSON sending from the server, and this is real talk, like my Giga Chads, is that the sexual tension is really high. Yeah, I'm into beards apparently. So beards and glasses. I mean, my wife has glasses. But, so the one thing that I will say is that here's one of those ironies of the reality of the system. It feels very weird that JSON would be way slower than HTML fragments. The thing is that most of the time when you're actually taking your structs with whatever language you're using, you're actually having to do basically do a nested recursive tree thing to basically turn that into JSON, right? Like you're having to go through all those steps to generate those bytes. When it comes to HTML and fragment-based stuff, most of the things, it's equivalent of what now is popular for some stupid reason in the front end of things like Astro and island-based architectures, that only the parts of the template that are actually dynamic get updated, but everything else is just like big string of bytes, something dynamic, big string of bytes, something dynamic. So all of your templates now are the equivalent of an Astro level, like sub renderer thing. So it's ironically way faster in most situations to actually create the thing that it is to create the JSON. That's step number one. Okay. Step number two is, HTML is more bloated, but guess what? It compresses really, really well because like it's the same code over and over again. It actually compresses really well, and just as well as all the JSON stuff. Like if you have a JSON array with a bunch of keys and stuff, JSON doesn't compress that well. It's not like it's HTML is that great. It's that JSON sucks enough on the wire that there's not that much difference, even with Brotli, even with Z standard, all these things. Like it's okay, but it's not that big of a difference between the two. And the other thing about, especially with DataStar, we call it a progressive performance enhancement, in that it's so fast, and because you're only, instead of doing polling, you're only sending out data when you need to, you can send down big chunks and you're still faster than people that are doing all the polling and stuff. But because everything is the equivalent of out of band in the HTMX mentality, you can get, you can just send down big chunks of like a table, or you can say, I'm only going to update this section, or only update this section, or only update this section. So as you get more and more into your metrics, you can get more efficient and be smarter about your network usage and all that. But you can start with big dumb arrays and big dumb tables, and you can update the whole thing. And because you only update on your timetable instead of when the polling thing is said to do it, now you can be smart about that. And you start checking flame graphs and all that stuff. But you can get progressively more efficient with DataStar in a way that's natural, which is not natural in HTMX, and it's definitely not natural in React, in my opinion.
Okay.
Fight me, bro.
All right. So look, let's assume for a moment that JSON is, more, it ends up being more costly than just sending, HTML down. Let's just, let me grant that to you for a moment. What you're asking me to do is take a team of developers and have them essentially work with HTML in a paradigm that is not by its nature HTML. Because let's say that you're using Go for your backend or PHP or something like that. That thing has to send HTML and even states of the same HTML element. And I now have to reason about, where am I on the page? What is my current state of my HTML? And then I have to take into account all the backend stuff. Then I have to create a new state of HTML and send that as a string over to my client. Why would I ask my front-end developers to work in a seemingly unnatural world trying to create something natural on the client when I could just do it on the client?
So there's certain things that you miss out when you try to, what you're saying is actually more complicated than you realize, bro. And I understand you're trying to completely steelman this argument right now.
Yes.
Chad. So there are certain situations where the mental model is harder. And I'm going to explain that in a second. Because you had a browser open. Can you open up the DataStar front page in two separate, like basically have two tabs of it open for
Sure.
people to see?
Okay. So,
Okay. So
let me get this going.
you can totally use DataStar in, like, we have people using it in Laravel, in the PHP world, in Elixir and Haskell and .NET and all these things. Yeah, open up another tab of it and cover my stupid face, please.
Okay. I'll do my best
Thanks.
here. All right.
Yeah. So I want you to scroll down to the to-do app area of the, of the page.
To-dos. All
Keep
right.
going.
So,
Keep going a little bit more. There you go.
okay.
So these things are actually, because they're, I basically have a key value in the background that's using session keys, or to basically tie things together. So go ahead and write in one of those to-dos. Just write something and then hit enter.
Spiro should move his face off the right side of the street.
Yeah. Stupid face. Yep.
That
Oh,
was-
look. Both of those things. Oh, it's in both places. How is that possible? Well, if you have a mental model where you basically say, I'm going to have an open get request that's just going to be like, give me the updates. And I basically have decoupled the commands of, say, hey, I want to update something on the page. Hey, toggle one of the events. Just toggle something on the page.
So
Like,
I'll
click-
go, let's do
Yeah,
the question mark, eh? Let's do the question mark. Here we
Sure.
go. Instant.
Yeah. So the thing is, and remember, this is on a garbagefly.io server while it's doing all the streaming stuff for all the other examples and everything else. And this whole thing takes like 22 megs of memory. This is all done with a single get. So all I did here is I basically opened up a get to the page when you first loaded up saying, hey, whenever there's state changes, I want to know about it. And then on the back end, I have a KV watcher in Nats that basically says, whenever someone does a command, it goes to a handler, it does some checks to see what the current state is, update the state, and then update the key value. And now you have a watcher on that does a push-based interface, because Nats has the ability to have KV watchers that are push-based. I already have an open subscription listening to that on the get, and I just take that get and turn it down. In fact, now that you've seen that, I'm going to show you what the code for that is. And you
Okay.
like, give me 1 second.
No
Let me
problem.
Find it. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. So I already kind of have like, you know, a little bit of I know what I'm going to argue back next.
Oh, cool, bro.
We're going to try and see how far or make it. I've got my eye on Discord. You can shoot me a link or something and then I'll pull it up.
Okay, cool.
So far, I just want to kind of like capture the idea of what you're trying to say is that in what I'm describing in terms of like a problem space is not actually a problem when you compare it to what you would have to do on doing all this on the client side, almost purely that it's more complicated on the client side. That's kind of like the high level.
100%. You have so much more stuff to track. You cannot. So we're going to share. He's going to share the screen,
Yeah.
I think, right now.
Yep.
Of what that code looks like. And remember, Go is not known for its terseness, right? Like it's not known for being like super tight little language. It's like really verbose. Here, I basically, when you open up the get thing, I open up a for loop and I say, hey, I'm going to watch for an update. And then I'm going to unmarshal the thing from the key value store. And I'm going to create a component and I'm going to merge that fragment. That's it. That's all the code there is. And the rest of it is like logic things of saying, hey, I'm going to run a command and like update the state. But the actual logic of, hey, I want to update something on the page, I just send the entire component of like what the current state is. And if we went and looked at the template file for that, you'd see that it's very simple. It's very similar to what you do in JSX. So if you actually go, here, I'll give you the link to the other part of it.
Sure.
So that we can see merge fragment temple. Hold on a second. So we go to, let me go to the to-do. Okay, so if we go, and this is the part that actually renders the entire to-do part. So you can click on that link.
Okay, I'll copy that over. Just gonna do a thing here, and here we go.
Sure. So yeah, at the to-do MVC, you go in here and I'm setting up some code, but guess what? This looks basically like JSX. But it's in the backend. It's keeping the logic where it should have been in the first place, which is, hey, I have some stuff that's dynamic. I have some signals, and as things get updated, like there's nothing about this. I guarantee your JSX would be this size or bigger. Like, so you saying like, oh, it's gonna be too complicated if you do it in the backend. What are we fucking talking about? Like, it can't be smaller than this. And I'm only sending the parts that I actually have to when I need to. Like all the things you're getting around the VDOM and all that, they just go away because I can do it faster and easier, and I can do it on demand.
Okay,
bro.
All right, bro. Listen, listen, bro.
Listen, Chad.
What you're asking me to do here, because look what I have to do now. Here's what you're asking me to do. What now? I'm dependent on having a back-end server and understanding how this runs on the back end. Like, what is it that actually makes this MVC model? How is it shipped? And how am I going to pass in data from the back end into my HTML? I have to learn this templating system. I have to, understand like how to put this together. And
okay,
yeah. Once
hey,
you
bro,
have,
can you get yourself back on the screen so I can look at you while I drop a bomb on you?
Sure.
I just want to see your face real quick.
Sure. Hang
you gotta
on.
put your face on so that I can drop some heat.
Okay, hang on here. Let me do. I gotta do this, and then I tell OBS, and then I go like this.
I don't want to interrupt bro when bro's cooking, but bro needs to hear this one.
All right. Okay.
Are you ready, bro?
Yeah, let's do this, bro. Bring it.
Okay. I like Go, as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
There's other people that don't agree with me. There's people that don't, in the DataStar community, that actually use TypeScript on the back end. Like one of our main contributors uses Hano. Guess what? You can write JSX. You can write all your templates in lit HTML or JSX or Hano, and you can write all the things you're not losing any information you're losing today. You're just doing less of it, and you're still doing it in the right place. You can use everything you've already learned. I'm not taking that away from you, bro.
No, but here's what you are taking away from me, bro. All right?
Okay, hit me with it. What am I taking away from you?
Instead of being able to hire boot camp graduates or somebody straight out of like a university course or whatever who only have to learn React, and then they can build an entire application purely in React and just have a bunch of JSON sent from a server, and I just need to have one server guy just go send JSON on a cheap server, and then have my React, like a team of 100 React developers do all my React in the front end, and that's all they have to learn. What you're asking me now is to enter into a world where everybody's opinion has some kind of influence over how I ship this HTML now. That's going to be way more costly.
Okay, I'm going to ask you right now. Why is it different to have it the same TSX file? Why?
Because
you can break things up where you literally give them their TSX file and you have the engine and you have 100 people working on 100 TSX files. Why? Prove it to me, bro. You want 100 people on a DataStar app? I 100% love it. I like that I can see your face and you're crying. I get it. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but you could have 100 developers in a DataStar app right now, today. I'm not going to stop you. In fact, I think you should get 200 developers and get like 1,400 times the productivity, because everyone can be sipping their lattes, and then you have like 3 guys at a time that are actually working, and everyone's just rotating out those 3 guys. Like, you just have 3 guys. It's basically like when you go to a construction site and everyone's around the guy digging the hole. Like, everyone's just looking at him going, okay, I guess it's my turn, but everyone can enjoy their lattes and they're like nice time. Like, I like to go to Popeyes. Like, let's get a nice spicy chicken sandwich. You'll have time to do that. I keep saying that our DataStar, or the DataStar Discord, is a pretty cool place because a lot of people have time to like make shitty memes and make fun of things, because we have all the time in the world, because we're kind of done with the front end stuff. Like, we don't have that problem. So look, if you want to hire 100 people and that's more efficient, great, do it. But DataStar doesn't get in your way of doing that, is my point.
Okay.
Sorry.
Fine. Okay, fine. Let's say that it's just
development is the perfect analogy. Like, look, you know what you need to do is not hire 100 developers. You just need to hire like 10 more managers of those 3 guys. Like, that's really the way to make a project really successful.
That's the ultimate answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
More management.
More management is always the answer, isn't it? Yeah.
It really is. Like, there's no problem that can't be solved with more management.
More management. Like, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just an abstraction. Like, abstractions are always free.
Oh, damn. Okay. Fine, bro. Okay, so I won't hire 100 devs, all right?
You should. I'm saying you should.
No, look, I'm reading the subtext of what don't patronize me, bro, okay? Don't patronize me here. I know what you're trying to say. So listen, fine, I won't hire 100 devs. I'll hire 5. But 4 of my 5 devs only have to know one thing: React. Okay. Whereas in your paradigm, I would have to have people who understand how the state works in any given choice of backend technology and how to plug that state into a dynamic HTML system.
Okay, I'm going to share a little secret story that makes me very sad. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I won't say who or what or why, but I'll say that this is a real life thing that's happened to me with DataStar.
Okay.
People have said, not just said, but like literally did the work of wrapping it in a React component. Because it was more convenient for the team to try to understand that than it was to actually use DataStar. Let's just wrap the thing, because the thing is, 13 kilobytes is not a big React component. It's not even big. It's like it's a rounding error in their NPM modules. Like, it's a non-thing. So like, they just said, we're gonna wrap this and then take all your calls and basically put them through a React thing and render them through the VDOM, because we'll understand it better that way.
Right.
This is not a joke. This is like, I lived this life and I don't know how to talk to those people. I don't know how to have a conversation. Like, it hurts me, and yet I find it funny. I would find it funny if I wasn't so sad. How about that?
Okay.
I mean, you literally had to leave your chair for a minute. So obviously, like, you went ethereal there for a second. So
look, you're not engaging with my question, okay? This isn't a problem.
I'm sorry.
You have to engage with the question.
I need to steelman your argument. I just told you that that's a great idea and that you should do that, and that any of your competitors will not drink your milkshake, and like performance doesn't matter. You're good to go, bro. Like,
Hang on.
like.
No, but wait.
You know,
No, no, no.
I'm trying to get boot.dev to sponsor DataStar, and it's not going well. I'm sorry.
No, but okay. No, but you bring up you bring up a good point here, which goes to my point, which is, why does performance matter? This is exactly what I'm getting to. There is a monetary efficiency factor that you're not factoring in to your idealistic high moral ground. Everything is fast and performant and in the natural state of things. First of all, it's going to take a team of people who have to understand possibly many different languages, because now you're just opening the door to people doing whatever the hell they want. Therefore, my team has to be more like expanded with different skill sets, right? So now we're talking. Now it's like, even if you have 100 developers, now I need 100 more for all the other different things that are going on. And not just that, bro. It's going to be more expensive, but is that cost really offset by any cost downwind to the fact that consumers have really good hardware these days, that on their phone we can trade off lack of performance with getting stuff done and making money? What, like, why should I care about like the extra, few milliseconds that we're going to get out of your crazy ship HTML from the backend server the way it is?
No, it's valid. Can you do me a favor? I know that you, we are both like, it's weird because I actually am. This is the closest to Musk I'll ever be in mentality, but I'm also CEO of DataStar and of HTMX. I know that you are an HTMX CEO.
No, wait. No, hang on. I need to correct this immediately. Okay. I'm not just an HTMX CEO. I am the lead CEO of HTMX. I have my own website. Okay. Just to be clear. All right.
Yeah. Got it.
Let's continue.
Got it. Clear. So can you actually bring on Business Chad for just a second? Can you bring on Business Chad? Like, can you take off the hoodie and like bring Business Chad into the chat for just like a second?
Hang on 1 sec. I got this.
Yeah. We need to actually do this correctly. I need Business Chad.
There we go.
Okay. Hey. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Yeah. I'm making money over here, making my missiles and stuff. Yeah, this is great.
No, that's awesome. Do you want like a 3x on your dev team?
I sure do. Yeah. Talk to me about that.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is how many devs you got going right now?
Right now I've got about 70, 75.
Yeah. Okay. And what's your turnover rate between them right now?
Oh, let's go per annum, per year. I probably turn over somewhere between maybe 15-ish, 20, maybe on the high end.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So what if we made it so that instead of, I'm basically going to save, how much are you spending a year on that dev team right now?
Let's average out low end, high end. Maybe let's go middle ground. So let's say about 120 USDK a pop, counting in for juniors. So if you do that by like 70, then or 70, maybe 75. So you're talking about like a few million per year for the entire team.
Yeah, like 10 million roughly.
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah. How about what if you could actually get your features done today and I could save you 6 million and you'd actually get more features done?
So
and your turnover rate is going to be in the single digits. How about that?
Single digit. I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, what you're telling me here. Sure. All right. So single digit turnover rate. So it would be 9 or less per annum.
Yeah, no, I think it's actually closer to like 2 or less.
2 or less per annum. You're going to save me $6 million. So I'd have something along the lines of $4 million left over at the end of the day, like that I would actually be spending. Is what I'm saying.
No, you could spend that on your Chipotle or whatever like business guys do. Your sushi. Sorry.
Right.
Like, spend it on your sushi and your patchouli or whatever. Got it.
Right. And so I need to ask a clarifying question. What would my team size look like? Therefore, I assume if I'm saving $6 million out of my approximate 10, that I'm also equivalently, I'm removing the equivalent of the same number of people for that $6 million, or is it more than that?
No, it's you don't need to worry about your business, Chad. You don't care about that. You care about getting your features out and you care about the money, right?
Okay.
That's what you care about.
Okay. So
Chad.
to me, yeah, you're right.
Or
So
Chaz, you don't care about people are not the issue. People don't matter. Like we're talking big money stacks, y'all.
okay, but hang on though. But people do matter, because if I'm literally not removing a single soul from my entire company, they're going to be asking me for that, for the money that they're getting now. So how exactly am I going to save that money if that's what I'm spending on them currently on a per body basis?
Yeah, no. Are we talking about bodies or are we talking about savings?
Your question to me, unless I misunderstood it, which if I did, correct me if I'm wrong. Your question to me was, how much am I spending on the people that I have? And I averaged, like, I took the middle road of 120K a pop so that's body count.
Yeah.
When you say save 6 million, do you mean save 6 million on who I spend it on? Or do you mean save 6 million on like general operating expenses? Cause
operating. We're talking general operations, because that's all you care about. You care about like features and how much it costs per feature.
All right. Let's say I grant the argument here, and body count does not matter, and I'm just going to end up, just overall in the entire company, I'm going to end up saving $6 million, whether I'm currently spending 10 million or 100 million. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm going to save 6 million. All right, keep going.
So let's steelman this argument, Chaz.
Sure. It's like Chaz. I've become Chaz. Great.
Yeah, this is like beyond Chad.
This is beyond Chad. Yeah, you've gone to straight to the end. Yeah, end of the road here. Boss form.
Yes. So Chaz, if you had, let's say you have 75 now. Let's say you had 7 people who together as a group decide on their language, decide on their tooling, and you paid them 3 times as much.
Right.
They're never going to fucking leave that job. Especially no matter what you're paying, no matter what a competitor's paying, they're not going to pay 3x.
Right.
They do not care. But now all of a sudden, no one wants to leave that job. You have golden handcuffs, and people are going to say, holy shit, everything I do matters. Right. Every decision I make matters. And if you have a way to actually reduce the costs and make it so that they have direct access to be able to make these choices, you're going to win out. You're going to win the thing, because you're not going to have the return, or you're not going to have the rescission wage. The thing that costs you more than anything else is turnover, because all that information has been lost institutionally. You make it so that people will never want to leave you, and you don't have people coming in and out that basically are using you as a part of their resume. So whatever you build, those people are going to be proud of and stay on for, as opposed to just trying to build up the resume for the next job that's actually more like a small team of people that are actually doing something impactful.
Okay.
So why don't you become the impact? Let them live their stupid little dev lives of caring about things that don't care about money, but then their kids don't have to worry about it either. They don't have to worry about getting the next job and being the next rung on the ladder, because they're going to just be there for the long haul.
Okay.
And you can get all your fat stacks, and you can spend that extra 6 million or 4 million per. So if you're at 60 million, or if you're at 100 million, now you're saving 40 million. That buys you a decent sized yacht. Bro.
Right. No. Okay.
You just get that off the top. You get to keep that. The devs are going to be happy. You're going to be happy. Who's not happy here?
Right.
Bro?
Listen, bro. Okay. You can't just come at me with numbers like this.
You're right.
Look, right. First of all, let's assume.
Shitty interlocutor. I apologize. I'm really bad at this social stuff.
Let's assume for. Jeez. Okay. I gotta take this seriously. Let's assume for a moment that you do have some, let's assume for a moment that you do have a tech stack that can magically reduce my headcount size, or I can pay the leftover headcount that stays on a higher number amount. This is a very narrow view of a problem you're trying to solve. If the problem you're trying to solve is, can my devs do X, and can they do it more efficiently, and can I ultimately pay less for my dev team to do the exact same amount of work, perhaps even more, then fine, this might be an answer. But here's what typically happens in tech shops like this that you seem to be missing, bro. You have 7 people. And only those 7 people know what they're doing. And of those 7 people, you can even divide it up further, where 2 or 3 of those people ultimately in 5, 6, 7 years, maybe they retire, maybe they need to move to a different part of the country, maybe they go to an entire different country altogether. Doesn't matter. But now they have all this knowledge on their head in a potentially esoteric thing that they've decided to do. Whereas I could replace those people and maintain the same level of head knowledge by bringing in more React people, because they are essentially just interchangeable widgets to me. So what am I actually saving here? Because if any one of them go at any point, I've paid them a boatload of money, but now I've lost a key critical member of my team, and the onboarding of bringing someone new is going to cost way more and take more time than having a well battle tested framework that I know everybody can pick up.
It's a good point, Chaz. And the only thing I can say to that, businessman to businessman, I think both of us have worked on things. I know I worked on multiple $100 million plus projects, closer to $1 billion in the military space at least. And
Yep.
I will say the institutional knowledge lives in the hands of about 5 to 6 people, even on those giant projects. There's not that many people that actually know what the hell is going on, and everyone else is trying to get through the day. So my background and my metrics have shown that there's about 7 people that know what's going on per 100 in a project that scale. So, and the thing is, the problem is a lot of times if someone's competent, they get offlaid into management at that scale. Because there are good engineers, they must be a great manager. And now you have inner fighting and inner like things going on between that thing, and now you have fiefdoms coming up.
Yeah.
When you have something the size of a platoon, you don't have fiefdoms.
Right.
You just don't. So if you found that to be the case, where having hundreds of people has more knowledge than having a handful of people that take responsibility for things, I have not been in a situation where you had 100 devs taking full responsibility for their choices.
This is the
Have
look,
you, Chaz? Chaz, have you?
but this is my point, bro. You don't have to have 100 people who take responsibility, because the responsibility falls on the shared, distributed, consistent knowledge that a framework gives you. You are inevitably going to have somebody who just doesn't care, and they won't care no matter how much money you give them or don't. So why not offload that into a technical, non-adjustable, non-fungible automated system like React or another library framework that essentially takes that power away from the people, and the only thing they have to do is work within that paradigm, and I just have to pay them enough to make it.
I'm just trying to get you your second yacht. That's all I'm trying to do, bro. If that's not something that you're interested in, I understand. I feel like you're really tied to this big React thing, and like I feel your vibe, and like it seems like you really care about the needs of the boot camp developer, and I really wish you the best. I might be opening up a SaaS in the same area as you, so I hope to see you on the floor of the conferences, because I feel
Yeah.
like we're gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
But I do think like I do want to know if like I can. I think your catering budget's gonna be a little bit higher than mine to start with. So like, you know, I see if we can like get part of your bulk discount on things. So if that's really what you're into, then like cool, good story, bro.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of senior developers on my team, and they all tell me that like, this would be impossible without like things like React. Things would take way longer. You would just be writing your own bespoke reinvention of the wheel. I'm just not sure. I see the the benefit here, but I appreciate the attempt, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad that you're happy where you're at, and I'm sure that all of your developers, especially the really good ones, are gonna want to stay in that mental model.
Mhm.
I think that's gonna be really good for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're making lots of money right now. Our consumers are the product, and we sell their private data, and we make a bunch of money off them. But it's plenty of money. So I think we're fine now. I think we can afford the cost of like 5-second page loads. It's really not that big of a deal. Sending like a megabyte of data per chunk of HTML. It's, like, look, we can pay for that. All right, everyone can pay for that. Okay. I don't know what your problem is, man.
No, exponential growth and unicorns are really good because they scale to every single like galactic scales pretty quickly. So like the galactic cost will be really pretty low in the scheme of like financial crises and stuff. So yeah, no, you'll be good. You'll have exponential growth, I'm sure. No, not a problem.
Okay. Good chat. I'm gonna
Good chat.
I'm gonna go back to my.
Can we be fucking done with Chaz for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Right. Okay, we're back to. You want me to go back to like a framework bro or just regular bro?
No, the thing is, I don't care like what kind of bro you are, and my thing is just be an actual honest person about where you're at. Like my thing is, I think most people don't realize that. Like me making a frame, I know no one knows who I am. I'm a nobody in this space, but like the idea of having a JS framework and that being the thing that I'm known for, fuck it, like it makes me sad. Like it makes me very sad to be known. Like that's probably going to be the thing, if anything, I'm known for, and like just take it at it's just take it as someone's attempt to actually help make the world a better place and make it easier. And if you don't agree with it, like show me the metrics, man. This whole thing started for me saying like, show me I'm wrong. And I've not been able to have anyone actually have a real conversation about it. Like you saw the Jay Larkies of the world that like they're not actually talking to you. They're talking at a version of you that doesn't even exist, or like some weird thing like, oh, Remix does it easier with progressive enhancement. Then you don't understand what progressive enhancement means. Then like you just don't understand and you don't want to learn. And like it's weird because I almost want to pull the card of like, man, my career is older than you are. Like I don't know how to have that conversation because it comes off biased and elitist and all these things that I don't want to see. I want people to grow and expand, and I want to learn. I've learned a bunch from the people in the Discord on our DataStar server about things that I wasn't familiar with. That's amazing. That's what we should be seeing. So I don't know how to get through to like, I don't care about the boot camp guy that just got it for a career so that he could say like learn to code and like get a career.
Right.
That has no interest to me. I care about the people that are the craftsmen that are just they have so many things on their plate that they're like, I can't learn ESP32 microcontrollers and figure out how the DOM works, right? Like you have to pick a lane to some degree. And I picked a lane of like, look, I'm going to try to understand the specs of HTML to some degree because I feel like no game dev person is going to go, man, I really want to understand the SSE and the Flusher interface to like Web 2. Like the Web 3 and or HTTP 2 and 3 and all that stuff. Like most game devs, they're not going to find interest in it, but for some weird reason, I've been like, okay, I'm going to get into this. Someone's got to.
Right. Okay.
So that's the value that I think I have, if any.
No, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree. If you still have some time, I still have one or two framework arguments.
I was just going to sit down because I'm old and decrepit.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
My back is that of a circus person that's lived too long. Jesus.
I get it. I know. At the ripe old age of 40, you wake up in the morning, death greets you, and you ask the question, is this the day? And death is like, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. And
I didn't think I'd live to be 25. So
there you go. Yeah, there you go.
20 years ago. So yeah.
Damn, man. Yeah, time flies too. Okay,
so what's up?
Listen, look, I know, I'm no boot camp grad. All right, I know my frameworks.
Me either.
Okay. Okay, yeah, great. So I'm going to just talk to you from one person to another who like knows their stuff. Look, like let's take a look at React. Why was React created? It was solving a real problem. You can't just come at me and tell me that like these problems don't exist. They definitely did exist. We had issues back in the day, like early 2000s, maybe like early 2010s even, where servers could not serve the HTML that you so lovingly clutch onto. They couldn't serve it in a meaningful amount of time, and people were sitting there waiting for their page to load. This is one of the reasons why Facebook created React to begin with, because their team size was dealing with a scrolling like constantly adding more stuff, and they had to solve that problem. Things couldn't work on the client or on the server the way they wanted to, and so that, React was born out of that. These are real world problems. How would you solve these problems today? And also you can't just dismiss it by saying they don't actually solve anything. You can solve, like, these things are solvable in different ways, or you haven't even understood the problem space. I think the people who wrote one of the biggest social media platforms in the world actually understood their problem space. Okay, bro?
Cool. So what I will say is that when I think this is around, I'm trying to think when the original paper came out, but it was in the 2000s, of basically saying the C10K problem. And it was basically like, what are we going to do when we have 10,000 people like trying to hit a service?
Right.
Like, we're not there yet. I remember this back, I want to say like 2002 or 2004, sometime around there, of basically like, look, the web's getting bigger. People are looking for more interactivity. Someday there's going to actually be a world where we're going to have to deal with 10,000 people. Right. And the problem is that the way the servers were written at the time, like Apache and the Glassfish and all these things, because that's like, I lived that world. My oldest cat, until he just died, was named Pojo. So I know this. I've been around for a while in this space. And the thing is that the servers were built like with one thread equals one request. And the thing is, even at that time, there was usually, that made a lot of sense because you usually only had one thread. Like core duos and all that stuff didn't come till a bit later. Like you had one good server and you may have two threads, and one of them's doing IO and the other one's processing a server request, right? Like it was a different world, and like you get everyone hooked up, and like the cost of having open connections was high because it was basically like if you only had a Node app, right? And even if you do something clever with the IOPS and stuff, like there still is a cost there that you couldn't do even at a low level like Apache. So I tried to do all these threading things, and it just didn't work out. The thing is, that's the world that React came up about in. And that's why I say people give shit on React, but I was there for that time. Like I was using React before it was, like when it first literally came out that first day. And I was like, okay, VDOM there's certain things that I cannot go back to the server for. Things are too costly. Man, this is a right answer for the time. And I don't understand enough about what's going on. Like I was not knowledgeable about what the browser was doing. All I could say is like, I could do this thing. I could get direct access. I could click a button. I get results back immediately. I could do a counter, all those kinds of things.
Right.
Great. The fact that it like was lying almost didn't matter because and when I say lying, I'm saying optimistic accuracy of like updating a counter and decrementing it. Every app I've ever really worked on, it's not a dice roller. It's actually has to go back to the server. So it's lying to you that that's the count, but it's at least like, hey, I can get something that's interactive. And the interactivity was more important than the straight down, like, are you actually lying about the thing? Like that did not matter because everything was so slow that no one cared. Right. Fast forward, and servers, now all of a sudden things like Node came about that basically was like, hey, we're going to put a scripting language on top of the V8. Like all of a sudden V8 got faster, all these things. They're like, hey, we can actually make servers that can have 10,000 active connections, not just 10,000 connections over the like 10,000 people hitting it, like 10,000 active connections. Working on NATs, we deal with things where we talk between 30 and 40,000 active connections per core. Like these are just crazy numbers nowadays for like what you can, you can just do crazy numbers with that. So the cost of what the problem has changed over time, and browsers have gotten better at a certain set of problems that make things like React just be an extra set of steps. Like all you're doing is adding layers of abstraction, and you're adding the wrong layers. And like when I talked about before about abstractions are just a DSL. Like if you build the wrong DSL and you just say, well, I just need a macro for this DSL that then macros me to another DSL. Like you keep adding this, basically the equivalent of macros on top of your original poorly defined DSL, you're going to have a bad time. Like that's just the nature of the thing. And this is not like, even hardware has this issue of like, there's so many calls inside of x86 that are basically a macro expansion of like what if they could have done differently in their hardware. Like everything's abstractions, right? Like all these things are abstractions on top of things. Like unless you're going to get down to the half adder type thing, like you have to have these mental abstractions of how hardware works. Like your brain cannot keep it all in line. Like there is no adder of like it's electrons going through half adders and XORs and like transistors when you get down to that level,
Yeah.
right? Like you have these abstractions, and that's not a bad thing. But if you have the wrong abstraction, holy fuck, are you bad? And especially if you start adding abstraction on top of abstraction. And that's where I felt like the React thing, I have nothing against React, the library, and the one that I used when I was using it. But then the thing is, I got off that train pretty early because I saw that like what what Angular was trying to do with the TypeScript stuff. I was like, they're going about TypeScript wrong. Like it's not like they're making TypeScript look bad because they're trying to make this crazy generic size thing but the problem is the way that you build UIs is not generic. Like it doesn't fit this mental model of what they're trying to do. So I got off that train. I saw what Evan Yu was doing with the composition stuff, and I was like, this is the best of the worst options right now. But I didn't agree with how the underlying rendering works. So I looked at Mithril and Solid and all these other things. And the irony is I actually think that Solid is the closest to the perfect developer thing. The only problem is the way that they do signals is really easy to screw up. Like the way you build state in Solid is incredibly hard. So I was like, wow, like if I took this idea of what he's doing here, it's felt to another degree, it's kind of like that, but it doesn't really have reactive signals. It's trying to build up that in a compiler step, right? Like, but it's the same basic idea of how signals work. Like there's some things around the dependencies and all that, but the general gist I had is like, wow, if I could have all of this functionality, but I didn't have to write this code because this code is very hard to get correct. At least I found Solid code to be very hard to write. Then I have something on my hands. So if I took the ideas of HTMX and I took some of the reactive, like the feel of using Svelte in the way that things that are reactive have the $sign and like the way it feels to use Svelte, and I had the power of Solid.js underneath my hood, I'm pretty happy. Like that's where I'm happy. So that was kind of my journey into, I went through everything. I read all the source of, I know the internals of React, of Vue, of Solid, of Alpine, of Svelte, Angular. Like the thing is, before I got into it, I was like, okay, I'm a dum-dum. Let me figure out how they're doing this stuff, right? Like there's got to, like, either I'm wrong or they just got so down deep in this AST world or this DSL mentality. And the thing is, if you look at the internals of exactly how DataStar does function constructors versus eval for doing the expression stuff, it looks exactly like Alpine. Like it looks exactly like there's nothing, like the thing is, what I saw from the Alpine code is like, oh, there's something built into the browser. It's called function constructors, which is like a sandbox version of eval. Okay, they're using it wrong. They're not exposing it in a way that I think is good. But I learned so much from reading that code of like, hey, you're adding all these abstractions instead of just using the thing that's already built into the browser. Like just do that step. So there's all these extra layers in Alpine that if you just get rid of those, like what they taught me is that like the browser's really smart at things. So I thought they were doing some kind of really magical thing with building up their own ASTs and building up their own execution engines. Like that's what I thought was Alpine was doing under the hood. You know, you just look at it, there's something that's built into the browser. So Jesus Christ, why aren't we just using the thing that's built into the browser? That's all I'm doing. There's nothing special or magical about DataStar.
Right. So, okay. So this is an important point that I think myself and a few others like to throw back at people who make the claim that like, well, why would you go and why would you go and reinvent the wheel? These things have solved, like they've created wheels that get you from point A to point B. Why would you go and recreate them? And I in the hard stance mode, my answer is why not? What is bad about it? Because I think you just described a scenario where you went and looked at the wheels that were created and you came out of it being able to create your own wheel. There's no hope of you being able to understand what happens when that wheel breaks down on you if you don't understand how the wheel was made in the first place. And the argument kind of comes from like, well, I have this ready-made wheel. I'm just going to use it, and I'll just use it for as long as it runs. And then the question is, what happens when it doesn't run? Right. Well, and you don't know.
And I hate the wheel analogy, but it's a perfect analogy, and this is why I hate it. Is that like, look around you. You're covered. The whole world is like basically bearings. Like there's a million different kinds of fucking wheels around you. Like my car has a wheel there. My desk chair has a different kind of wheel. Like all these things are all these different wheels for different uses and different cases and different loads and different like longevities and different costs. All these things matter. And so the thing that's the irony of the wheel analogy is that we have the different, like React to me is like a desk chair wheel, and HTMX is like a swamp buggy wheel. And
Yeah.
the problem is we're going to Mars, and like Mars, we needed a special wheel. Like they actually made a wheel that doesn't have any air. Like it's a compressible mesh thing
Yeah.
that like will last a long time. The problem is the browser is the browser. And like the swamp buggy thing is way better dealing with the desert than the like React desk wheel. But the swamp wheel is going to not last forever compared to like something that's built for the problem. And the problem is the browser, and the problem is hypermedia.
Right.
So React is wrong for the right reason. It was right at the time. It's not right anymore. HTMX is wrong, but for the right reasons, and it's way better than the desk wheel. Like it's better
Yeah.
in every way. You're not going to see me say that it's not, but it doesn't solve the actual problem, which is we're going to fucking Mars.
Right. Right. Yeah. And so I think this is like this is part of the reason why you can't have a proper conversation around it, because you don't understand the problem space you're in. Even if you do, if you don't actually understand how you would even begin to solve that problem, then you're stuck yet again in like how do you move forward zone. So your ability to at least understand how that wheel was made to begin with supersedes any argument as to whether you should use a wheel or not. Bare minimum, even if you don't recreate the wheel and you just use the wheel that's in front of you, at the very least understanding how it got there, and like going through kind of like a similar path that you went through, even a modicum of that path would allow you to understand why that wheel is what it is to begin with and why you're using it. As opposed to, I cannot think of how many React developers I've talked to who, if I ask them to write just regular HTML for like a regular component, they do not know how to do that. They only know how to do it in React with JSX. That's it. They cannot do it without those things. So I think the argument of like, you're going to just write your own bespoke thing and then somebody else has to maintain that and whatnot. It's like, first of all, that's not necessarily true. You've taken it to its like fullest form, which isn't necessarily true. And second of all, even if it was true, why is it bad? What is bad about programmers learning how to build things themselves? Where's the bad in that? Show me the bad. And the only bad that you can point to is somebody else has to read it and understand it. And how do you make money off that? Those are all solvable problems that you can overcome. The benefit that you get out of it is that a programmer actually understands what they're doing at the end of the day, which just ends up to more positive things, not less.
Yeah, I think there's been a weird disconnect that I don't understand, and that so I know that like you said you didn't finish high school. I didn't finish my engineering degree. I was lucky enough to get into a place while I was in the middle of it, and like I got the job that you would try to get into in the first
Right.
place. Like I was
Right.
working at a think tank for doing like slot gaming and auditing stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to school for this. I'm doing a thing, and I felt a gatekeepingness to that, because even when I would work at startups and stuff, everyone would be from MIT and all these other things. And then what I found out over time is that I was good enough and I was like doing better. And the reason why is not because they had a better start than me, 100%. Like
Right.
they were there, but then they basically kind of stopped. Right. So,
Right.
but if you're passionate, you can get past that to some degree. But if someone's passionate and they went to that things, I'd like very much like I want my kids to be able to go to any school they want to. It was harder for me, but it's one of those things where I want that for them. But that's a lot of people just say, okay, I got to this point, now I'm done. Whereas I just kept pushing through it,
Yeah.
right? So the thing is it's almost like people think there's a gatekeeping, or that there's some like giga chad thing to like being good at this stuff. It's just like, be passionate. I don't care what you're passionate about. I say this to my kids all the time. Like, I don't care what you do with your life, but you better be passionate about what you're trying to do.
Right.
Like whatever you do it with like fully embracing like the costs and benefits of that thing. Like my little girl, she is probably going to end up being a teacher. She loves teaching. I'm like, okay, know that this is like, you're going to have a harder life in these other areas. Not that that's a bad thing, but you need to know the trade-offs in your life when you're making these choices.
Mhm.
And life is about choices. And the same thing when it comes to gatekeeping of the giga, like the thing is, people don't realize how easy it is. There's someone in the chat that I've worked with before, and he's like, well, how would I use DataStar with this component, or how would I be able to do this thing? I'm like, just write the component. Like, it was something around a mail or a calendar thing. And I'm like, well, he's like, I need to interact with people that are in React world and Vue world, and then we're doing stuff in DataStar. And I'm like, well, then a web component's your best bet, right? Like, I think this should be browser or backend based, but if you're doing that, then just do it. He's like, well, which library should I use? I'm like, no, you should just do it yourself, because it's not as hard as you think. I know, because I went that route, and there's times when it is hard. Like, writing a dual quaternion thing that's correct is hard. You should use something like Granny. Like, understanding how to write a debugger is not something you should do day one. But there are things like making a web component and just following the spec is not that hard. Like, reading what SSE is and realizing it's just HTTP, that means that you haven't even tried. Like, it's one of those things of like, there's gatekeeping, but there's also like bare minimum competence and bare minimum caring about the craft of what you're doing.
Right.
And I feel like some of that's been lost because people don't have to care. And
yeah,
I do think that that's going to go, like, I really do think AI in some ways will be the saving grace for people that do care, because the low quality people and the people that are just looking for the tutorial or the boot camp or the like copy paste tailwind UI of the day, those people are going to go away. Like, there's just not going to be a job for them.
Yeah. So I'm interested in like how exactly you think AI plays into that. Is it like it will continue to teach and perpetuate something negative, or it will turn things around to like teach and perpetuate positive in this problem space?
I think it's going to get rid of the low effort people, in that there's nothing that's like saying, hey, I want to make a UI with Tailwind that does a drop down, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's going to be enough examples out there that's going to be a copy paste of, like, someone's going to be able to do a low effort version of that and get something up and running. Just the way that, like, for example, I use Copilot because I use Go. Guess what? It has a lot of if error checks, right? Like, it is a verbose language. Same thing with C. Like, there's some value of saying, I don't have to think about like that next format. It reads my other formats. It sees what I'm choosing, and it gives me an example. And if it doesn't, then I, change it. But over time, it's basically acting as an autocomplete. I'm not afraid of that kind of thing. Like, for example, I've been doing some stuff around writing my own database, and I got into a thing where I was like, hey, I don't like, there's not a lot of information out here. Maybe ChatGPT or Copilot will know a little bit more about this than like me just trying to search for these papers and stuff, right? Like, it should know most of the internet. Maybe it knows more. I was like, hey, I want to learn about polytrees and their implications in a language with a garbage collector. And it was like, oh, that's complicated. Do you mean B trees? Here's an implementation of B trees. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about polytrees, which is a probabilistic tree. And I'm like, it's like, great, that's really hard. Maybe you need B trees. It's like, okay, there's most likely, if you're on the cutting edge of like what is actually needed and what's moving things forward, AI will never help you. And if anything, we're starting to see an asymptote of, they're starting to get garbage of other AIs and other content that people have made from AI, and it's gonna like self-defeat itself at some point. Like, it's gonna be one of those things of, there's an asymptote that I think we're getting closer to than people realize, where like there's just gonna be so much more garbage that's generated by AIs, and you're gonna get a force feeding function where it's just basically it's an inner loop that it's like can't get out of. So I'm not afraid of AI. I think there's some really nice things for autocompletes and for things like CSS and things that are like, hey, I have this spec, I want to do this thing, and it gets you close enough that you're like, as an engineer, you go, okay, that's close enough, I can work with it from here. Like, which is basically just autocomplete to some degree, but it's not going to get rid of, like, it's weird because I'm a decently senior engineer, and I don't think I could pass a leak code interview. I couldn't do it because
I couldn't either. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, inverting a binary tree, it's like, okay, why am I inverting the tree? I've had interviews where I basically start asking a billion questions, and they're like, well, how many elements do I have? Well, that doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Oh, does it have to be reversed? Does it have to be sortable? I started asking a bunch of questions, and they're like, just answer the fucking question. Like, no, I'm like, that's not, I'm an engineer, not like a monkey that like does leak code things. I'm not good at those. And if that's what you want, I'm not going to fit in. So like, that's very adversarial. And the problem is I'm at a point in my career where I can kind of do that, but I don't see like the average developer. It seems like that they can't do that. They can't just push back and say, no, like there needs to be an uprise of people saying like, okay, that's not my job. And most people that are React developers are doing like leak code things to get their job. what React developer is actually like doing anything with a set of knights looking up a queen. It's not actually an engineering problem. It's a puzzle, and puzzles are fun, but that's not what being an engineer is. Like,
Yes.
it's just not.
Yeah. No, I agree. I talk a lot of trash about the leak code interviewing process, and I think it's a huge part of why a lot of programmers are out in the cold right now who are actually quite talented, but they also could not pass these kinds of like weird, unnecessary hiring practices, and then companies are just leaving them out, and everybody loses this way. I don't think they actually are representative of what you're doing at any given moment in programming. If you're hired as an employee, there's very few cases where you actually use something like that.
Well, and here's a perfect example. I have the Knuth books right up there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, I have all 4 of them. And the thing is, if I need to look up sorting and searching and stuff, I
Yeah.
do it, and I take it really seriously because the chances of screwing it up are so high. My job as a senior person is to say when not to do something more than to like when to write the code. So
Yeah.
I need to do a bunch of reading before I understand the difference between LSMs and B trees and where I'm using them and how I'm using them and what's the effects based off SSDs or things that have been newly come up since that book was written. Like, that's your job. As it's not so much writing code, it's about what you cannot write.
Right.
So I feel like that mental model is lost when you're like solving puzzles. Like, I just don't get it. Like, that's not what your job is. Like, in general, you either do big dumb arrays or you do things that are O log in, where you basically have a lookup of, like partitioning things off, like a merge sort and a quick sort or a tim sort, and that's basically what you need to use to get through your day.
Yeah.
Unless you're an actual software academic, which is a beautiful area. Like, there's a lot of interesting things that come out of that.
Yeah.
But that's not the same as being an engineer, right?
Yeah.
It's a different job.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different paradigm. Yeah, for sure. It's a different way of thinking about like the entire approach. Yeah. Well, and I kind of and there's a psychological pushback that I would put on AI, which is that it also acts as part, maybe not in whole, but as part of that negative feedback loop. Same as like the frameworks where psychologically people who use it to like answer programmatic questions or to solve leak code problems or whatever, they rely too much on it. Like, they rely too much on a framework where they go, well, this thing told me to do this way, I'm kind of trusting it, I'll figure it out as I go, kind of a thing. But not really. They don't really do that. It's another easy button. So the use of them isn't like in whole bad, but we're just at a point right now where these things exist, and unfortunately they negatively feed into that psychological, like, I have an easy way out of this whatever I'm trying to solve, and I don't have to learn anything.
Well, and I think the thing is, I think this is not just a generational thing, but I like grew up in the middle of like, people from Wyoming are like, where do you live? Like, I'm from the middle of nowhere, in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, right? And like, my library growing up was literally a single wide trailer, like on the outskirts of like the oil derricks and stuff. Like, so I'm like from the middle of nowhere kind of thing. And like, getting access to things was this like arcane knowledge that you had. So you had to like really work to be interested in anything. Like, anything you're interested in, you had to work to be interested in it. If you wanted to play football, you were going to be traveling all the time because like no one lives by you, right? So you're going to be like, you're going to bust it. So the point is that there was a barrier that is like, I have to be interested really hardcore to do anything,
right?
Other than just like get drunk. Like, that's if you want to do anything other than that, there's nothing. You got to work your way, and even getting drunk costs money. Like, you got to work to be a roughneck or something. So I lived before the internet existed, right? So did you.
Yep.
There's a certain different mentality that I think has that, like, you actually had to put effort in. And I don't know if that's a good thing, because I love the fact that I can show my kids all of MIT. Like, it's just like YouTube. YouTube is a terrible place. It's also a beautiful place. I get to go to every conference that I can't see people in person. I have kids. I have life. I can't go to very many conferences and stuff. I get to see all these talks and beautiful ideas. So people are going, oh, YouTube is terrible. It's like, okay, there's a lot of bad content on YouTube, but that doesn't mean that the idea of YouTube is bad. Like, having the ability to have anyone have a voice, there's something beautiful about that. Like, otherwise I wouldn't exist. I wouldn't put myself out there as like this DataStar thing. Like, if the web didn't exist and the GitHub didn't exist the way it did and Discord didn't exist the way it is, DataStar wouldn't look the same. So
Mhm.
I see beauty in it. I just think that it's so new that it's the Wild West of like, we don't even know what the rules are here. I just think that the theft of the open AIs of the world, it's like, I can't wait till they get fucked because
Right.
they stole everything and now people are taking it from them. And like, yeah, that's a logical conclusion to this world. Like, so I would like to see more ownership of that. Like I did some civil plot plans and stuff, like civil engineering. And when I was doing the CAD stuff for that, there's actual professional engineers, PEs, or what they're called, that actually have to stamp whatever choices I made. Right? Like
Yeah.
they literally could lose their license. They literally were held liable as a professional engineer. And I do think that there's a world where that should become more of a necessity as in engineers. That like you actually have to take responsibility for yourself, and that's lacking. And I hate to see more like tape, but there's a reason why guys who build bridges or guys who build like actual structural things have to go through licensures because there's actual real world consequences. And I think we've hit that line in tech where there's real world consequences. We should have actual responsibility on the line for that.
No, yeah. No, I agree. I would be okay with a bit more gatekeeping. Not, you don't want to go too much in that direction because that can also be a negative thing, but it definitely
Extremes are bad, bro.
Yeah, extremes are bad, bro. Yeah, for sure, for sure. But we have lost our way too much without it. And we just let anybody who's anybody, in particular, mostly people who don't care enough. We let
Yeah.
them just have at it. Just have a go. We'll all make some money along the way. Everything will be all right. And they don't think about like the cybersecurity issues with like if you care about if you're someone who cares about like the environment heavily and you want to be super green, how well your code runs has like heat issues. If you don't care about any of that and you just want to care about the performance of your desktop app, that's going to be a problem. Like we don't have people who care about these things at all. And it's almost like regardless of where they come from, they just don't care. They just want to build a thing as quickly as possible, feel good about it, good vibes, everybody wins. But unfortunately, that's not real life. Your fridge probably has some software in it. Your TV does, your car does. The crane across the street here that's doing the building that I have to walk under probably does. And I have to trust that nothing goes wrong there and doesn't like crush, me as I go under or my kid or something. Like these are all things you depend upon to operate in your daily life. You should care. There are real world consequences. And just to tie it in and make that clear, I say this all the time on the stream. Yes, I am a high school dropout. You have someone here who's like who probably wouldn't consider themselves like a senior web developer, but these things aren't actually as hard as people make it out to be. That is also a lie that is being sold. It's kind of smuggled in with the use of frameworks. It's like it's too complicated for you. It's too complicated for your brain to understand how the browser works. So we have abstracted it away, and all you have to do is follow these steps, and you're going to be just fine. Just use the framework as is, and your little brain will be able to comprehend and understand everything you do. No, man, that's not how it actually is. These things are not hard. They're actually quite easy. And even myself working in vanilla C, and just writing whatever I write, a lot of people come on and they're like, oh man, this guy's like a Giga Chad writing C. It's like, no, I'm not. It's just not that hard. You just have to try a little bit. You'll see how far you can go. You don't have to be like a rocket scientist to do this stuff. This is completely achievable, and it's good for you and everyone around you to give it a shot.
Well, and one of the things that's been kind of interesting for me, because again, I don't think of myself as a web dev at all, but I do a lot of interesting things on the web, if that makes sense, is even things like, for example, built into DataStar doesn't use NPM. It doesn't have external dependencies. It is just straight up just a big pile of TypeScript code. Okay.
Yeah.
But we still have to compile, right? Like we still have to, like, I made the choice of like, I want to have a like static language, so I have to compile. So what's the best tool in the space, at least right now? I would say Vite, right? Vite's really solid. And guess what? What does it use under the hood? What is it using? It's using ESBuild. What's ESBuild? It's a Go library. So it's a Go binary. I went and looked like, hey, can I run this as just a library in our process? Sure can. So guess what? People are like, "What? Why aren't you using Vite or something else?" It's like I'm faster than you are, and it's actually built natively into like if you go to the DataStar page and go to the bundler, you can actually pick and choose. And guess what? I just run the Vite stuff as a library and like look at your choices, make a hash, do this stuff. Like it's easier than people think because they're so used to like, well, I wouldn't try to like get rid of Vite or like this
Yeah.
extra layers and all that. And I'm like, okay, that took me 5 minutes. It took me more time to like think about it than it did to write the code. Like if you go to the DataStar site and go to the bundler, like we have a bundler, a compiler built into our front end that again is on a free tier server on Fly.io on wherever it's at. Like
Yeah.
what like people make it harder than it is. Not to say that there aren't hard problems.
Yeah.
There's some
Yeah.
things
That's
that I
right.
think about that are really hard problems that I'm struggling with, but DataStar is not that kind of problem. And most of the web is not that kind of problem.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, man, for like 4 hours or something going 5. Yeah. Something like that. It's crazy, man.
Yes.
I wanted to talk to you more about kind of like your background and stuff, but maybe let's save it. Let's save it for another time. If you'd be willing to come back on, I'll come up with another set of things that we can talk about, and we'll set aside another time box thing, and we'll make a thing of it, and we'll get more into like your background. I'm really curious about the circus stuff and whatnot. I think that's great. And we'll talk a bit more. If anybody has questions that they'd like to just throw out, just feel free to throw it out, and then we'll kind of wind it down because I'm just realizing how long we've been going, which is great. I could go for another 2 hours, but I should probably do some of the stuff I normally do here too, I guess.
Yeah, no, you should get back to actually writing actual code.
Writing actual code, yeah. But if you're willing to field a question
if there's
or
any
two,
questions or anything, I'm happy to answer. Like,
yeah, I just wanted to,
help.
yeah. While we wait to see if anybody has questions, I'll let a few moments pass. But I just want to show this again because I think it's so cool. I think it's this one. Yeah, I just want people to see what you can accomplish with pretty much basic web standards and like a light thin layer of whatever, like a framework over top, which I mean, technically you could even achieve this without any framework at all. You could just
100%.
write this with just vanilla, because ultimately that's what it is under the hood. It's just all vanilla under the hood. Like when you just distill it down to its most reduced state, it's just JavaScript. You could do this all without a framework, and it's blinking fast. It's really blinking fast.
Well, and here, I'm actually going to send you, let's go, even though, again, Go tends to be one of the more verbose languages, right?
Yeah.
Like everything is very explicit in Go.
Yeah.
Let's go through that actual code real quick while we're waiting for people.
Sure. I think there's already a question out, so you can.
Oh, yeah. Someone said, is there a plan to add Odin backend for DataStar? There is a Zig one because someone actively was using there's a Zig library. Right now, there's not a HTTP library that's been ordained by Odin. The thing is that as long as it has a Flusher interface, you can do this in literally any backend and most things. The one thing that's also nice about DataStar as opposed to doing things in WebSockets is that you get HTTP 2 and 3 out of the box.
Right.
So no one has come on, but we will take anyone. I know Elixir's coming later, like in the next couple days, and Erlang is also coming. Again, these protocols are actually really like very small, so it's pretty easy to write them. If you want to write them, please come in. We need the help. Like these are not hard things, but like there's a protocol spec. There's an ADR for it. Like you could do it in 4 lines, but if you do it our way, then you get some huge benefits, especially around if people want to ask questions. Everyone's on the same page. It doesn't matter what language, backend language you're using, because all the fragments look the same, because all the SSE stuff looks the same. You can get help from anybody, which is not the case in HTMX world. Like you have to look at people's templates and do all this crazy stuff, but because you don't know what the actual fragments are going to be, and it depends on how you're hooking into it and all this. Whereas in DataStar, everyone's talking the same language, so that's the value.
Right. Okay. Let me pull this up. We'll go over that, and then I think there's another question that I have I have maybe one question, but let's pull up this code.
Sure.
here.
So you said DataStar is now in beta. When will it be fully released? All the code is done. It's been done for a while. The reason why we haven't done the beta release is we're basically giving ourselves the last ditch of like, hey, everyone use this in anger. And if anyone finds an issue, please let us know. There hasn't been anything major that's come out of that. So I would say in the next like less than a month, I would think. Like there's nothing, we literally beta 3, which just came out yesterday. If there's no major issues, I think that we'll just get a tag name to beta or V1. Like, in fact, all the things that we've been changing could be one dot like minor patch things, but we also want to redo the website and some other things. So it's more about building up the website and doing that stuff. V1's done. Like you should be using it now, use it in anger. And if you find an issue, we're just trying to give ourselves a little bit of wiggle room of like, we're agreeing to this protocol, we're not changing it, all that kind of stuff. Because I feel like HTMX got some defaults wrong, and HTMX2 is basically just change defaults for the most part.
Right.
And I want to make sure that we don't have to do that later.
Right. Okay. Fair. Okay, I'm going to put the code up on the screen. This is the badapple.go code. It's on the screen here.
Yeah, so this is just hooking into the, like if you scroll down, this is just kind of basically the ASCII animation stuff. So if we scroll down, there's a register that basically says, hey, read this ZST stuff from the static, right? So that's just a compressed thing. If you actually get into what the route is, it's an update. Yeah, so this is just decoding the actual like HTTP stuff, right? Like the thing. And so if we go down into the bad apple thing, there's two things on the page. There's contents and there's the percentage. And then you go through and you basically say for every frame on a ticker, yep, you're going to take a thing. And so if you go down to the frame, so on the ticker, I'm going to get the contents. I'm going to marshal it to a signal. Because again, there's nothing about the DOM that's changing. It's just the signal. It's the internal contents of the fragment that's changing. I update that and I set the new frame. That's all the code for the entire Bad Apple demo. That's literally all of it. You just saw it. And it's like of actual code that has to do with the actual problem. You're talking about maybe 10 lines at the most.
Yep.
It's about 10 lines of code to do this. It's not a hard problem.
Yep. So this is something that I can consider in the future for, like, you can run, no, what am I trying to say? I can see how something like this, it's so simple that you can run a, like a multiplayer game on a browser using this mechanism, and it would essentially run like very, very fast, like extremely fast.
Yeah, just like I was talking about, like Carson says that you shouldn't use HTMX for like a spreadsheet.
Right.
If I get chosen for the talk, I'm going to be doing a multiplayer spreadsheet with everyone in the conference.
Yeah.
Right. Something that like just you cannot do. And the thing is, in a spar world, that'd be a nightmare too. Like, imagine that thing of like, I'm going to have a 10,000 cell element thing, and I'm going to have everyone playing with it live.
Yeah.
Like, you can see how I'm very confident with that. And it's not because like I'm a great programmer. It's just that like I am eliminating some of the things that make it hard. So it's easier. Like I can take on a load that normal people like just wouldn't do. And the thing that's exciting to me is if you get someone that is good, that is passionate about something, and you show them that, look, Delaney's doing this and he's like a mid-go guy. Well, I'm a hardcore, Zig guy. I can do this better than him. Great. I can't wait to use your tools. I can't wait till those tools get better, because I want to be in the Odin Zig world. I actually think Odin, I understand the beauty of of Zig, but I feel like Odin matches my vibe a little bit better. Like it's a little more practical, like the SIMD stuff being built into the language, quaternions being built into the language, the allocator stuff being like in the context. Like that's not as pure as Zig, but man, it is sure inconvenient, and it gets me most of the way there, and I kind of dig on that. So
same. Yeah, the WebAssembly portion of the game, I started in Zig, I went to Odin, and then I went down to C, purely because the stuff I'm trying to do is like to prove that like you don't need anything more than like almost a bare bones, right? So that's why I'm doing it in C out of the principle of the project to demonstrate it. But I'm going to be building certain aspects of it in Odin just because I like Odin so much. And then it's
Yeah.
also a good learning experience. So like people get to see the difference between C and Odin and like, the benefits and whatever and all that. So I
Well,
agree with you.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and last time I used Odin, I hadn't done anything really in anger, but like the tooling has gotten better. The
Yeah.
debuggers around it have gotten better. Like the GDB stuff's gotten better since then. The WASM output's gotten better. Like the thing is that I like to be early on stuff, but I also have a job and kids, and so you have to pick your battles, right?
Yeah.
And it just wasn't a place where I could pick that battle. But I love it. Like I love what they're doing in this space because I think C is broken. Not that you can't do stuff, but it is you have to all the things that could be at a language level. Again, like same thing that I think about TypeScript of like the static analysis stuff. Like
Right.
there's things around slices and like use after freeze and ranges and stuff that are so easy to foot gun yourself. Even things of like the defer and error defer that are in Zig, that
Yeah.
is so much better than the go-to craziness that you have to do to get out of like clean up and all that stuff. So I think that people just there's some things where people want an easy answer, but even if you're a low-level guy, there's so many things that are foot guns. Man, if you can give me a language where I can still be low level, but still get rid of some of those foot guns, I
Yeah.
will take that. Like
Yeah.
I don't see any value in hurting myself with C if I don't have to.
Right. No, yeah, no, I agree. And that's why I want to at this point, if I was to write anything low level, my first go-to thing would be Odin, not C. Even though I could probably do it in C and import a bunch of libraries and whatnot, I would still go to Odin. I prefer it so much more. Um, that I want to see more like things like that, where they don't abstract too much. They don't take away your power too much or like guardrail you too much. There's too much there can be too much like safety, so to speak. Odin
Yeah.
just does like light touches here and there with C, and it's just like quality, a few quality of life improvements. And Ginger Bill, the creator of Odin, is very particular about accepting any changes. He'll just flat out start with like a no, I'm not doing that because that's not with the principle of the project. I really like that.
Well, and the thing that I think is going to be the kind of the point where Odin goes up to me to like I can't deny it is when because right now you basically have to write the equivalent of an FFI where you basically write a conversion layer between you and the C side, right? Like because
Right.
it's some different semantics. Even though there's a zero cost, there's still that you still have to do that layer.
Yeah.
If they can automate that, or they can say we can take this thing and basically automatically generate those for you, like
Yeah.
a Swig style thing, then I can't ignore it because the problem is right now there's a lot of overhead to using Odin for something that's not a game's thing. Like I know they have it for Raylib and all this stuff, but if I'm
Yeah.
like I want to use this HTTP library or this C layer thing, or if I want to use it for SQLite or anything like that, someone's gonna be in the weeds.
Yeah.
And once they can get past that, like do code gen or do something there, then I can't deny it. But right
Yeah.
now, I don't have the time to basically write my equivalent of Swig to go from C to C, which is basically what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I love the ideas of it. It's just a matter of I think too much about the end user always. Like I think like what would I do? And if I was Ginger Bell, I would say I'm going to automate that away and make it so that you can hook into it and make your own version of it. But I'm going to try to make an automatic tool to get you most of the way there.
Yeah.
Like if he wants adoption, but again, he's in the kind of the same place where I am, where he has a regular job. He's doing like
Yeah.
using it at work. I'm using DataStar at work. It is not like Carson loves doing this stuff and it's great, but he's not using it at work, right?
Right.
Like that, he's not making his contributions with it.
Yes.
So I'm much more in the Ginger Bill thing of like, I don't need a million more people. I don't care about that. I don't get anything out of it. So I just want to make a tool better. So if there's more people that are smart involved with the project, there's a good chance of me getting better tooling out of it, which is better for me in the long run.
Right. Okay. There's a question on the YouTube side from JM Stevers. I know you can't see it on the Twitch side, but on the YouTube side, how are Zig SIMD vectors different from Odin? I think Zig SIMD vectors are pretty well integrated into the language, which I think they are too. I actually don't know. I haven't had to use vectors in Odin yet, to be frank with you. So I would be
So the nice
I would
thing
be
is
ignorant
that
on it.
So one of the things that's really interesting about there are two very different approaches. Like the intrinsics that are built into Zig are really good. Like it's really
Yeah.
good that they do it at an intrinsic level. It's great. And the thing is that, at least from what I've done in the past, is that almost always I'm doing that intrinsic stuff with basically either vectors or quaternions, right? Like that's basically what you end up doing with that stuff, unless
Right.
it's a big float or something. What Ginger Bill has decided to do with Odin is to say, look, that's where you spend the majority of your time when you're doing this kind of stuff anyway. So I'm just going to put it in the language. And it's like,
Right.
that's really practical. That seems to be like the only time I do that stuff too. So why not just build it into the language at the place where it makes the most sense? Like, so I think Zig is doing a great job of being technically correct in every moment. Like, Comtine is technically more correct than what Bill is doing, but Odin is also like pragmatically, I get swizzles and stuff directly in my language. Yes, please. Like, I don't want to have to try to find a language where people disagree about this stuff and then we're having a bigger argument when it's like, no one cares. Everyone's going to use the equivalent of the GLW like library, some kind of like math lib, so that everyone's on the same page. Like, I'd much rather have some of those kinds of things be like Go routines. To me, the value in Go routines is that they're colorless and that everyone can like hook into channels and hook into Go routines and everyone's on the same page. Like
Right.
you're not having multiple eventing libraries built in, right? Like
Right.
it's a native language thing. I feel like Odin's done a really good job with that, of the things that you need for a language to be like low level are just native. Like I think that there's something really beautiful about that.
Me too. I agree. And I look forward to hopefully soon being able to take my C game state code, bringing it into Odin really, really easily, and then just using SDL2 or Raylib or whatever I want to render the exact same game, but in a completely unique way natively on the desktop as opposed to what I do on the browser. And I just get to choose my rendering mechanism. That's super powerful to me. I think Odin did a great job this way. It was fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's really, really smart. I think that they're coming a long way. And that's the thing, is that like, even though I know I talk a lot about Go, I think to some degree it is a dead end because of the FFI story.
Right.
Like the fact that CGo is not Go and that it's like there's a line. I think that I will end up in Odin or Zig just because of the nature of it. But again, I also look at the entire ecosystem and like where things are at. And Ginger Bill is smart, but he at a point where he's not caring about that standard, like not just the standard lib, but the like overall ecosystem. Like Go, there's nothing better than Go's way of doing package management, and the fact that you can basically look at anybody's GitHub of anything anywhere, and you get a full documented, like basically Doxygen style thing for every Go package in the world. Like no one does it better than Go, and Zig has started to steal stuff from Go in that respect, which is great. But I wish like Ginger Bill cared a little bit more about that kind of stuff. And I get why he doesn't, but someone needs to care in that community. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, fair. I think there's some pushback that we could have on that. I'll try and come up with some arguments on like kind of like why you might not want to do that. Although I would have to put on my hard stance.
Yeah, I guess my thing is look at it this way. I look at it from my perspective. I've been doing this for long enough that I should feel comfortable just being able to look at someone's code and be able to like look, I can do this in Go. I can go to anybody's code and get it full like documentation, and I can click in and see what the actual source is. Like all these tools are what is kind of expected nowadays. So I'm a decently competent engineer. I love these tools. It's not like you're dumbing it down. You're just making it more accessible and making it easier to like do quick spot checks of how people wrote their code. I don't know. I find value in that. That's all.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I do also think that there's value, and I think the value would be more prevalent if more people, like we've talked about ad nauseum, I suppose at this point, if more people understood what was going on under the hood. I think because more people don't understand what's going on under the hood, Odin is trying to, Bill is trying to prevent a scenario that has happened with like NPM, for example, or even Rust crates to some degree, where people who don't know what they're doing are just capable of pushing any old library you want, like an is odd check in JavaScript, and people don't take the time to check, even though they have the ability to check. They just npm install and that's it. So this is, I think maybe the difference here is like the psychological or social factor of like, how are you using these packages versus how you ought to be using it. So there's like a descriptive claim of how things are versus how I think things ought to be. And I think Bill's trying to avoid the how things are and stick to the how things ought to be and prove that can work up to a certain point. maybe, maybe that's kind of where the benefit is currently. But again, just like frameworks and stuff, if programmers were able to articulate better what the heck they're doing and why and so on, like we have here, or even a bit of what we have here, frameworks could still exist, package managers could still exist, packages could still exist. It would be far less of a problem because you would have higher quality inputs into those systems, if that makes sense.
It does. In fact, one of the things that, NPM just like in the last year, maybe less than that, got the ability to look at an NPM package and look at the source code for it. Like
Right.
this is like a new concept to them, whereas that's like the native thing in the Go thing of like, hey, we're gonna make you kind of a nicely formatted markdown page, and then here's how you click into, and here's how it goes automatically. Every link is a href into the actual source, right? So like, and there is no technical package manager in the way of Go. It's just like a bunch of URLs, like you're using that style. So I'm just saying that like, if you go more the Go route of like making it so that the source of truth is not the markdown. It's like, here's a nice view, and then you can go to the source easily.
Right.
But they're not doing that right now. That's all.
Right.
Like, I think you'll get better, just like the YouTube argument of like, there's good content out there. Like the good things will get linked to more, and things like good things will go to the top if you make the source like the main candidate, and you're just making a nice view of it.
Right.
There's value to that, in my opinion. That's where, like, I'm just saying that's why I'm not using Odin today. That's it.
Yeah.
Not that it's bad. It's just that I can't put the resources in to rebuild everything I'm doing. I can't build a HTTP server in HTTP 2, especially. Like, how do I get HTTP 2 working in HTTP 3 in Odin?
Yeah. That would be that'd be a thing. Yeah. Okay. Well, how about, so I've taken a few notes, so I'm gonna try and compose like another set of things that we can talk about, and I'll touch base with you if you're willing to come back on again soon, and
maybe not this long most of the time, because my voice is going.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. I'll come up with like a few like topics or something. We'll just narrow them down, knock off a few, and like pick one or two and talk about them for a bit. And then we can kind of stretch this out a bit more. A few more calls like this, maybe shorter, and do a more, I don't know, more focused, I guess. I don't know what you'd call it, something like that. I think this was fantastic, though. I think this was excellent.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. I mean, I know like we're both small fish in a very big pond, and I'm having a bit of a identity crisis with this stuff, because I say that I don't care if it gets popular, and I don't care if like I don't want to be arguing with people on the internet, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, there is some value to saying, look, I have some stuff to back me up. Tell me I'm wrong, or show me I'm wrong. And I think there's something about that. Like, you have to be the change that you want to see, right? Like, I don't want to spend all my time in socials. I don't want to spend all my time in conferences. I want to build stuff, but someone has to do that job.
Yeah.
And if there's any appetite for it, I'll take on that hit. But I don't know if, basically I'm putting myself out there, but at the same time, there's a chance that like, I almost went private with DataStar, like, because I'm like, no one's going to really care. Like, I'm not going to fight the fight. I don't care about like fighting the trolls and all that stuff. Like, I'll just go private and use it for my own use. And like, it's done. People can do what they want with it from here.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's doing a disservice to the people that actually do care and just don't have the knowledge yet. Like, being ignorant is not a bad thing if you're like trying to learn. Like, there's nothing wrong with being ignorant. It's like being willfully ignorant is the issue. So like, if people want to get involved, please get on the Discord. Please see what's going on, because a lot of it has nothing to do with DataStar. It's more about like having a different mental model. I would say it's closer to the handmade network of the web space than not. So if you're interested, please come talk to us and see that I'm not as much of a jerk as you might think sometimes in the responses that I give people.
Yeah. No, I think you're I would worry less about how you're perceived, or whether you have like the social clout or whatever. The idea will win out. That's the key thing. And you have an idea that you're proving, and you have the right mentality, which is, if I'm wrong and you can do it better, then everybody wins. So no matter what, everybody wins. And don't worry about don't worry about the social stuff, because that is like that is also in a form of abstraction, just like a real world abstraction. You're there will be a come to Jesus moment where people will realize that the things that we have been doing for the past while, but at least the past few years, have been causing almost nothing but heartaches. And people like you and others like you who I've talked to are going to be even more important than you are now. Because I don't see other people talking about these things. All the people who talk about these no, I actually don't see anybody. I don't see any popular tech streamer who talks about these things. Casey is a person who talks about these things, but he's not a streamer, right? So he falls into a different, right. So we need those kinds of people who can talk about these things. So keep doing it. And I'm going to shill you a bit more. So data-star.dev.
Yeah,
Okay,
I actually bought. It's funny. I actually have datastarjs.com, but like I can't. Like I'm still having a internal crisis of like, am I actually a JS framework? Like, is that really what I am? Like,
yeah, I mean, depends on definition, right? It really depends on definition.
So.
Who gets
I'm
to
actually
define
curious.
it?
I'm gonna look real quick. Like our source code. Oh, go to the GitHub page and look at our source code.
Okay.
It's actually kind of telling.
Yeah,
like,
look at this.
Like the funny thing is that TypeScript's like this, like one of the bigger ones, but that's because most of that's the actual SDK itself. Like
right.
it's Clojure and Zig and everything else. If you go into like the actual usage, like how you can look at.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
I think it's just on the top page.
Here.
Yeah, if you just scroll down, like the amount of Go, even though the entire website's written in it, and the library, like it's slowly getting taken over by all these other examples. Like we just got a huge Clojure thing, which is all the examples and test cases and all that stuff. So over time, it's going to become more and more not TypeScript and not Go, even though the entire website and the entire thing is written in it. So you don't have to love Go and you don't have to love TypeScript. I don't love either. We're the best tools for the thing we were doing. So if you come from any language and you're interested in doing web stuff that actually makes sense, come give us a try.
Yeah. Well, I would love to throw in like some C, maybe perhaps.
If you like, is it Conan? No, I think that's a C++ one. I'm trying to think of what a good, like, I don't know if any HTTP2, I know some HTTP 1.1s that are in C, like single header, like STB, like or Barrett style single header HTTP implementations.
Right.
It would be great if you actually like did a stream where you just say, okay, Delaney's talking about this SDT stuff. He says it's just the same. As long as you can handle a Flusher interface, you can build a SDK in a minimal amount of code. Even I think a single header. In fact, what would really be cool is to do something where it's a single header HTTP 1.1, and you basically do an extra, like an amalgamation where you include the DataStar parts directly into that. So it's literally the entire HTTP part and the DataStar stuff was literally in a single H file, like do an amalgamation, kind of like SQLite is.
So I actually have a HTTP1 server. I have it.
Is it 1 or 1.1?
I want to say it's 1.1. I think that's the spec I used. Yeah, 1.1. Yeah. I have it. I pulled it up on screen. I actually have it. I'm going to move to this. I'm going to replace my current server, which is in Bun, which is essentially Node. I'm going to move to this. I already tested this. It's already running. The only thing I couldn't get working properly was the handling a bunch of connections, because you have to do a bunch of like low level management of like your connection sockets and memory and stuff.
Right? The socket accept.
That's right. Yeah. So so this might actually fit in quite well, because if I can do this and then ship, and I'm literally using on Bun because I wanted to just prove that we could do it. Again, it's for the principle of the project. I'm shipping HTML fragments as part of the Bun server. There's no reason why I couldn't do something similar. Right here. And I just HTMX over for multiplayer. There's no reason why I couldn't do something with DataStar and a C binding to it.
Yeah, in fact, it's going to be smaller and faster. I almost guarantee it.
Okay. Well, then that might be the next thing the
Yeah,
next
no,
big
I actually
project I
think
work
that the
on.
idea of taking that server header and basically adding to the end. Well, I guess you're not doing a single header thing, but still the point is that the DataStar stuff is going to be, you're going to be shocked at how little code it takes to actually do the protocol correctly.
Okay. This is
Especially if you're not,
technically
yeah.
this is technically one single file for the entire server, and then I could just turn this to a header file, and I just literally
Yep.
include the game state single file header in here.
Yeah.
I could do this.
Yeah.
That would
And
be
it just
interesting.
depends. Well, the thing is, like, if you want to actually, the only reason why you might want to do a single header independent of this is that if you wanted to like actually contribute to DataStar and give us a C, like make your SDK include the HTTP
I see.
spec,
Yeah.
and now like if you want to contribute, like, you'd want to do that.
Right. Okay. Fair.
But again, you don't have to. It's just like I'll show you. There's a lot of people, like for example, we have people that are in the Elixir and Erlang space. We don't have an official one yet, but people are already building huge things with it. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
take a lot of code to do SSE correctly.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
doesn't. But we have
Okay.
things for PHP, and we have it for Laravel and Craft CMS and all these other things. So like we have a ton of stuff
That's
already
awesome.
out of the box.
That's
So
awesome. I
Yeah.
might want to use this for a real world project that I might have with Laravel maybe. Okay, this is good. Okay, how about we end it there? We'll call it, and I'll reach back out to you for a not too far in the future, like however long, a week or two or something like that. We'll talk more whenever we both have time. We'll talk more about a bunch of different things that I've taken notes on, and
Well,
yeah.
The one thing I could ask for you for homework is give it a try before we talk. Like just say, hey, like you talked a big game and I tried it and it sucks. Okay. Like that was the thing with the Jlarky and the other people on Twitter and stuff. Like you could tell none of them have actually tried it. They hadn't
Yeah.
tried to use it in anger. They didn't try to do simple things. Like I can tell you for what you're doing with the request, like the very basic, what I consider very basic stuff.
Yeah.
That's going to go so fast. You're gonna be like, okay, like I feel like I need to learn more because that was
Right.
really easy. So,
Right.
it's going to be one of those things where at least try it before we talk. Like,
Okay.
just try it. It doesn't take a lot of work. It's
Yeah.
less to download than HTMX, even though that's kind of a crazy metric. So
Yeah. I have an idea for. I might reach out to you and get a little bit of help. Maybe I'll like
oh
Discord
yeah,
you.
please do. Like, especially if it's a Laravel thing, because we the main other contributor, Ben Croker, who also was a contributor to HTMX.
Yeah.
He was the one who wrote the Laravel one. So I don't know the first thing
Nice.
about modern PHP. I've heard it's pretty decent nowadays, but
Yeah.
he's the guy to talk to. So please join the Discord. Please yell at us, and like we will help you, and it helps the community too. Like
Yeah.
if you can't do it with Laravel, you can't do it with DataStar.
Yeah. And yeah, that's what I'm going to use it on. I have a real world Laravel contract. I got let go last year because I was using HTMX, and then new CTO came into the company and didn't like that because he preferred to hire a team of React developers, and he didn't like that I was running a multi-million-dollar project all by myself. And so they just let me go. So I've been scraping by on contracts. So there is a contract, and there is a particular feature that I think I'll hop on Discord, or I'll talk to you or something and get some help on it. It is Laravel based, and I will actually give this a proper go.
Well, and the thing too is that like there's someone in chat that says they tried it, but they didn't actually reach out to us when they ran into any issues or anything. Like
Okay.
I feel like if you're gonna actually try it, talk to us. And if there's something that we're missing or something that like, hey, we could be missing something or be wrong about something, great. But like at least have the conversation first.
Yeah.
Before you lay down your judgment to the world.
Yeah. I have a unique thing that I'll run by. I can't talk about it on stream. I would tell what it is, but it's like, contract stuff. I can't talk about the work product, but I can talk about it one-on-one with you and get your feedback on something. So yeah, we'll do that.
No, happy to help.
We'll do that. Yeah. Okay. So listen, again, data-star.dev. You can find Delaney on X. I think it's Delaney and I believe it's your last name. Oh man.
Gilliland. Yeah, it's a hard one.
Gilliland.
But like,
there you go.
Just look at someone yelling at the clouds. It's probably me.
Yeah. If you need a path to his Twitter, you can always find me. You can hop on the Discord. Just go to data-star.dev, and there's a Discord link about middle of the page there. You just click on that. It'll pop you on their Discord. You can talk to him. I think he either goes by DataStar CEO or like not a cult leader or something like that on there.
Yeah, well, the thing is, because we have such a like, it's kind of become a meme inside of the DataStar community that because we're so different from the others, the other camps, it sounds like we're being very religious with things like, oh, you have to do it this way. My thing is, try it my way and see if it feels better. And part of it is unlearning, and it feels
Yeah,
almost like you're joining a cult because everyone else, you think all of a sudden everyone else is wrong.
yeah,
Everyone has this like wrong think, and you feel like people are being suppressive people, and
yeah,
like the truth isn't getting out there, and people don't understand you. So it kind of feels like you're joining a cult in that, like, but the problem is that you actually get performance out of it, and it's your code, you have less code, and you
yeah,
feel like everyone's crazy the more you do it. So it does feel a little culty to be in the DataStar community, because if you try it my way, you tend to be faster and it tends to be less code, and then you go, why hasn't everybody been doing this?
yeah,
Like, so it's been a joke that like literally on the Discord, my handle is not a cult leader,
yeah,
because I'm
yeah,
not a cult leader, but it kind of feels that way sometimes. So
yeah. Well, I'm an ex Jehovah's Witness. I talk about this all the time.
yeah.
I was in it, third generation from my grandparents down. So I was born and raised in it. I escaped it around like, I don't know, it was 30, it was like 10 years ago now, which was a very difficult thing. I have seen how cults operate top to bottom. And I will say this much, a lot of the framework, library, language, social structures that are built around these things fit all the boxes of a cult.
No,
It is eerily
it
weird.
is
Yeah.
it is weird. And the thing that's why we make it kind of a joke internally is that we're an evidence-based cult and a
Yeah.
metrics-based cult. And so like
Yeah.
we are not a cultural based quote. Like
Yeah.
even the moderators think like I probably would get kicked from my own server if they could,
Yeah.
because like so the thing is, don't take it as an actual cult. The joke is because we're
It's a
so like
joke. Yeah.
metrics and performance based and all this stuff,
Yeah.
it comes off culty if you just come in saying, why can't I do optimistic concurrency? Well, you shouldn't. Well, don't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Like, okay,
Yeah.
then like go make the wrong decision somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like we're here to actually help you. If you don't want the help, then like it's not a good vibe for you. Someone asked if I stream. No, this is like the opposite of what I'm good at. So
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
good at making content. I'm sorry.
I mean, to be fair, I'm really not that good at it either. I'm just trying to do something to help get these ideas out. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I do appreciate the reaching out. I don't know if this is the kind of thing that people like, but it's like Casey light. Like I'm not nearly as knowledgeable or thoughtful, but you know, I do care about this stuff, and I will show actual code doing actual things.
Yeah.
As opposed to just sometimes he's with people that don't do that stuff, right? Very surface
Yes.
level. So
Yes. Yep.
and if anyone
100%.
gets into anyone that gets into the weeds of DataStar and like what it's doing and how the code's written, I highly recommend go look at the code. Like just look at the library, look at like go into source library and like look at the TypeScript and tell me you could write better JavaScript. Like tell me that JavaScript would have been a better choice, or JS doc, or any of these other things. Like if you have a better way to do it, I'm all ears, but I haven't seen anybody be able to make it smaller and faster and more efficient. If you did, that code would have gone in. So please, like fight me, bro. I like all either I get smarter or like nothing happens out of it. Like it's all wins for me.
Yeah,
So
well, yeah, it's all wins for everyone. Yeah.
yeah, I can't. The thing is, we keep talking about because I live in Vegas, and I keep talking about like I can't wait to the day where like someone usurps me and I go blind and walk the desert like Paul Atreides style, where I
Yeah.
can see the golden path and it doesn't include me.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh man. Man, well, that's what happens after you hit 40. It's all downhill from there. All you see is that path. It's coming. One day it's coming. It's barreling at you. Yeah.
But I'm embracing it. Like I can't wait till the day where like I'm not really part of the DataStar community. I'm just kind of there, like tweet. Like Carson has it kind of made in the shade right now, in that like he just tweets like
Yeah.
dumb stuff, and like people listen. And it's like okay,
Yeah.
but I don't think that's ever gonna be my personality. You're not gonna see me on X just tweeting like YOLO stuff or like what he's doing. But like again, if you look at, no one's been a bigger proponent of DataStar than Carson. Nobody. Like every time I've gotten a big bump, he's talked about me multiple times. His first talk with Primogen, he brought me up. He's talked about me on podcasts. Like
Yeah.
there's nothing but love for that guy and what he's done. Like he's smarter and better at this than I will ever be. I'm just starting to embrace that, like, we want different things.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
Okay.
let me know. We'll get to it. Make something.
I'm gonna get back to game programming. 'Cause that's what I guess that's what people, are, if anybody's still here, that's what usually what they watch me do. So I'll get back to that.
Okay.
And
Yeah, sounds good.
yeah, and again, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming on. I really
Absolutely.
appreciate it. We're gonna do this again for sure. This was way too much fun. Honestly, it was way too much fun.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be having this much fun. It shouldn't be allowed.
I know. And my wife texted me. I didn't get it till just now. She's like, "Wow, you're being way too loud and
Yeah.
fast. You're
Yeah.
really, really loud and way too fast." So
Yeah,
I
well.
apologize. I do tend to speak fast. You can never don't watch a talk of mine at 2x speed. Your brain will melt. But I think it does show that, like, you're passionate. Like, you can tell when someone's passionate about
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
so sorry
Absolutely.
if I'm loud and obnoxious. So apologize, but hopefully the content was decent. So
I think so. I think you did great. Yeah, we'll do it again.
all
Okay,
right,
man.
sounds good.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna move you over off the screen,
Yeah, kick
and
me
then
off.
in a second. So what I'm gonna do, folks, is I'm gonna mute myself. One's in chat if you want to see me write vanilla C code with WebAssembly and vanilla JavaScript and vanilla CSS. And by the way, I have 3D working in vanilla CSS. I just have CSS 3D transforms. I can show that off. If you want to see me actually work on this thing and talk about some of the stuff I did over the last week, one's in chat. I'm gonna sign off with Delaney in the background and refresh my coffee and whatnot, and I'll be right back. All right. So everybody hang tight. I will be back. Okay, here while I go and get some more coffee and stuff. Why don't I play you guys? Why don't I play you guys a song, huh? How about that? I'll play you guys a song. I'll get some more coffee and stuff, and then I'll come back and I'll do some code and we'll talk about what I'm doing in my code base, because I've got some stuff going on. So just a sec. Okay, we'll do do this. I'll just do this for now. Transition over. Okay. BRB in like a minute. I'm going to play some music. Hopefully it doesn't ear blast you. I'll turn it down a bit so it's not too loud. And then I'll be back in like a minute or two. It should be short.
Yo, I'm the code queen, Silicon Supreme. Your front-end framework's just a broken dream. React Next.js, you think you're so slick, but your components are weak like a GitHub commit. Wouldn't give my number if prod was at stake. Your deployment pipeline's as fake as your take. You can't handle me one way or another. Your code is so disgusting, wouldn't even say hi to your brother. Your React site got funded by investors, bunch of suckers. Your future full of entire refactors. Your React site crashed on site. My vanilla code shines bright. No digits for you tonight. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. You glorified plumber, just a code 304. Haskell functional, more like dysfunctional. Your pure functions are pure assumptions. You use Rust like it's peak, but still leak that heap. Your pants scream junior dev, you're a script kiddie cheat. Tech streamers got your brain hallucinating, while your codes are shallow as your GitHub rating. You watch the primer gen thinking you're so cool, but your Vim config's your only tool. Your Docker containers are like your game, empty inside and nobody to blame. You flex those stars like they mean something, but your 4 count shows you ain't done nothing. Your Vim skills are like your bedroom game. Lots of fingers moving, but it's all the same. WQ is all you know how to do, while I'm here with macros, leaving you blue. Your muscle memory's stuck on HJKL. You code like you're dating life, going straight to hell. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. You glorified plumber, just a code 304. TypeScript declarations got your head spinning. Your dating life's like your test failing. Your state management is your relationship status. Complicated, broken, sexless. Memory leaks ain't your biggest trouble. Your ego's inflated and your skills rubble. I don't date no scrubs, you fool. Not even worth my memory pool. Telling me Rust has safe memory existence. I'd rather practice a life of abstinence. I know it feels like you're spreading your seed when you npm install everything you've seen. All you're doing is proving I'm right. Your code is a disease-ridden blight. I'd rather react to the itch from a real STD, not the fake crabs from your rusty code, little bitch. Unlike C, drop the mic, I'm out. Coding's my art. Your dev crush just tore you apart. Keep your npm start and your medium post, while I'm out here turning your code into roast. Yeah. Pull up to the repo with that imperative bitch energy. These tech bros about to learn about efficiency. Stack Overflow rep don't impress me none. Your Medium articles make me wanna run. Got these nerds in my mentions talking about their code, but their GitHub commits looking mighty old. You flex with that functional programming flow, but your recursive logic moving way too slow. Got 99 problems and your React is one. Your state management's weak, hun, we're done. I'm that Vandal bitch writing straight vanilla, while you over-engineer and trying to kill her. Simple problem with your 1,000 depths. Can't ship inside my prod, doesn't matter your test. Don't slide in my DMs with your Rust code. I see right through your try-hard mode. Yeah. Your Docker containers like your personality. Empty inside, no functionality. You talk big game about your AI model, but your neural network's stuck in zero throttle. Trying to compensate with your big O notation, but your pants scream tiny baby O notation. You can keep your fancy frameworks, boo. I'm too busy making revenue. Your Kubernetes cluster's a mess like your game. Multiple instances, but they all the same. Talking about your blockchain NFT, but your wallet's empty. Can't fool me. Your code review's longer than your dating history. All these comments, but still a mystery. Think you're special with your graph, Clo, but your query's hitting straight to hell. You fork my repo, trying to contribute, but your code's so basic, it's destitute. Got more red flags than your Git conflicts. Your deployment pipeline needs a fix. Bragging about your fancy architecture, but the inside of your pants say you're a bragger. Try to scale up, but you're scaling down, while I'm out here wearing the crown. I'm that bad bitch writing straight vanilla, while you over-engineering trying to kill her. Simple problem with 8,000 depths. Can't ship inside my prod, doesn't matter your test. Don't slide in my DMs with your Rust code. I see right through your try-hard mode. Yeah. Your brain's throwing 404s with all that list. Parentheses got your mind in a twist. Talking about monads in your Haskell flow, but your neural pathways running mighty slow. Use effect this and use context that. Your hooks got your synapses falling flat. Pure functions, but your thoughts are side effects. Your brain stack overflow needs to reset. Functional composition broke your head. Now you're zombie walking, mentally dead. Lambda calculus made you calculate wrong. Your cognitive functions don't belong. They don't belong. So keep your TypeScript and your hooks. I ain't impressed by how your code base looks. While you're debugging that memory leak, I'm counting stacks, staying unique. Imperative bitch code, no frameworks needed. Your pull request just got deleted. Mic drop.
Okay. I think I'm ready for putting some actual code down. Let me talk about a few things that we've done in the C code that I did. I spent the week kind of being sick. Oh yeah, by the way, again, thanks to Ryan for the raid. Rick the Hat earlier subbed with a prime. I appreciate that on the Twitch side. I appreciate all the follows. I think there's a few. Rick, Mr. Cobalt, Drama Temple, Mr. Friend, Byfast, One Lee, who just followed just now. I appreciate the follows and the subs and all that, and everybody who participated on the YouTube side too. That was great. I think I was actually the most viewership I've ever had on the YouTube side. It was like almost 10 people or something, which is good. It's a good thing. I'm glad because I think more people need to hear conversations like this. So it was good. So I appreciate all the support. And make sure you show some support for DataStar, and maybe throw a little bit of support my way, I guess. Just a little bit, because your likes and your follows and stuff, and going on X and all that, and the YouTube and everything, what it does is it allows me to like have these conversations that I don't think anybody else is really having in the tech streaming space, having these arguments online. It gives me more reach so that I can have them and we can hash out these ideas. So if you want me to do more of this, just help me out just a little bit. That's all I ask. Okay. So what are some things that we've done with the C code here? I'm going to get into it now. I talked before we talked with Delaney there, I was talking about what I was doing with my state management in the game. And I admitted, but didn't admit because nobody clipped it. I admitted that Laughably in chat, on the Twitch chat, was correct that I overcomplicated my state management system. But I did it to prove to everybody how easy it is to overcomplicate simple things. Okay, so I ultimately I win. All right, ultimately I wasn't wrong. I did it for your benefit. Okay, I took one for the team and I overcomplicated something so you can all learn. Okay, that's all that was. All right, I admit to nothing else anymore. That was it. Laughably says cope harder. I will cope. I will cope much harder. Yeah, I'm not done coping yet. It's not over. There is more cope on its way. Okay, so I talked about that briefly. I'll just, since we have some more viewers since the last time. By the way, that was like a great conversation with Delaney. I just want to say that was really fantastic. I had a great time. We talked about a lot of good stuff, and I think the biggest takeaway before I get too far into this, just for anybody who's still around and watching, is that you do not have to think that these concepts and the things that I'm doing, or that someone like Delaney is doing, or even someone like Casey Muratori or whomever you look at and go like, holy crap, how are they doing that? These things are not beyond you. I know that it can feel that way, especially when you're told that, like, hey, how would you even solve a problem without an abstraction of this kind or that kind or whatever it is? And there's an implication that's like, well, I guess I'm just not smart enough to understand the problem, so I better use this thing that solves the problem for me. It's just not true. This is why Mr. High School dummy dropout here, who makes mistakes all the time, is doing this on stream, is so that we can figure out how to solve these problems with as bare bones as possible and as maximally performant as possible. We're going to squeeze everything we can out of this to simply prove that these things are not as complicated as you think. These things are achievable. You can learn. You can even learn vanilla C. Yeah, you can be like the Greybeards, vanilla C. Sudo pacman -s vs copium. Yeah, well, yes. And I will be installing that package many times over. So as you can see in the code, I complicated my state management for the shop. We're at the point where we're adding story. I've updated, I've added more, man, apparently I'm having I don't know, something's wrong with my brain. What else is new? Ripe old age of 40. I've added more to the map because I'm starting to actually build out real maps. That we're going to start building real maps. We're going to use the assets that Laughing Panda on Twitch has kindly made for me. Thank you, Laughing Panda. I don't know if you're here, but I appreciate you doing that. We're going to start building out maps. We have a way to build NPCs really easily, like NPC assets. That's great. So at this point, it's down to building out story, putting in a shop like I have down here, and dialogues and scenes, and we have the battle mechanics sorted out. It's all coded. It's working in multiplayer mode as well. We're ready to build the game. The issue that I was running into is when I was considering how to do the dialogues, something didn't feel right. So the shop dialogue, talking dialogue, this is just kind of like a debug thing, but other dialogues in the game, like when you're in battle, showing like someone does an attack or whatever, something felt off. And this code, which is about 100 and some odd lines, I think it's about 100 lines of code, and it wasn't even complete, is all code which takes the state of a shop. So from uninitialized to initialized, to what is the inventory that belongs in the shop, to what choices do you have as the user to move around the menu system? Can you buy? Can you sell? Can you exit? Those are your choices. To actually executing those choices, to exiting the state. All of these things I was building in line. It was like very, what would you call it? Very guardrailed. So all the things that were happening within the shop were very explicitly defined in the C code. And I was thinking, this is going to be a pain in the butt to have to write this for every dialogue, every shop, everything. Why do I say that? Because it's WebAssembly. WebAssembly, the point of using WebAssembly here and with the C code is that we can take this C code and it does not care how you render. We've been saying this, well, I've been saying this since almost the beginning of the project. WebAssembly and ultimately the C code, all it cares about is numbers in, numbers out, and number crunching. That's it. It does not care whether you showed a blue dialog box, whether you have a buy button or a cancel button, or you have both of them plus another button called, I don't know, something else like buy extra, buy +1. It doesn't care how you pick your items. It doesn't care how you do your totals. It doesn't care about any of that. The only thing WebAssembly cares about is you're in the shop. Here are a list of the inventory items in that shop. you can initiate a purchase or you can initiate a sell if you sell items from the player's inventory, and that's it. So when I call purchase, when I click on the buy button here, I have some data that I procure out of the front end, and I structure it so that I can send it to WebAssembly, which serves as like a pseudo backend. It's like a local server. And I'm going to send this. This is what I was working on before the stream started. I'm going to send this over to WebAssembly, and I'm going to run a buy action, which I already have set up here. And that's all WebAssembly cares about. Okay, so you're going to buy? Perfect. Now I get to do some checks. Like, do you have enough gold? Is there some special flag I need to be concerned about in terms of something that's currently in your inventory or things like that? I can just do these checks, and I just have flags. It's just a flag. Am I initialized? If I am not initialized, set up the initialization. Am I in the right scene? I'm in scene general shop. That looks good. And am I running the action that I want? That's it. It's just action buy, action sell, maybe action exit. That's about it. So the 100 lines of code where I was very rigidly, how many was it? Like 120? I screwed that up. Hang on. Let me do it again. No, it was way more. Oh no, it was 247. It was way worse. Oh no. So 247 lines of code, and I didn't even have the selling stuff done. I just pseudocoded I placeholdered the selling stuff. Got reduced down to 41 lines of code. So this is one of the changes I made. And we're gonna build on top of this. This is gonna simplify things a lot. We also did go through on a previous stream, a few streams ago. We went into Godbolt. Oh man, flashbang. Sorry, folks. There we go. We went into Godbolt, and we had a look at whether a struct of just uniform data like U32 versus an array of U32 or U16 or U8 or whatever had any performance difference with assembly under the hood. When you actually compile it using Clang, does it run differently? Does it run more efficiently or less efficiently than whatever? And the answer is no. It's all arithmetic pointers. You can have a flat array and you can just offset into the flat array, kind of like I do here. ID times 3 plus some further offset into that flat array versus having a struct. Ultimately, they all end up being compiled to the same thing. The struct is just a representation, which is more of like a preferential way to read the code. It makes the underlying data readable, more readable to the human eye. But ultimately, you could just have a flat array, and you can say you could have a flat array of like 100 U32 values, and every 10 represents one struct. And then you can just offset. And so if ID is equal to 3, then you'd start at 30. And if you wanted to go into a member value, like a struct's, I don't know, name or something, you'd go 30 plus 1, for example. And then you'd get that value. It's all the same. So I started using structs because there's no performance difference if done correctly. And I think I have scene general shop here somewhere. Yeah. So I've started using structs here, and we just read into the memory exactly as we would a typical array, where all the stuff used to be an array. And I still have things that I need to convert into a struct from a flat array. That's fine. Now here's an added benefit that I got. Because I have structs, and I'm in this weird place with JavaScript. JavaScript on the browser, running this game on the browser here, presents a weird problem, which is that unlike let's say my bun server here, right? Even the bun server has this ability. It will use TinyCC and compile my game state C code. And then I can interface directly with that C code on my bun server. So for multiplayer, this is perfect. But that's not really the case on the browser. On the browser, you compile your C code into WebAssembly, which is essentially a big memory block, more or less. That means that I do not have access to particular aspects of my C code that I would otherwise have access to in pretty much any other rendering scenario that I can think of. Ironically enough, including on a Bun multiplayer server, which is headless rendering, because it just runs its own internal state of the game and ships that out to all the players connected to it via WebSocket, and it uses all the C code. And I just have to tell Bun which functions are available to be used. That's it. And I just get to use it all. So I was thinking about this, and I thought, what if I could directly access the data that I wanted? And I had to look this up. But essentially there is a cost. There's a calling cost when you run a WebAssembly function in JavaScript. So if you do this and you go, let's say, well, I guess it doesn't matter which function. Any one of these functions, you could pick any one of these functions. And these are all WebAssembly functions. Anytime you call a WebAssembly function, there is some level of things going on underneath that JavaScript has to make a call to WebAssembly. There's a boundary that you're crossing, and that has a cost. So especially for things that I'm doing with the div elements, when I go over to rendering my tiles, nope, gotta keep going. Yeah, when I redraw my tiles, I go over the width and height of the 2D grid of the world, and I call a bunch of WebAssembly functions over and over again for each square in the world. So that is costly because I'm doing that over and over. So one of the benefits that I got out of converting things to structs, which I didn't realize I was going to get, is that I can create an export function, like an exporter in C, that will export my structs into a memory-only access version of those structs in JavaScript. So if we take the general shop, instead of calling functions inside, like through WebAssembly on the JavaScript side to access data, like say, like return to me total number of, I don't know, inventory items, or return to me like some current state of this data, I can actually just read the raw memory and incur no costs, except for only the structure that JavaScript creates to access that memory, which is basically nothing. It's just a class around it. I just read into the raw WebAssembly memory, and I can then ask for any data I want. So receiving data out of WebAssembly incurs no cost. I still have to run functions that execute on the WebAssembly side that operate like crunch numbers and whatnot. But for something like rendering my tiles, this means that I can take this code and instead of just iterating over all the grid squares and calling these functions over and over again, I can just take the flat memory and read it raw. I can also set values raw if I want to without going through a function, which would also incur no cost. But I want to use functions when I'm setting values or generating values or letting the game operate on internal mechanisms, because I want like certain things to be checked on the C side to make sure that I'm not doing something I shouldn't be. Writing to raw memory is at that point, why not just write it in JavaScript, right? The point of this is so that my game state manager can do just that. Manage the game state, receive a function with some inputs, operate on that, and then I can port that around to any front-end renderer I want. So I have a struct extractor, which it's like what, 267 lines of C code, and I just included as part of my CLang compiler, compiled shell file is what I mean to say over here. So I just run a struct extractor, and then it creates the JavaScript classes. JavaScript is the only place I need to do this. It's just so that I can squeeze that little bit of like, I don't need to make a whole bunch of calls from JavaScript to WebAssembly to get the things I need. It becomes becomes a lot more straightforward. Let's put it that way. And so I'm just trying to squeeze that bit of performance out of it. And this way I can. So that's one thing I did. And I thought it was a nice like boost to like something I didn't think of before, and moving things to structs helped that way. I also have no more strings. Well, that's not true. I still have strings that I haven't removed, but this is going to no longer use strings. String management in such a low level, like no standard library WebAssembly version of this code has been so annoying. And managing memory for strings, getting the right string comparison functions working correctly, passing in strings from JavaScript is essentially a no-go. It's so annoying to do it. I just don't even want to do it. So we don't pass strings from JavaScript to WebAssembly. Getting strings out of WebAssembly is also really annoying because you have to reach it, get a memory pointer, get the length of the string, make sure it's null terminated, then text decode it. I mean, it's all annoying. It's very annoying. So instead of doing that, I thought, well, could I just stick to numbers on the game state side? And I could, because I'm using enums to represent values that represent names. I'm already doing this. I just additionally add strings to these, to wherever these values point to. So if I remove the additional string functionality out of the pure game state manager and I stick to only numbers, how would I do strings? And so I came up with an enum extractor, which is kind of weird how I did some of these functions, but it's also extremely small. It's like 130 some odd lines. I'm pretty sure I could make it smaller. And it just reads one enum. I could make it read a few different enums if I wanted to, but I didn't really see the point of that. And it will extract my enums again, because JS is like this weird, like it's in a weird space. So I'm doing this to solve a problem in JS. It extracts enums into where is it? Where did it go? Game strings, into a JSON file, which is just an array of the exact enum names. Then I can access these enum names inside of JavaScript. I also did one for Odin because I think I'm going to have to do it for Odin as well. So that I can create strings that match up in Odin with the enums that I'm referencing here, so I can get the values. That's going to come down the line. But what this allows me to do is go to my game HTML, and let's see, game strings over here. I can create my own. I can choose how I want, like what value I want these enumerations to represent in string format without ever having to pass the boundary layer between JavaScript and WASM. WASM does not care about my strings. It does not care whether I'm using English or Mandarin or Chinese or Greek or whatever. It doesn't care. All it cares about is that you're showing a string, and it is this string, and it's got a numerical ID. That means that I could also do translations of all of these strings by simply adding another translated version of all these enumeration values to the respective language that I want to translate to. So I have a lot of flexibility in how I do it. I I can create like a mapping of translations and share it. I could store it in JSON if I wanted to, pass it to my Bund server, use all the exact same strings. Everything is exactly the same. So that's kind of like the overview of the big changes that I did for the code. And what I'm working on is finalizing these changes and getting it to a point where I can operate something like a shop and it will work. And if I can operate like the shop stuff, I'm very close to having this running. That's what I'm going to work on next. And we can get a purchase happening and we can see that the items are added to the player's inventory. Then at that point, we have everything we need and more. We're just going to start building out the game. So all the mechanics are there. Everything's going to be there. It's a minor thing that we just need to clean up and run with. So at any point, if anybody wants to ask questions or interrupt my workflow, you're more than welcome to. We'll try and keep an eye on chat, not get too bogged down. But I'm going to essentially work right here. We're gonna figure it out. Oh, Hector, man, long time no see, Hector. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Glad to see you again. What type do you store the strings as in C? Right now, it's just car. That's it. So I just use like the typical like const car, car star, whatever. And that's without the standard library. So I'm not using the standard library because you can't really use that in C unless you like link it weirdly. I'm not going to do all that. What's up, Dandy? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Purple Dragon Man because of Spyro the Dragon. I know. Okay. So the next series of steps that I want to take here. I have a buy shop inventory. I have a function that takes all our inventory code, it takes all of our inventory decisions that we've made in the shop. We need to pass that into a function in WebAssembly. So in C here, right here, we need to pass the correct action, execute this correctly, and then we have to pass the data on it. I need to think about this for a second. Hey, Big Mac on YouTube. How you doing, Big Mac? Good to see you. I believe what I did. General shop, right? Chosen items. Okay, right. I think my shop code has this array so that I could go over the inventory items that exist in the shop and either store the fact that they have been chosen to be purchased and or optionally, because it's U32, I have so much room, I could also pass the quantity of like how many, and my IDs for inventory items it's just going to be the array index of all the inventory items for the shop. So array index 0 would be this telescope, array index 1 would be quadrant, and so on. And I just match that up with the inventory items in the shop, and then I just go, this is how many of X item I'm going to purchase. And so when I run action buy, I should probably just pseudocode it. So when I run action buy, I want to use this array in the struct to figure out what I'm buying, if anything. Okay, so if I do that, I now have to set these values. And I believe that I can set these values through the raw WebAssembly memory now. Because I have a way to get the chosen items as an array block in JavaScript. Big Mac, doing good. Been watching for a bit. Very interesting stuff. Thanks, Big Mac. I appreciate it. Yeah, I try to keep things interesting. As I don't do much in terms of entertainment, so I'm sorry if that's kind of your jam. I get it. Even coding entertainment, I don't do a heck of a lot of that. I just try and tackle cool problems and stuff, build cool things, and talk to cool people and whatnot. And the entertainment kind of, the entertainment comes from watching me stumble around with all this crazy stuff. So because I have direct access to the memory of chosen items, which is the memory of this struct in WebAssembly, I should be able to do something like get items. But I think, unfortunately, I am not storing my JavaScript class. I would have to create a new view into the memory. I just want to use an existing view into the memory. I could just create a global variable and just assign it. Okay, for now, let's just do dummy version. Let's not worry about super optimized stuff right now. You're good. Learning and seeing others. Process is my entertainment. I learn new things. I'm glad. Well, then you came to the right place. You're going to learn a lot of things not to do, maybe some things to do. Yeah. I hope I would hope it's the other way around, but let's be serious here. Come on. So I'm just going to dummy brain this. If I do this, okay, perfect. So I'll just create ABC whatever, abc.items, chosen items. Here we go. There's our array. The length is 0. So we have a problem. I wonder if this didn't work correctly. I wonder if max inventory items is not a defined value that my exporter can kind of figure out how to access. So if I go and look at, let's say I set it to 100, like what happens if I manual? Let's just remove that possibility. Okay, so I'm gonna load the world. I'm gonna go over to the shop. Cool. I'm gonna do something like this. Okay. Okay. So I cannot use, I cannot use constants, like define constants. All right. I'm going to figure that out. I'm going to figure that out later. Let's just see if we can get the concept down. Why can't you use max? No, max inventory items. It leads to empty array when accessing in JS. Okay, so we're going to figure that out, but for now, let's just assume that we've got an array of 100. So I have direct access to this array. It's 100 elements and they're all zeroed out. It's perfect. What I should be able to do is go over to my buy shop inventory right here. And I should be able to take this and my ID would be my array index and my quantity would be the value of that array index. So I could go like, okay, so again, we're going to do this the non-performant way. We're going to create a new view, even though it duplicates the view. I think Twitch. Hey, Aerodawning, thanks for the follow on Twitch just now. I appreciate it. Feel free to say hi if you're here. But if you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyway. So I've got my view. I'm going to have my shop chosen items. And so this is where I want to go over, I want to iterate over this guy and apply my values to the array of chosen items. Temp 1. JavaScript does this weird thing. I would have to go like when you're iterating over objects, it does it a little bit differently. Temp 1 length. Excuse me. Yeah. Temp 1a, which I guess this is actually all I need, right? Let me just do. Yeah, okay. I overcomplicated it in my head. Right, so this is all we actually need to do. We just do this. Let's go C. C is less than current.length, plus C. And then we're going to do something like man, sorry, I'm coughing a lot all of a sudden. We're going to do current C ID. I mean, we could even take the C here. We're going to go something like, okay, I got it. We don't need to update anything that doesn't have a quantity over 0. Right? So if it has to have a quantity over 0, otherwise why do we care? There's nothing to do. We will use the ID for now just to be very explicit about what we're doing. So ID and the value will be quantity. So hopefully this is as simple as it gets. Let me just think through this for a second. We get the shop structure. We go over all the items. Then we take the array index, which is just our inventory index and chosen items, and we that is wrong. Good thing I double checked. Not shop quantity, current C quantity. And then we console log the chosen items and we see if there's any difference. So I'm going to run this again. I'm going to pick like whatever. I'm going to click buy. There it is. That did work. Perfect. So, okay, this is great. I set the first item to 2, I set the second item to 1, and I set the third item to 1, which means I'm going to buy a total of 4 items. Now what I should be able to do is something like, okay, now I need a way to actually execute this. So how would I do that? I have an entry point on the JavaScript side that I can execute with. That entry point is, it's not handle interaction scene. Current scene make choice, maybe. Maybe, but the current scene make choice, I have to set the choice first. That's not really what I'm doing. Okay, all right. So we do have to solve this. So I have to think about how I actually want to handle the actions that happen within a scene. And in the general shop, the action right now is buy. I'm going to purchase something. It used to be in the old scene ways, which are still running for every other scene but this one, that you would have to have a function called set current scene, I believe. choice. I think. Or maybe it's like make choice. Yeah, okay, it's make choice. That's what it was. Current scene, make choice. Yeah. And it would set the choice into a global C variable array thing. And then I would pass that, literally pass that into the scene function that handled whatever I was trying to do. I suppose I could actually still use this, but I would have to change this. And I could just pass choice. I don't need to store it globally, because what I can do now is I can go look at my enumeration values, which I'm extracting. Yeah. Wait, what is this? What is this function? Did I already build a function for this? Current scene, take action. I did. I already thought of this and I built a function and I didn't even. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do this. Okay, so scene, general, shop. That's what we want to do. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to run it essentially somewhere over here. We're getting close now. The action needs to be action by, and let me just make sure that I have access. Yep, I do. It's part of my game strings. It's exported out of my C code. Perfect. So I can just do index of action by. That's it. Now, if this runs correctly, I should see general shop buying in the console log output somewhere here, which means that I've got to that point and I can access my chosen items as part of my struct, and then I can just kind of deal with those items and figure the rest out. So I'll restart. I'll load my world. Sure. Go down here. I want to buy like one of each. Yeah. I'm not sure I compiled it. No, I didn't compile it. I'm gonna compile it. Rookie mistake. Have I ever programmed before? I don't know. Apparently not. Okay, there we go. General shop buying. Perfect. I can confirm that my changes have taken effect. What I should be able to do is go over my I don't know, let's go 10 and iterate over scene, general, shop, chosen items I, and it'll be we want to spit it out and just make sure. So we'll just go like SGS item QTY. This is just really stupid way to confirm that this is working. Did I do that right? Yeah, less than 10 plus. So yeah, sure. That's all we got to do. So we're going to do it again. And then we'll see what happens. Perfect. That's it. 1, 2, and 1. Yeah. Now, for some reason, I have some UI issue where the values got reset. I don't know why that's happening, but I'll take it. It's successful. It definitely knows my chosen items 1, 2, and 1, 1. So full success. We're just winning all the time today. That's all we're doing. We're just winning over and over again. Man, can't stop. Never stop. Never stop winning. It's Easy, bro. Never stop winning. Okay, now that we know which items we have chosen to purchase and how many of them, we can do something like make sure you have enough gold. That's a simple one. So we'll make sure that the player has enough gold to purchase the things that they asked to purchase. And to do that, we'll have to go through all the items, and we will obviously have to get their price. We have to do that internally here in the C code. To do that, I have to take the inventory ID. So I'll pseudocode it again here. I don't need that. So I'll have to go scene general, scene general shop inventory ID. I have to extract the inventory struct out of it. Alternatively, another way to do it is to read current inventory array, because I think I have an array that I set up which reads all the potential inventory items that currently exist in the state of the game, because not all items always exist. Only some items exist depending on the state of the game. And I go through all of them and I apply them to the inventory by giving them an inventory ID. And then I have an array where the current inventory is filled up with only the items that belong to the current inventory I'm trying to interact with. I think I have a function here for it even. Let me see. Where's that global array? Yeah, get current inventory items. We're going to go look at what that is. Here we go. Yeah. So this will have an array of IDs that match an inventory item that we can directly reference. So we actually even have all our code here ready to go. So I built this out earlier this week, and it seems like it was a good choice. I suppose what this means is that I should be able to just iterate current inventory items, get the value, and pull from the storage inventory item, and away we go. So I would do something like, it's a global array, right? Yes, it's globally accessible, current inventory items. So we'll do this again. It's less than max inventory items. And this won't work. I can already tell this won't work the way I'm doing it, but we'll pretend it's pseudocode for the time being. And then we go whatever the value is. So it'll be, let's be explicit, like inventory item ID. It's going to be, no, not I. No, not like this. It's current inventory items I. That's what it is. Then inventory, maybe it's just inventory data, something like that. We could reference it like this. Inventory item ID. So we go into the storage that stores all our inventory items and we access the data directly. I suppose what I could just do here is I just skip to the end and not do any fancy stuff and just go straight to adjusted price. 24 views, bro, fell off. Yeah, I fell off. People aren't as interested in listening to me talk about programming problems and building this game as they are having me trash talk front-end web development and all that. I guess there's a difference in interest, but I understand why that difference exists. So I am under no trash talk with Delaney. Yeah. That was trash talk? Yeah, it was a little bit of trash talk. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't think it was trash talk? Was that like nice talk or something? What you think? Were we being too nice? Look, if we were being too nice, the next time we'll just be more. You know, watch it whole. Okay. I mean, I'll double down and just lean in, just trash talk even harder if that wasn't enough. Happily. Okay, I know I'm gonna need a total price. And we could say total price plus equals the adjusted price. And we would have to do, I guess we would have to do an inner loop. First, we go through the general shop chosen items. And we would have to go if seen general shop dot chosen items C is greater than 0. And then we would do an inner loop like this. Now we go through all our inventory and we essentially figured out. Now, we do need to take into account quantity. And what's nice is we probably don't actually need this inner loop. Current inventory items will be the same length ultimately as the inventory items that are in the shop. Since they're the same length, it means that I can use the same loop offsets. I don't need to do an inner, so we can remove that. As long as the quantity chosen is greater than 0, we're going to go get the ID of the inventory item. We're going to get its adjusted price from its base price. And then we're going to add it to the total price. At this point, if I've done this right, I should be able to just console log out whatever I want. Total price, X1. Hopefully I did this right. It builds. Okay, we're about to find out if I should be fired or if I should have a job. So I'm looking for 1718 as console log output. Hot damn. We did it, boys. We won the internet again. Easy. Easy mode. Perfect. Okay, now, since that works, we want to get the current player's gold. I believe I have a function for that. Let me just do a search for player gold. Yeah, get player gold. That's what it is. And there's only one player, so it's just going to be 0. It's the first player. So we'll do that. If total price greater than player gold, we now need to return an error of some kind. And this is the part I haven't exactly figured out yet. How do I send an error message that lets the front end know that it just didn't work, right? And I believe maybe returning sentry, which is my sentinel value, it's just like a failure value. That might be enough. I might be able to just, if I initiate the action and I receive that sentinel value back, then something went wrong, right? I should be able to just check that. Should be fine. Let me go back to, yeah, here. We'll just call it by, and then by is equal to man, autocomplete keeps getting in my way. If I check it and it's the same value as my Sentinel value from my WebAssembly code, then it means that buy didn't work. And I should see that pop up. Otherwise, it worked. Okay, so if this is true, then it should fail. If it's not true, then we're going to have to do whatever we need to do, add to player inventory. Now, if we add to player inventory and everything is good, or if it fails, well, actually, if it fails, then we stay in the same place, like we stay in the scene. Do I want to auto exit the scene if the purchase went through? I don't think WebAssembly cares about that. WebAssembly does not care to tell you that you should exit the scene. It cares about what the renderer is doing. So if I do a successful purchase, I click buy and it's a successful purchase. Maybe I want to do an animation or something. Like I want to, I don't know, like fireworks or something, like, hey, you bought stuff, some, whatever. I want the renderer, in this case the browser, to tell me when I should exit the scene. And so it would have to be like another action, I suppose, which is like exit. So that way you could exit at any point that the rendering mechanism decides to exit. It would help if I knew how to type. So if action is action exit, let's say, we're going to call it that. Exit scene, and we're going to do essentially all the stuff that I have here. We'll uncomment and fix that. We don't need this anymore. We've essentially resolved that. Adding to the player's inventory we'll get to in a second. First of all, let's just make sure that we haven't gone off the beaten path too much here. I have to add action exit as an enumeration value. So it's going to be action exit. We'll compile. All right. So my gold is 99, which means I should not be able to purchase anything on here, even one of anything on here. So let's see if that holds true. Let's just try and buy a telescope. Did not work. Sweet. Confirmed. All right. So that's good. That means that our C code did check our player gold, and this all worked. And we checked the Sentinel value. JavaScript alerted us, hey, you can't buy this. You don't have enough gold. That's great. Everything's great. If I run the debug here, I'm going to reload. And if I run the debug, and then I load the world and I check my gold, I now have 1,000 gold. So that means that I should be able to buy one of something. So I'm just going to try it out. It still did not work. All right. So the question is why? And I think I know why. It's a false negative. I don't do anything on this path. If I did something like a 10, so anything but the Sentinel value. Load, debug, I have 1,000 gold. Bought. Perfect. Okay, so that's the issue. So I have to make sure that anything I send, back does not trigger the failure. And now I'm wondering if I even need to send anything. If I have direct access to memory, why not set up the struct so it has a flag that tells us if you had a successful purchase or not? Then I don't even need I don't need to check the return. I just need to check the raw memory. So what I mean is, let's see in general, shop. What I mean is this. It would be something like let's say flag a bot. Let's do that. Okay, flag bot. And I would go back to my, where'd you go? Great, I lost it. And oh, here we go. It's right here. I would go back here and I would set, I could return, no, I don't even need to return anything. It'll just return the sentinel value right at the very end. I can literally just set this. Flag bot. True. Otherwise, false. I will build it because then I can look at my struct output, which will be my general shop here, and I should have a flag. There we go, flag bot. All right, awesome. Okay. I can then change my rendering code wherever I had it up here. And instead of running this function, like and doing this check, I can just go if shop. What was it? Flag bot. If shop flag bot. Okay. I suppose we can do a. I'm trying to think if I want to do an early exit or something. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll rug brain it. So if it's false, okay, then do not work. This will be a dummy version of this implementation. Okay. Oh, I need to run debug. Need to make sure I have enough gold. This should pass. Did not work. So that failed. So I've already broken it. And let me just do it the other way with not enough gold. Bot. So I've somehow reversed it. Why have I reversed it? Oh, because actually, so yeah, nobody saw that. Don't clip that. I didn't set false for true where it should have been true for false. That didn't happen. Nothing happened. Okay, so I don't have enough gold. Let me try and purchase an item. It should say did not work. Perfect. Let me try it again and go load and debug test. I have enough. I initiate the shop. I go like this and then I go bot. Perfect. Okay, awesome. So now we have direct memory access. We can just tell whether this thing worked or not. That's fantastic. All right. With this, the last thing that I really need to do is add the items to the inventory, to the player's inventory. So to add the items to the player's inventory, I can borrow the code that I did for this scene right here. When I had it awkwardly stupid. Okay, right here. Yeah, I have us. Okay, perfect. Let's go over to scene. We're going to go over to the top of the general shop function. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy the functionality out of the previous stupid code that I had. We're going to copy some of it over here, and it's going to be a lot simpler. So we're going to subtract the total price from player. We need to get the player inventory ID. Then we need to add an inventory item and set its inventory ID to the player's inventory ID. So we essentially have to duplicate the inventory item, because the inventory item will get removed once the general shop scene goes away. So we have to retain it somewhere for the lifetime of the player. And then we have to increment the total items of the player's inventory. I'm going to go and just make sure that I have the right code here. Is it all the same? Yep, it's all the same. Good. Okay. I'm not using inventory ID everywhere. No, I'm not clashing with that. So I get the player's inventory. I'm going to increase its total item count. And what I will do is create a new item that will essentially duplicate the existing item. This isn't exactly how I want to do this. It's just the brain dead version of it. Because I have because I have the current items of the shop, I can just copy over their values from one inventory item to the new one, from the shop's inventory item to the new one. You might think, why don't you just change the inventory ID so that it points to the player's inventory instead of the shop's inventory? I could do that, but then what would happen is, if you decide that like maybe you purchase one telescope and then you're like, wait, no, I need like 3 more. You have to be able to go back to the shop menu and read that there's a telescope in the inventory of the shop. So you can't change the inventory ID. It has to remain consistent so that you know what's in the shop at all times. So I do have to create a duplicate, and then I would have to release the inventory items from the shop itself when I'm completely done. So in this case, I need to pull an inventory item open slot from my big array of inventory items. And I have to essentially copy over the data. So I'd have to do something along these lines. I have to go over the shop items again. And I can make this better by kind of like hoisting this code up here and keeping like an array of these things. But just for now, we're just being really dumb about it until we prove the concept. I'm going to go through them all. If quantity is greater than 0, I now have access to all of my inventory items where the quantity is greater than 0. I then have to create the new items. So I'll go here, I'll pull a slot, and I'll start replacing these with like this. No, I didn't mean to try and build it. It's going to try and build it now. Again, because I can't get my fingers to work correctly. All right, now my inventory ID is inventory ID. I could actually make this a bit clear. Player inventory ID. We can make it far clearer. And player inventory ID, I now have more items. Okay, so we'll just assume that this is correct, and that's fine. So then at the end, what I want to do, clear shop inventory items. Okay, so we're going to get to that. Okay, first of all, does this even compile? That's question 1. Okay, so I screwed something up. No member named name. It's not name, it's name ID. Holy crap, it compiles. There's no way. There's no way. First shot. First try. There's no way. I'm going to do this. I am going to set a debug so that I have enough gold. I'm going to try purchasing a telescope. It says bought. if I open up my menu, is there a telescope in there? Well, it didn't get the right string because I changed that. I changed how we get the string mechanism for items. That's my fault. But it is there. And it did subtract the gold. So we win again. First try. That did work. So I just have to update the string output just to show telescope right here. I have to fix this and then it'll show it. Two 521. No, that's not it. Here, why don't I just look this up? Here. So I guess I'd have to read into player inventory? Maybe by inventory ID? Let me think here. I have a function where I can read into inventory in the game via raw memory in WebAssembly, which is right here. I guess I could create one of these and then pass in an inventory ID, which is player inventory. Get player inventory ID. All right, so okay, first of all, let's see if we can just kind of like pseudocode it out right here. We're solving a whole bunch of problems in the most dumb way possible, but we're going to get really far, then we're going to clean it up. So it'd be WASM exports get player inventory ID. It's 0. That actually makes sense. It would actually be the first inventory because player 1 always gets the first inventory. So this is okay. So far this is accurate. I would then want to do new game data inventory, and I would want to pass the WASM, and I want to pass in inventory ID or as the first parameter. So I want to get a JavaScript like object that directly interfaces with the WebAssembly memory. All right. Let's see what total items is. Perfect. It's 1. So this is correct. So we can take exactly what we coded right there. We can do this. Let's just go player inventory ID. Dot get player. Come on, inventory ID. We can even save this value at the beginning of page load, but it's fine. Well, so that way we don't have to call this function over and over again. But it's fine. It's not going to hurt anything. Then we'll go in player inventory, new game data inventory, WASM exports, pass in player inventory ID as the first parameter, and then we can go like, just to make sure, we could go like total inventory items, you know, something like this. We'll go player inventory dot total items just to like make sure that we're in the right spot. Now, how do we get the name of the item? So we have an inventory object that we can access. I know that we have inventory item as an object. We'd have to go grab this guy and then get the name ID and then translate that to a string. To do that, we essentially would have to we'd have to get the we'd have to use that global array of current inventory items and fill it up again. Get this guy. We have to fill up this array with the inventory items of the player. So we have to call that function and let WebAssembly number crunch a new array for us. This is a little bit weird. I might try and come up with a better way to do it, but get inventory items, player inventory ID. Now we have access to that global array again. And we'll go yeah, sure. We can do this and then iterate over it. Okay, perfect. So we'll go back up to here. Let's just call it whatever the heck ever. We're going to iterate over it. We're going to make sure that there's an actual value, so we don't have to worry about things that don't have an actual value. Actually, you know what we should do is we shouldn't iterate over the whole thing either, right? We don't need that. We just need to go over the total items in the inventory. That should be more performant. We'll go over and make sure that the value is not what would it be? It's not equal to the get sentinel value. And hey, Mako 84K, thanks for the follow on the Twitch side just now. I appreciate that. Make sure to say hi if you're here, but if you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyways. Much appreciated. If there's something weird that was going on with like this value check that I haven't fixed yet. Let me see if I can just find it. Yeah, it was this. I'm gonna have to come up with a better way to do this check. If you raw access the memory, the sentinel value, I don't know, it's weird. It returns -1. Like if I run this on the browser, it'll return -1. But if I access the raw memory of what this value actually is, it returns, it's stored as this value. And so I think the raw access does a weird, I mean, technically that's correct. It's a U32. It should never go into negative space. I'll have to solve that. I'll solve that. But for now, we'll just have to do a double check here. It's weird. This is one of the problems with like trying to do this with JavaScript, is like JavaScript does so many weird things. But all right, so we're here. We're gonna go. We've got an inventory item ID now, and we'll just store it just so that we can keep track of things in our head. Now what we can do is we can create an item object like this, and we'll pass in the inventory item ID like that, and then we will just console log inventory item dot name ID. That's all we're going to do, and we're going to see how far this gets us. I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to debug. Yeah, we're good. I'm going to buy telescope. I'm going to buy. Okay. Nothing happened. Because, oh, right. Because I have to open up the start menu now. Okay. All right. So it says empty. So it did actually try and pull a string. And then total inventory items is 1. So it made it to the point. It made it to this point. All right. I did my logic check wrong here. It should be not equals instead of equals. So that would cause a problem. So we'll try this again. Let debug. Make sure we're good. No, not this. Here. Okay, and then try and run this again. 34. That's the name ID. Perfect. Does 34 correspond to an extracted game string? It does, and it's item telescope. So that's our enum value, which is item telescope. Now I can call this whatever I want. I could have it translated, item telescope can mean anything. It could be like, I could show this in Greek or whatever. So I suppose what I would like to do is go only the item that I'm asking for this particular UI request, which is I just want to get a single item's name. So I already passed the item ID as part of the function call. So what if I did this and then I just returned like that? And I have to go up here and create a translation for, oh, I already have it. Item telescope. All right, let's see what happens now. Debug, open it up, buy a telescope, purchase it. Awesome. Everything's cool. I'm going to run this again. Okay, so what happens? Inventory item. So it did not. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to log it out, make sure that we actually got to the right thing. I'm going to also check what the item ID is. Maybe I'm not doing this right. That might be the... Maybe I'm not passing in the right item ID from legacy code or something. Let's do that. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then item ID is 0. It does look right, but it never actually gets to that. And I think the reason why is... Oh, I'm not... I see. It's not the inventory item ID. It's just the index of it. So I actually just need to do... Right. I just need to check for the C value. I just want to check the array index, not the actual item ID index. Although I could do that. I could check item ID to item ID, but I don't think that's necessary right now. Okay, it did. Yes, we got telescope. Perfect. The string ID, this function, yeah, this function is, it's now not properly named. It should actually be, we don't need to reach into anything else anymore. We used to have to do like 3 layers of function calls to do this. I should just be able to pass this variable now. Perfect. Telescope. Boom. Winning the internet again. Now, does this work for multiple items? I have $1,000. No, wrong place. So I could buy one of these and one of these. Let's see what happens. Boom. That's it. Okay. So we wrote a bunch of ugly code. This is not like, it's, some of it is okay. Some of it will work just fine. It's not, yeah, like this is kind of weird. Some of the C code we'll have to clean up here. Like this. I think there's a better way to do this. But yeah, this worked. And so at this point, all I have to do is go and clear the shop items. I'm doing this weird thing where I'm still in the shop scene, and then I hit the start menu and I show all my items that the player has, which kind of clears out the inventory, the current inventory for the shop, and replaces it with the current inventory for the player, even though it shouldn't. But that's a rendering issue. That's fine. I can fix that. Assuming that current inventory it doesn't get changed in a weird way by the rendering. Well, I guess even if it does, is that a problem? It's just an external array. It's not part of the struct. It's just like a memory pool. It's an arena. Just fill it up with inventory from whoever's inventory I want, so I have direct access to it. It's just it's an arena. Who cares what's in it? The scene doesn't care what's in it. And if I exit out of this, if I exit out of here and I go back to like purchasing something, I'm just going to run the function that fills that arena, that memory arena with the inventory. Okay, so all I really need to do then is clear out any inventory item that has the inventory ID of the shop. That's what I have to do, because I have a limited size for my inventory items. Some inventory items have to stay in the inventory items array for like a long time. Like they'll follow the player around. But some inventory items I only want to have when I'm in the shop, because I don't need to worry about them otherwise. I literally just generate these items when they're in the shop, or when I load the world, for example. I just add some inventory items temporarily. They become part of the shop. I exit the shop. I don't need them anymore. I could clear them. The only problem is if I clear them, I believe when I load the world. Yeah, okay. So I shouldn't actually clear them, because I create the inventory items when I load the world. If I remove them now, I might go back to the shop, and then I'm not running load world again. The world's already loaded. I have a chicken and egg problem. So I have to leave the inventory items here. What I can do, however, to solve this problem is move this inventory item generation code into the scene itself, and do something like if current world is equal to Athens, or whatever world we're in, then these are the items you load. And then at end of scene, remove items. I think that way, I think that's a lot better, because that way I get to contain the functionality. I get to localize the shop functionality of adding items and removing items to entry point adds items depending on context of where you entered, and then exit point removes the items, and it can just be a standard remove. Just get rid of all the inventory items that you added for this. You don't need them anymore. And it actually makes that short-lived, even more short-lived than just leaving them for the duration of the world. And very much on demand. I think that's actually even better. Yeah, this will work out nicely. Okay. Once we do that and we've cleared the inventory items, then we just wait for the renderer to give us an exit action. And at that point, well, actually, that's when that's truly when we want to I don't know what I did there. That was weird. That's truly when we want to clear the inventory items. And so we are going to just update this a bit. We're going to go general shop. It's going to be initialized. Is there another flag? I think the flag was a flag bot. We'll just set flag bot to false just to, or I guess 0 it would be because it's all U32 values. We're going to set the game mode back to what it was before. I don't think we need to run clear current scene. I don't think. Let's run it just to be safe. I'm going to redraw everything, and that'll be that. Now, to run the exit, I need to have a look at how I'm generating the buttons here, right here. This is what we want. One click. It's going to be exit shop inventory, I guess we'll call it. We'll go over to our function, which is buy shop inventory right here. We'll go like this. And we will pass in the action exactly like we do here. Fix it. I think that's it. I think literally that. I think that's all we need to do. We just have to do this. Let's see what happens here. What should happen is if I exit out of, let me think here. Yeah, I can move around right now. When I start the when I enter the shop, I can't move around. I like essentially the game is like kind of like paused. I don't want to purchase anything, yeah? So I go like this. And now I can move around again. That's it. I should probably put like maybe just a console log here just so we can see exited shop, just so that we can see, so that because for a second there I had to do a double take, like did I actually exit? Just to make it like super clear. So I can move around, go in the shop. No, I didn't mean to do this. Exited shop. I can move around again. Perfect. Sweet. Okay. That's great. So I just need to do some cleanup. But we're back to like everything's functioning like it was before. I can slowly move some things over to structs, and I can access direct memory in JavaScript, which will make things a lot faster, especially for like looping over like rendering. This will make rendering a lot faster, honestly. I'll just read the raw memory and decide what that means. I can build up some string stuff, which will make it, I can take exactly the same strings and do whatever I want with them in another rendering engine. The rendering engine can decide how to deal with the strings. That's perfect. I've set myself up for Odin, so we can build out an Odin desktop rendered version of this. I probably have to update the multiplayer server just a little bit. There are probably 2 functions that I need to update here, and then we'll have multiplayer back up and running. So on the next stream, I'll run the multiplayer server again. And if anybody wants to try it out, they can. Let's see how that goes. But everything else should stay the same. We have HTMX pushing out HTML down for the multiplayer stuff. Yeah. Okay, not bad. This is not bad at all. Okay, I'm gonna call it here because it's almost 8 hours of streaming, which is crazy. Almost 8, 7 hours and 46 minutes apparently, and I'm tired. And I'm still getting over a cold I had this week. That's why I didn't stream all week. So I'm gonna get some rest and stuff and chill out, have something to eat. But that was fun. that was a good time. Thanks again to Ryan for the raid, and to Delaney for hopping on and doing that interview. That was fantastic. I had a good time. And yeah, I'll clean this up, and I'll have this cleaned up like tomorrow, early tomorrow. It should be easy. Shouldn't take me very long. And we're just gonna start building the game. Like we'll just start adding some. We'll come up with items to add, maybe some buffs, things like that. Some dialogues. We'll get the multiplayer running again. We'll get. I want to add in maybe like some animations, maybe just some stupid animations. Maybe update the battle mechanics on multiplayer a little bit so that multiplayer is a bit more fun than just shooting cannons at each other. We can work on that throughout the week, so it'll be good. Hey, Capitan. Was lurking and working. Good to see you again. Good to see you too, Capitan. It has been a minute. Yeah, thanks everybody for the follows and the subs and all that. I appreciate it. This was a good time. Had fun. Yeah. What's going on, Big Mac? Come on, bro, dude. What? Bro, dude, what? What's so funny? Yeah, I'll find somebody to send you, see if we can find somebody to send you guys over to on the Twitch side. If there's anybody on, I'll have to have a quick peek. If not, it's okay. I'll just end the stream, but just in case there's someone on doing something cool. Hopefully someone who's like doing like C, something like that. That'd be cool. Linux kernel networking. That might be fun. Linux kernel networking in C. That sounds like right up our alley. I'll just take a peek at this, and if it's there's cool stuff going on, I'll send you over there. Have a look. Yeah, definitely seems to be doing Linux kernel networking in C for sure. Okay, well, I'll send you guys over there because that seems not too far removed from what we're doing. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching on all the different platforms. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the engagement. It was a good time. I appreciate it. I'll start this thing going. So I'll try and come back on tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I think I will. I think I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll get some rest and pop on tomorrow again, and we'll build out some game stuff. I'll try and come up with something interesting that we can build out. I'll figure it out. But yeah, thanks everybody. Have a good day. Have a good night. Whatever you're doing, wherever you are. I appreciate it. We'll see you later.